Thank you for listening to this free audiobook created by Project Gutenberg and Microsoft AI. To learn more about the project or give feedback on the quality of a recording, please visit aka.ms/audiobook.
Chess Strategy by Edward Lasker. As the first edition of Edward Lasker's Chess Strategy was exhausted within a comparatively short time of its appearance, the author set himself the task of altering and improving the work to such an extent that it became to all intents and purposes a new book. I had the privilege of cooperating with him to a slight degree on that second edition, and was in consequence able to appreciate the tremendous amount of work he voluntarily took upon himself to do. I say voluntarily, because his publishers, anxious to supply the strong demand for the book, wished to reprint it as it stood. A little later I undertook to translate the second edition into English for Messrs. Bell and Sons. Only a few months had elapsed, the tournaments at Petrograd, Chester, and Mannheim had taken place, several new discoveries had been made, and it is the greatest testimony to Edward Lasker's indefatigable devotion to the art of chess that I am able to say that this is not a translation of the second edition, but of what is practically a new book. It contains a new preface, a chapter for beginners, a new introduction, new variations. Furthermore, a large number of new games have taken the place of old ones. I have no doubt that any chess player who will take the trouble to study chess strategy will spend many a pleasurable hour. Incidentally, new vistas will be open to him, and his playing strength increased to a surprising degree. The author says in his preface that he appeals to the intelligence, and not the memory of his readers. In my opinion, too, the student should above all try to improve his judgment of position. Than the playing over of games contested by experts I can hardly imagine a greater or purer form of enjoyment. Yet I must at the outset sound a note of warning against its being done superficially, and with a feverish expectation of something happening. Every move or combination of moves should be carefully weighed, and the student should draw his own conclusions and compare them with what actually happens in the game under examination. This applies particularly to some of the critical positions set out in diagrams in the course of the exposition of the several games. The reader would derive the greatest possible benefit from a prolonged study of such positions before seeking to know how the games proceed. After having formed his own opinion about the merits of a particular position, he should compare the result with the sequel in the game in question, and thus find out where his judgment has been at fault. The deeper study of the theory of the openings is of course a necessity to the student who wishes to become an expert, but the development of his judgment must precede it. To him Griffith and White's admirable book, Modern Chess Openings, will be a perfect mine of information. There are thousands of variations, and in most of them the actual game in which they were first tried by masters is named, thus adding to the interest and value of the work. I must not omit to mention the invaluable help afforded me by my friend Mr. John Hart, to whom my warmest thanks are due. Julius Dumont. Author's Preface. The large majority of chess players who would like to improve their game have not the necessary opportunity of pitting themselves against players of master strength, or at least of obtaining the desired instruction from personal intercourse with them. It is for such players that the present work is intended. The books on which the learner has to rely hardly ever serve his purpose, being mostly little more than a disjointed tabulation of numberless opening variations, which cannot be understood without preliminary studies, and consequently only make for confusion. In the end, the connection between the various lines of play may become clear, after the student has made an exhaustive study of the subject, but very few would have either the time or the inclination for such prolonged labor. Therefore, another shorter and less empirical way must be found in which to acquire the understanding of sound play. My system of teaching differs from the usual ones, in that it sets down at the outset definite elementary principles of chess strategy by which any move can be gauged at its true value, thus enabling the learner to form his own judgment as to the maneuvers under consideration. In my opinion, it is absolutely essential to follow such strategical principles, and I go so far as to assert that such principles are in themselves sufficient for the development and conduct of a correct game of chess. Even though instruction in chess is possible on very general lines alone, yet I think it advisable and indeed necessary to explain the application of such principles to the various phases of each game of chess. Otherwise, the learner might unduly delay his progress, and lose valuable time in finding out for himself certain essentials that could more profitably be pointed out to him. With regard to the way in which I have arranged my subject and the form of its exposition in detail, I have thought out the following plan. After discussing at length the leading principles underlying sound play, I have first treated of the openings, in which such principles are of even more deciding influence than in any other stage of the game, as far as could be done on broad lines without having to pay attention to middle and end game considerations. I proceeded as follows, by taking as my starting point the pawn skeleton, which is formed in the opening, and round which the pieces should group themselves in logical fashion. As a consequence of the pawns having so little mobility, this pawn skeleton often preserves its shape right into the endgame. Applying the general strategical principles to the formation of the pawn skeleton, the learner acquires the understanding of the leading idea underlying each opening without having to burden his memory. Not only that, he will also be able to find a correct plan of development when confronted with unusual forms of opening. The most important result of this system of teaching is that the learner does not lose his way in a maze of detail, but has in view at the very outset the goal which the many possible variations of the openings are intended to reach. Before I could proceed to the discussion of the middle game, I found it necessary to treat of the principles governing the end game. For in most cases, play in the middle game is influenced by endgame considerations. Here also it has been my endeavor as far as possible to reduce my subject to such principles as are generally applicable. Finally, as regards the middle game, to which the whole of Part 2 is devoted, I have again made the handling of pawns, the hardest of all problems of strategy, the starting point for my deliberations. I have shown at length how the various plans initiated by the various openings should be developed further. To ensure a thorough understanding of the middle game, I have given a large number of games taken from master play, with numerous and extensive notes. Thus the student has not to rely only on examples taken haphazard from their context, but he will at the same time see how middle game positions, which give opportunities for special forms of attack, are evolved from the opening. It has been my desire to make the subject easily understandable and at the same time entertaining, and to appeal less to the memory of my readers than to their common sense and intelligence. I hope in that way not to have strayed too far from the ideal I had in mind when writing this book, namely, to apply to chess the only method of teaching which has proved productive in all branches of science and art, that is, the education of individual thought. If I have succeeded in this, I shall have the satisfaction of having contributed a little to the furthering, in the wide circles in which it is played, of the game which undoubtedly makes the strongest appeal to the intellect. Edward Lasker. Part 1. Chapter 1. Introductory. Rules of the game. A game of chess is played by two opponents on a square board consisting of 64 white and black squares arranged alternately. The forces on each side comprise 16 units, namely a king, a queen, 2 rooks, 2 bishops, 2 knights, and 8 pawns. All units move according to different laws, and the difference in their mobility is the criterion of their relative value and of the fighting power they contribute towards achieving the ultimate aim, namely, the capture of the opposing king. Before I can explain what is meant by the capture of the king, I must set out the rules of the game in full. Diagram 1 shows the position the forces take up for the contest. The board is so placed that there is a white square at the top left-hand corner. The rooks take up their positions at the corner squares, and next to them the knights. Next to those again are the bishops, and in the center the king and queen, the white queen on a white square, and the black queen on a black square. The 8 pawns occupy the ranks immediately in front of the pieces. From this initial position, white begins the game in which the players must move alternately. The pieces move in the following way. The rook can move from any square it happens to be on, to any other square which it can reach in a straight line, either perpendicularly or horizontally, unless there is another piece of the same color in the way, in which case it can only move as far as the square immediately in front of that piece. If it is an opposing piece which blocks the way, he can move on to the square that piece occupies, thereby capturing it. The piece thus captured is removed from the board. The bishop can operate along either of the diagonals of which the square on which he is standing forms part. A bishop on a white square can therefore never get onto a black one. The queen commands both the straight and the oblique lines which start from the square she stands on, and therefore unites the power of both rook and bishop in her movements. The king has similar powers to the queen, but curtailed, inasmuch as he can only move one step at a time. He therefore only controls one neighboring square in any direction. The knight plays and captures alternately on white and black squares, and only reaches such squares as are nearest to him without being immediately adjacent. His move is as it were composed of two steps, one square in a straight line, and one in an oblique direction. Diagram 2 will illustrate this. The pawns only move straight forward, one square at a time, except at their first move, when they have the option of moving two squares. In contrast to the pieces, the pawns do not capture in the way they move. They move straight forward, but they capture diagonally to the right and left, again only one square, and only forward. Therefore a pawn can only capture such pieces or pawns as occupy squares of the same color as the square on which it stands. If, in moving two squares, a pawn traverses a square on which it could have been captured by a hostile pawn, that pawn has the right to capture it, as if it had moved only one square. This is called capturing in passant. However, this capture can only be effected on the very next move, otherwise the privilege of capturing en passant is lost. If a player succeeds in reaching the 8th rank with one of his pawns, he is entitled to call for any piece of higher grade, with the exception of the king, in place of such pawn. Each move in a game of chess consists of the displacement of one piece only, with the exception of what is termed castling, in which the king and either rook can be moved simultaneously by either player once in a game. In castling, the king moves sideways to the next square but one, and the rook to which the king is moved is placed on the square which the king has skipped over. Castling is only allowed if either the king nor the rook concerned have moved before, and if there is no piece between the rook and king. Diagram 3 shows a position in which white has castled on the queen's side, and black on the king's side. Castling is not permitted if the king in castling must pass over a square attacked by a hostile piece. A square, or a piece, is said to be attacked when the square, or the piece, is in the line of action of a hostile unit. A square, or a piece, is said to be covered or protected if an opposing piece occupying that square, or capturing the piece, could itself be captured. When attacking the king, it is customary to call check to notify the opponent of the fact, for the attack on the king must be met in some way or other. This can be done by capturing the attacker or by interposing a piece. This is not possible in case of attack by a knight or a pawn, or lastly by moving the king to a square which is not attacked. The latter must not be done by castling. If it is impossible by any of the three methods above mentioned to avoid the attack upon the king is said to be checkmated, and the game is ended. If a king is unable to move, though not attacked, and none of his remaining pieces can move, the king is said to be stalemated, and the game is drawn. A game is also drawn when either side has sufficient material left to enforce a mate. Compare page 63. If a player resigns his game before he is actually mated, he acknowledges that in the end mate is unavoidable, and the game is counted as a loss to him. A game is null and void if it is shown that a mistake was made in setting the board or men. The same applies when in the course of the game the position and number of pieces have been altered in a manner not in accordance with the proper course of play, and the latter cannot be reconstructed from the point where the error was made. If a player having the move touches one of his pieces, he is under compulsion to move it. If he touches a hostile piece, he must capture it, provided that the piece can be properly moved or captured in either case. This rule is of no effect if the piece so touched cannot be moved or captured, as the case may be. So long as the hand has not left the piece to be moved, the latter can be placed on any accessible square. If a player touches a piece with the sole object of adjusting its position, he must apprise his opponent of his intention by saying "Jayadub" beforehand. It is best to move the king first when castling. If the rook is moved first, and unless the king is played almost simultaneously, a doubt might arise whether castling or a rook's move only was intended. If a player has castled illegally, rook and king must be moved back, and the king must make another move, if there is a legal one. If not, any other move can be played. A player who makes an illegal move with a piece must retract that move, and make another one if possible with the same piece. If the mistake is only noticed later on, the game should be restarted from the position in which the error occurred. 2. Notation. A special notation has been adopted to make the study of games and positions possible, and it is necessary for students of the game to become thoroughly conversant with it. The original and earliest notation is still in use in English, French, and Spanish-speaking countries. It is derived from the original position in the game, in that the squares take the names of the pieces which occupy them. Thus the corner squares are called R1, rook's square or rook's first, and to distinguish them from one another QR1 or 1 krona, queen's or king's rook's square. The squares immediately in front are called QR2 or 2 krona. A distinction is made between white and black, and white's R1 is black's R8, black's R2 is white's R7, white's KB3 is black's KB6, and so on. K stands for king, Q for queen, B for bishop, KT for knight, R for rook, and P for pawn. In describing a capture, only the capturing and the captured pieces are mentioned, and not the squares. When confusion is possible, it is customary to add whether king's side or queen's side pieces are concerned, e.g. KR times QKT. In this notation it is necessary to bear in mind which KT is the QKT, which R is the KR. This becomes increasingly difficult as the game goes on and pieces change their places. Many sets of chessmen have one rook and one knight stamped with a special sign, to show they are king's side pieces. This is not necessary in the case of bishops. A white KB is always on white squares, a white QB on black squares. A more modern notation is the algebraic notation, which has been adopted in most countries. It has the advantage of being unmistakably clear, and also more concise. Here the perpendicular lines of squares, called files, are named with the letters AH, from left to right, always from the point of view of white, and the horizontal lines of squares, called ranks, with numbers 1 to 8 as before, only with the distinction that the rank on which the white pieces stand is always called the first. Thus the square we named white's QB2 or black's QB7 is now called C2 in both cases. Black's QB2, white's QB7, is always C7. In capturing, the square on which the capture takes place, and not the piece captured, is noted, for the sake of uniformity. In the case of pawn moves, the squares only are noted. O stands for castles on the king's side, O stands for castles on the queen's side, or times stands for captures, plus for check. In the following opening moves, both notations are used for the purpose of comparison. 1. PQ4. PQ4. 1. D4. D5. 2. PQB4. PK3. 2. C4. E6. 3. KT, QB3. PQB4. 3. KDC3. C5. 4. P times QP. KP times P. 4. CD. Ed. 5. PK4. QP times P. 5. E4. D. 6. PQ5. KT, KB3. 6. D5. KTF6. 7. B. KKT5. BK2. 7. BG5. B7. 8. KKT, K2. Castles. 8. Cage2. OO. In most books in which the algebraic notation is used, both squares of a move are written out for the benefit of the student. The moves above would then look like this: 1. D2, D4. D7, D5. 2. C2, C4. E7, E6. 3. KTB1, C3. C7, C5. 4. C4 times D5. E6 times D5. 5. E2, E4. D5 times E4. 6. D4, D5. KTG8, F6. 7. BC1, G5. BF8, E7. 8. KTG1, E2. OO. To conclude, I will give the denomination of the pieces in various languages. English. K. Q. R. B. KT. P. Castles. French. R. D. T. F. C. P. ROQ. Spanish. R. D. T. A. C. P. In Rag. German and Austrian. K. D. T. L. S. O. Italian. R. D. T. A. C. O. Russian. KP. F. L. C. K. O. Dutch. K. D. T. L. P. O. Scandinavian. K. D. T. L. S. O. Bohemian. K. D. V. S. J. O. Hungarian. K. V. B. F. H. O. Chapter 2 Hints for Beginners. Elementary Combinations. The mental development of the chess player is a gradual struggle from a state of chaos to a clear conception of the game. The period required for such development largely depends upon the special gifts the learner may possess, but in the main the question of methods predominates. Most beginners do not trouble very much about any particular plan in their study of chess, but as soon as they have learned the moves, rush into the turmoil of practical play. It is self-evident that their prospects under such conditions cannot be very bright. The play of a beginner is planless, because he has too many plans, and the capacity for subordinating all his combinations to one leading idea is non-existent. Yet it cannot be denied upon investigation that a certain kind of method is to be found in the play of all beginners, and seems to come to them quite naturally. At first the pawns are pushed forward frantically, because there is no appreciation of the power and value of the pieces. Conscious of the inferiority of the pawns, the beginner does not conclude that it must be advantageous to employ the greater power of the pieces, but is chiefly concerned with attacking the opposing pieces with his pawns in the hope of capturing them. His aim is not to develop his own forces, but to weaken those of his opponent. His combinations are made in the hope that his adversary may not see through them, nor does he trouble much about his opponent's intentions. When most of his pawns are gone, then only do his pieces get their chance. He has a great liking for the queen and the knight, the former because of her tremendous mobility, the latter on account of his peculiar step, which seems particularly adapted to take the enemy by surprise. When watching beginners you will frequently observe numberless moves by a peripatetic queen, reckless incursions by a knight into the enemy's camp, and when the other pieces join in the fray, combination follows combination in bewildering sequence and fantastic chaos. Captures of pieces are planned, mating nets are woven, perhaps with 2 pieces, against the king's position, where 5 pieces are available for defense. This unsteadiness in the first childish stages of development makes it very difficult for the beginner to get a general view of the board. Yet the surprises which each move brings afford him great enjoyment. A few dozen such games are by no means wasted. After certain particular dispositions of pieces have proved his undoing, the beginner will develop the perception of threats. He sees dangers 1 or 2 moves ahead, and thereby reaches the second stage in his development. His combinations will become more and more sound, he will learn to value his forces more correctly, and therefore to husband his pieces and even his pawns with greater care. In this second stage his strength will increase steadily, but, and this is the drawback, only as far as his power of combination is concerned. Unless a player be exceptionally gifted, he will only learn after years of practice, if at all, what may be termed positional play. For that, it is necessary to know how to open a game so as to lay the foundation for a favorable middle game, and how to treat a middle game, without losing sight of the possibilities of the endgame. It is hopeless to try to memorize the various openings which analysis have proved correct, for this empirical method fails as soon as the opponent swerves from the recognized lines of play. One must learn to recognize the characteristics of sound play. They apply to all and any position, and the underlying principles must be propounded in a manner generally applicable. And this brings me to the substance of my subject, round which I will endeavor to build up a system compatible with common sense and logic. Before I proceed to develop my theme, I shall set down a number of elementary rules which will facilitate the understanding of such simple combinations as occur at every step in chess. If we ignore the comparatively small proportion of games in which the mating of the opponent's king is accomplished on a full board, we can describe a normal, average game of chess in the following way. Both sides will employ their available forces more or less advantageously to execute attacking and defensive maneuvers which should gradually lead to exchanges. If one side or the other emerges from the conflict with some material gain, it will generally be possible to force a mate in the endgame, whilst if both sides have succeeded by careful play to preserve equality of material, a draw will generally ensue. It will be found a little later that a single pawn may suffice, with some few exceptions, to achieve a victory, and we shall adopt the following leading principle for all combinations, viz. Loss of material must be avoided, even if only a pawn. It is a good habit to look upon every pawn as a prospective queen. This has a sobering influence on premature and impetuous plans of attack. On the other hand, victory is often brought about by a timely sacrifice of material. But in such cases, the sacrificing of material has its compensation in some particular advantage of position. As principles of position are difficult for beginners to grasp, I propose to defer their consideration for the present and to devote my attention first to such combinations as involve questions of material. Let us master a simple device that makes most combinations easy both for attack and defense. It amounts merely to a matter of elementary arithmetic, and if the beginner neglects it, he will soon be at a material disadvantage. Diagram may fourth serve as an example. It is Black's move, and we will suppose he wishes to play pk4. A beginner will probably calculate thus: I push on my pawn, he takes with his pawn, my knight takes, so does his, then my bishop takes, and so on. This is quite wrong, and means waste of time and energy. When the beginner considers a third or fourth move in such a combination, he will already have forgotten which pieces he intended to play in the first moves. The calculation is perfectly simple upon the following lines: I play pk4, then my pawn is attacked by a pawn and two knights, a bishop and two rooks, 6 times in all. It is supported by a bishop, 2 knights, 2 rooks and a queen, 6 times in all. Therefore I can play pk4, provided the 6 units captured at k4 are not of greater value than the 6 white units which are recaptured. In the present instance both sides lose a pawn, 2 knights, 2 rooks, and a bishop, and there is no material loss. This established, he can embark on the advance of the KP without any fear. Therefore, in any combination which includes a number of exchanges on one square, all you have to do is to count the number of attacking and defending units, and to compare their relative values. The latter must never be forgotten. If Black were to play ktxb in the following position, because the pawn at k5 is attacked 3 times, and only supported twice, it would be an obvious miscalculation, for the value of the defending pieces is smaller. Chess would be an easy game if all combinations could be tested and probed exhaustively by the mathematical process just shown. But we shall find that the complications met with are extremely varied. To give the beginner an idea of this, I will mention a few of the more frequent examples. It will be seen that the calculation may be, and very frequently, is upset by one of the pieces involved being exchanged or sacrificed. An example of this is found in diagram 6, ktxb. Fails on account of rxb, this leaves the knight unprotected, and white wins 2 pieces for his rook. Neither can the bishop capture on k5 because of rxkt, leaving the bishop unprotected, after which bxkt does not retrieve the situation because the rook recaptures from b6. A second important case, in which our simple calculation is of no avail, occurs in a position where one of the defending pieces is forced away by a threat, the evasion of which is more important than the capture of the unit it defends. In diagram 7, for instance, Black may not play ktxb, because White, by playing pq6, would force the bishop to kt4 or b1, to prevent the pawn from queening, and the knight would be lost. A further example of the same type is given in diagram 8. Here a peculiar mating threat, which occurs not infrequently in practical play, keeps the black queen tied to her kb2 and unavailable for the protection of the b. White wins as follows: 1. ktxb ktx 2. rx kt qxr 3. ktb7ch kkt1 4. ktr6 double ch kr1 5 qkt8ch rxu 6. ktb7 mate. We will now go a step further and turn from acute combinations to such combinations as are, as it were, impending. Here, too, I urgently recommend beginners, advanced players do it as a matter of course, to proceed by way of simple arithmetical calculations, but, instead of enumerating the attacking and defending pieces, to count the number of possibilities of attack and defense. Let us consider a few typical examples. In diagram 9, if black plays pq5, he must first have probed the position in the following way. The pawn at q5 is attacked once and supported once to start with, and can be attacked by 3 more white units in 3 more moves: 1, rq1 2, rb2 q2 3, bb2. Black can also mobilize 3 more units for the defense in the same number of moves: 1, ktb4 or k3 2, bkt2 3, rq1. There is, consequently, no immediate danger, nor is there anything to fear for some time to come, as white has no other piece which could attack the pawn for the 5th time. It would be obviously wrong to move the pawn to q6 after white's rq1, because white could bring another 2 pieces to bear on the p, the other rook and the knight, whilst black has only 1 more piece available for the defense, namely, his rook. The following examples show typical positions, in which simple calculation is complicated by side issues. In diagram 10, the point of attack, namely, the black knight at kb3, can be supported by as many black units as white can bring up for the attack, but the defensive efficiency of one of black's pieces is illusory, because it can be taken by a white piece. The plan would be as follows: white threatens black's knight for the 3rd time with ktk4, and black must reply qktq2, because covering with rk3 would cost the exchange, as will appear from a comparison of the value of the pieces concerned. The exchange is, however, lost for black on the next move, because white's further attack on the knight by qb3 forces the rook to defend on k3, where it gets into the diagonal of the bishop, which at present is masked by white's knight. The sequel would be 3. qktxkch, rxkt, not bxkt on account of bxr winning a whole rook for bxr, and so on. A similar case is shown in diagram 11. Here, too, there is a flaw in the simple calculation, because the defending units are not secure. Beginners should devote special attention to this position, which is in practice of frequent occurrence. It can be easily perceived that the bishop cannot capture the pawn at b7 on account of pqr3. But to take with the knight would also be an error, because black would then keep chasing away the covering bishop. 1. pkt4 2. bq6 kb3 3. ktk8 bb2, and wins one of the pieces. Finally, one more example, in which one of the defending pieces being pinned makes simple calculation impracticable. In diagram 12 it seems at first sight as if black could play ktxb, although white can pin the knight with rk1. And then attack it once more with his knight. Black would appear to have sufficient protection available, with his kt and b. White has no time to double rooks, because if he does so, after his rk2 black would play the king away from his file and allow the knight to escape. But white can, by a simple sacrifice, bring the slumbering r at r1 into sudden action. 1. ktxb, 2 rk1 bb4 3. ktb3 ktq3 4. rxkt ktxr 5. rk1, and white wins 2 pieces for his rook. These illustrations will be sufficient to give the beginner an understanding of economy of calculation in all kinds of combinations. His power of combining will grow speedily on this basis, and thrive in the fire of practical experience. Where an opponent is missing, the gap must be filled by reference to such books as treat of the science of combination and give examples taken from actual play. Chapter 3: General Principles of Chess Strategy. In bringing the teachings of this book under the collective heading, Chess Strategy, it was not in any way my intention to draw anything like an exact parallel between the maneuvers on the chessboard and military operations in actual warfare. In trying to seek such analogies, there is great danger of being led astray, and little likelihood of gaining knowledge that might be of use in practical play. Plain common sense will give us all we need, without our being influenced by those tactical and strategical considerations that have been found useful in war. The following definition may not be out of place. Strategy sets down the whole of the problems which must be solved in war, in order to attain the ultimate result aimed at. Tactics solve such problems in various ways, and according to the conditions prevailing in the particular case. Sound strategy, when setting the task, must never lose sight of tactical practicability, and only a thorough knowledge of tactical resources makes correct strategy possible. Now we shall not under any circumstances, as unfortunately even great chess masters have done, seek in outward similarities justification for transferring to chess the teachings of the strategy and tactics of war. It sounds pretty enough to say, chess is a game of war, the various pieces represent the various kinds of forces, the pawns represent the infantry, the knights take the place of cavalry, the rooks do the work of heavy artillery, sweeping broad lines. The different ways in which the pieces move find a parallel in the topography of the theater of war, in that the various battlefields are more or less easy of access. But it is quite unjustifiable to assign to the knights the functions of scouts, and to say that rooks should stay in the background, as heavy artillery, and so on. Such pronouncements would not have the slightest practical value. What we take from the science of warfare is merely the definition. In each game, the strategy of chess should set us the tasks which must be accomplished, in order to mate the opponent's king, and tactics point the way in which it is possible to solve such problems. Correct chess strategy will only set such tasks as are tactically possible, and if we wish to expound the principles of chess strategy, we cannot exclude chess tactics from the field of our observations. If here and there the results of our deliberations bear some analogy to actual warfare, we may certainly give way to a kind of aesthetic satisfaction in that our own occupation has some parallel in real life, but we must never fashion our principles in accordance with such fortuitous circumstances. Having surveyed the problems we have to solve, we can now plunge into our subject. In the first chapter, when considering special cases and elementary combinations, we have already noticed the important part played in each skirmish by the balance between the attacking and defending units. Speaking quite generally, common sense will tell us that, in all operations on the chessboard, the main consideration for the defense will be to maintain that balance, and that there is only justification for an attack when it is possible to concentrate more forces on the strategic point than can be mustered by the defense. However, one very important point must not be neglected, though I did not touch upon it when discussing elementary combinations for fear of complicating matters for beginners. The balance between the contending forces is by no means established by their numerical equality. A paramount factor is the mobility of such forces, and as soon as it is no longer one of the elementary cases of capture and recapture described previously, this factor must be taken into account in order to decide, on a general survey, whether there is a sufficient defense to an impending attack, or whether one's own intended attack is likely to prevail. That mobility is the first and foremost consideration should be self-evident, since the relative value of the pieces can only make itself felt by their greater or lesser mobility. Except in certain positions, which are brought about by some particular array of the pieces, the intrinsic value of a rook is greater than that of a bishop, because it can command all the squares on the board, whilst a bishop is tied to its own color. Knight and bishop are considered equivalent, because the knight's advantage in being able to act on all the squares of either color is balanced by the fact that the bishop can sweep long diagonals. Two bishops are, generally speaking, of greater value than two knights, because together they also act on all the squares, and their command of long diagonals is a clear advantage. The whole of this valuation, however, comes to naught when the pieces are hindered in their mobility by the peculiarity of any particular position. We will consider one instance from endgame play, and one from the openings. In diagram 13, white derives no advantage from being the exchange to the good, for the rook has no file which could be used to break into the black camp. In diagram 14, the numerical equality of forces will not save black, because bad development reduces the mobility of his pieces to such an extent that he has no resources with which he can parry the impending attack. White will assail the black king's position on the queen's side, and black is unable to concentrate his forces quickly enough for the defense of the jeopardized entrenchments. Let us therefore bear in mind that the mobility of the pieces is the deciding factor of their efficiency, and that mobility is the highest criterion by which to judge the merits, or demerits, of their operations. We will now consider this principle and its application to the three stages of play, namely, the opening, the middle game, and the ending. Chapter 4: The Opening. The only pieces available on the first move are the knights. In order to develop other pieces as well, it is necessary to move pawns first, and such pawn moves will be best as give an outlet to as many pieces as possible. For quick development is of the utmost importance, and he who succeeds first in placing all his pieces, from their initial awkward positions, to such places as give them command of the greatest possible number of squares, has the better chance of concentrating a superior force on some important point. It follows that white, having the first move, is, so to speak, always morally justified in attacking, whilst black should assume the defensive. It is a step in the right direction to appreciate the truth of this proposition. Unfortunately, most beginners fail to realize it, and so pave the way, from the first, to the loss of the game. There are not many developing pawn moves to choose from. Apparently, from the point of view of quick development, only pk4 and pq4 need be considered, since they free both bishop and queen, whilst other pawn moves liberate one piece only. Generally speaking, it is only required to move 2 or 3 pawns to allow all pieces to be developed, and it is good, on principle, to make only such pawn moves in the opening, which are necessary for the development of pieces. To play other pawns really means the loss of a move. 2. Lose a move means to make a move which is not essential to the attainment of a desired position. Thus, the loss of a move results also from playing a piece to a given square in more moves than necessary. I shall now give a few games showing the far-reaching consequences of losing moves. The first one is a typical though glaring example, which is very instructive and came to my notice some time ago. 1. pk4. pk4. 2. pq4. p times p. 3. q times p. kt, qb3. 4. qk3. kt b3. 5. p3 krona? I will not discuss the system of development adopted by white in his first 4 moves. The last move, however, can at once be recognized as faulty. It is the loss of a move such as occurs in the vast majority of games played by beginners. It was unnecessary to prevent kt-kt5, since the knight could not hold that square permanently. In any case, bk2 would have had the same effect, and developed a piece at the same time. 5. bk2. 6. pqr3? This, of course, is very bad. The consequences of this loss of a second move are swift and deadly. 6. Castles. 7. bb4. At last a developing move. 7. rk1. 8. qqkt3. Another queen's move. The attack on the bishop's pawn may be very tempting, but must necessarily be incorrect. And why? Because white is much behind with his development. It is useless to analyze any kind of attack in face of this fact. The beginner finds it hard to get used to this way of thinking. He prefers to try to unravel a long string of variations and combinations, in which he will mostly lose his bearings. Even stronger players obstruct their own powers by refusing to see the value of judging a position on general merits. They lose valuable time in thinking out endless variations, to maintain positions which could be proved valueless by general and logical deductions. Then, as in the present position, retribution comes swiftly. 8. pq4. White should have considered this move. It was obvious, since the opening of the k-file for the rook is most dangerous, for the white king. 9. bxb. ktxb. Black could have played qxb at once. 10. qxkt. QXQ. 11. PXQ. BKT5 CCH. 12. KQ1. RK8 mate. A further example in which the loss of moves occurs, though not so glaringly, is the following famous game, which Morphy played against the Duke Karl of Brunswick and Count Isouard in the Royal Box at the Paris Opera House. 1. PK4. PK4. 2. KTKB3. PQ3. According to the principle set out above, KTQB3 would have been better, since the text move shuts out the king's bishop. 3. PQ4. Now the king's pawn is attacked twice. It would be bad to support it with KTQB3, as white would exchange pawns and then queens. Black would thus forfeit his chance of castling and lose much time in bringing the king into safety, and the rooks into play. PKB3, of course, is impossible, as it is not a developing move, and moreover blocks the natural development of the king's knight. Protecting the pawn with the queen would also block other pieces, and QKTQ2 cannot be good, as it blocks the queen's bishop. Since it seems impossible to protect the king's pawn, the only alternative would be to exchange it. Indeed, it is on the whole the best course, although it allows a white piece to take up a dominating position in the center. Wishing to avoid this, black plays 3. BKT5. And by pinning the opponent's knight, indirectly protects the king's pawn. This maneuver is, however, ill-advised, as black is forced to exchange the bishop for the knight. The bishop will have moved twice, the knight only once, therefore white will have gained a move for his development. 4. PXB. BXKT. Should black play PXB at once, white would exchange queens, release the pin, and win the pawn. 5. QXB. PXB. 6. BQB4. White has now two pieces more in play than black, instead of only one, and the mobility of the white queen, which black himself has brought out, begins to have a threatening effect on black's game. 6. KTKB3. 7. QQKT3. QK2. Black cannot cover his king's bishop's pawn with QQ2 because 8. QXB wins the rook, whilst now black could play 8. QKT5CH in reply, forcing the exchange of queens. The text move, which is forced, blocks the bishop, and at the same time prevents the development of the king's rook, all of which is the direct consequence of the loss of one move. 8. KTB3. White rightly disdains the gain of the knight's pawn, but prevents the exchange of queens in developing a piece. He proves the superiority of his position much more convincingly in that way. Black must now lose yet another move to protect his knight's pawn. 8. PB3. 9. BKKT5. PKT4. Black must try to develop his queen's knight at last. He cannot play QKTQ2 at once, since his knight's pawn would again be unprotected. Therefore he plays the move in the text, probably thinking that now white also must lose a move to withdraw his bishop. But in view of the fact that black's game is wholly undeveloped, and that he plays practically several pieces down, white sacrifices his knight for 2 pawns. He foresees the position which occurs a few moves later, when black is hemmed in on all sides. 10. KTXB. PXKT. 11. BXKT PCH. KKTQ2. 12. Castles QR. RQ1. This is the only piece available to cover Q2, for the king's knight is pinned. White has another piece in reserve, his king's rook, and against this black is defenseless. 13. RXKT. Compare diagram 12. 13. RXR14. RQ1QK3. This releases the king's knight. Now white could win by playing BXKT and BXRCH, but he prefers to end up with a magnificent sacrifice. 15. BXRCH KTXB16. QKT8CH. KTXQ17. RQ8 mate. The final position shows in a striking manner how a few well-developed pieces can be worth more than many undeveloped ones, and the whole game is an example of the fatal consequences which can follow the loss of a move, since it often leads to the compulsory loss of further moves in the course of the game. The logical sequence of the moves in this game, as pointed out in the commentaries to it, is borne out by the curious coincidence that I once had the opportunity of playing a game in exactly the same sequence of moves, against a player to whom Morphy's brilliancy was unknown. The leading principle of all opening moves is made clear by the foregoing pages, namely, rapid development of pieces, and consequently the avoidance of the loss of a move in any shape or form. Before treating of the various systems of openings, I will say a few words on the principles of pawn play. Each opening is characterized by a well-defined pawn formation, and concurrently a certain method in the development of the pieces. Naturally, the formation of a pawn skeleton is not an independent factor, but must be evolved with a view to facilitating the favorable development of pieces. But when considering the form of a pawn position and that of the pieces, we cannot shut our eyes to the fact that pawn formation must necessarily be the dominant consideration in our mind. Pawn formation is of a more permanent character than that of the pieces, in consequence of the latter's greater mobility. When we have made a rash move with a piece, to which our attacking disposition may have tempted us, we may still have a chance of retrieving the position by timely retreat. Once a pawn has moved, it cannot turn back, and only after the greatest deliberation should we embark on changes in our pawn formation in order not to disturb the balance of this static element of the game. But we shall see that the pawn skeleton which was formed in the opening often weathers the storm and stress of the middle game, and frequently preserves its character right up to the end game. I will therefore make pawn formation my starting point in an attempt to show the way through the maze of the openings on the basis of general strategical principles. If our pawn skeleton is to promote the freedom of all the pieces, we must not build it up with the narrow view of developing minor pieces only, but must consider from the very first in which way it will enable the rooks to get into action. We can unite these tendencies in making the center of the board the main field of action for all our forces. This means for both sides K4 and Q4, and also in a lesser degree QB4 and KB4. We shall get a clear insight into the positional advantage of having command of the center later on, when discussing the middle game. At present I will only touch the subject in a general way, explaining it in an elementary form, which will be sufficient to develop an understanding for pawn strategy in the opening. In the course of further deductions, after the grasp of this difficult stage of the game has become stronger, I will go into details which will allow the subject to be stated in a more precise form. Placing the pieces in the center is of value, because there they have more mobility than near the edge, which, of course, limits their range of action, and also because from the center a concentration of forces on a given point can generally be effected in the quickest way. In most cases, two center squares become inaccessible at once, through the opponent placing one of his pawns in the center. Therefore it would seem a good plan to lure that pawn away, and this is rendered feasible by playing PK4 or PQB4 when the opponent has a pawn on his Q4, and PQ4 or PKB4 when he has a pawn on K4. In the following we will consider such maneuvers as could apply either to white or black, from the point of view of white, to whom the initiative is, as pointed out above, a sort of birthright. Naturally, should white lose a move, as, for instance, 1. PK4, PK4, 2. KDKB3, KTQB3, 3. PQR3? The position is reversed, and black is bound to obtain the initiative which is white's birthright. The pawn moves mentioned above also have the tendency of giving the rooks an opportunity for action. A rook standing behind an advanced pawn may support its further advance, or, if the pawn should be exchanged, might get an open file. The damage we wish to inflict on our opponent we must, of course, try to avoid ourselves. Thus we will not easily give up a center pawn unless we can obtain some other advantage in doing so. This advantage may be that in exchanging the center pawn we open up lines of attack for our pieces, or that we are able to place one of our pieces in a commanding position in the center of the board. The following example may serve as an illustration. Supposing white plays after 1. PQ4 PQ4 2. PQB4. His aim is to tempt black's center pawn away and to make his QB4 and K4 accessible for his own forces. Black might be justified in taking the pawn, if he really could hold the pawn thus gained. We shall show later on that this is not so, and that white can win it back easily and advantageously. Therefore black is more likely to play 2. pk3. Not 2. ktkb3, 4 after 3. pxb ktxb, 4. pk4 would open white's game and drive the knight away at once, gaining a move. Supposing, however, black plays 2. bb4, should white now think mechanically, I will take his center pawn and consequently have the better game. His deduction would be wrong. For after exchanging his bishop for the knight, which otherwise would drive his queen away, black brings the latter into a dominating square in the center. 3. pxb bxkt4. rxbqxb. Black's queen cannot easily be driven away from her commanding position, particularly as white must lose a move to save his qrp. Meanwhile, black gains time for concentrating his forces for an attack which wins the queen's pawn. 5. pqkt3 ktqb3 6. pk3 castles qr7. ktb3 pk4. And wins the qp or. 5. pqr3 ktqb3 6. pk3 castles qr. And pk4 is again a threat hard for white to meet. This position shows that to bring one's opponent's center pawn away and to keep one's own does not under all circumstances mean the command of the center, but that the opening up of files and diagonals for one's pieces towards the center is an important moment in the fight for positional advantage. Considerations of this kind will help to improve our judgment in many of the various openings treated in the following pages. We will class the openings in this way: A. White 1. pk4. A. Black 1. pk4 B. Black 1. Any other move. B. White 1. pq4. A. Black 1. pq4 B. Black 1. Any other move. C. White 1. Any other move. We shall find that openings classed under C generally lead to positions treated under A and B. A. We have already come to the conclusion that after 1. pk4 white does well to try to force the exchange of black's center pawn on q4 or kb4, and that black will try to counteract this, unless by allowing the exchange he gets a chance of exerting pressure in the center by means of his pieces. We will first see what happens when white undertakes the advance in question on his second move. Superficially, the difference between 2. pq4 and 2. pkb4 is that in the first case the pawn thus advanced is covered, while in the second it is not. An opening in which a pawn sacrifice is offered is called a gambit. 2. pkb4 is therefore a gambit. 2. pq4 is only a gambit if after 2. pxb white does not recapture the pawn. Nevertheless, this opening has been called the center gambit, and though the denomination is not correct, we will adhere to it, as it is in general use. A very considerable difference between the center gambit and the king's gambit lies in the fact that in the former acceptance is compulsory, whilst in the second it may be declined. 4. 2. pq4 threatens to take the king's pawn. To defend it by means of 2. pq3 is unwise, since white exchanges pawns and then queens, by which black loses his chance of castling and impedes the development of his rooks. 2. ktqb3 is also bad, since after 3. pxb, ktxb, 4 pkb4, white drives the knight away, gaining a strong hold on the center, and black has no compensation for giving up his center pawn. It may be mentioned here that after 2. ktqb3 3. pq5 would be a useless move, as to begin with it would be inconsequent, since pq4 was played in order to clear the center, and moreover it would block up a diagonal which could be most useful to the king's bishop. We conclude now that black cannot hold his pawn at k4. He must relinquish the center by 2. pxb. He will now either attempt to bring away white's king's pawn by advancing his own qp to q4, or try to utilize the king's file, which was opened by his second move, and operate against white's kp. The rooks are indicated for this task. We shall refer to the execution of these plans later on. In the king's gambit, white's attempt to bring away black's king's pawn may be safely ignored. The move 2. pkb4 does not threaten to take the king's pawn, as black would win white's kp by qr5ch. Black can therefore develop in security with 2. bb4, and if then white prevents the q check by ktkb3, there is no objection to black protecting his king's pawn with pq3, as the king's bishop is already developed. After 4. bb4, black has still no need to protect his kp with kt-qb3, but can play kt-kb3 first, because after 5. pxb 6. ktxb would be answered by 6. qq5 winning a piece. Black keeps the upper hand in these early encounters because he has made a developing move with a piece, whilst white has played a pawn move which is useless for the purpose of development. Diagram 18 shows the position which results from the following plausible moves. 2. pkb4 bb4 3. ktkb3 pq3 4. bb4 ktkb3 5. pq3 ktb3 6. ktb3 bkkt5. If white wishes to castle on the k side, which must have been his intention when playing 2. pkb4, he will have to play ktqr4 and ktxb. Though this is of no disadvantage to black, he could avoid the exchange of his kb by playing 2. pqr3 instead of bkkt5. If then white plays pb5 in order to hinder the development of black's qb and to bring out his own, the pressure on black's kp is relieved permanently, and sooner or later black will break through on the q file, as his qp is no longer needed at q3 for the support of the center pawn. A different pawn formation is the result if white enforces the exchange of black's center pawn at once. This he can do by playing pq4 e.g. 2. pkb4 bb4 or 4. pb3 ktkb3 3. ktkb3 pq3 5. pq4 pxqp4. pq4 pxqp6. pxb bkt3 5. ktxb. Here black can get an early advantage by attacking white's kp, taking possession of the k file after castling on the k side. All things considered, the student should in my opinion decline the gambit, as in doing so he can get an easy and satisfactory development. The treatment of the king's gambit accepted, which aims at holding the gambit pawn, is most difficult and leads early in the game to such complications as none but an expert can hope to master. Footnote: as an example of the difficult play which ensues when black defends the pawn in the king's gambit, I give the latest variation of an attack introduced by Professor I. L. Rice, and called the Rice Gambit. 1. pk4, pk4, 2. pkb4, pxb, 3. ktkb3, pkkt4, 4. pkr4, pkt5, 5. ktk5, ktkb3, 6. bb4, pq4, 7. pxb, bq3, 8. Castles. bxkt, 9. rk1, qk2, 10. pb3, ktr4, 11. pq4, ktq2, 12. pxb, ktxb, 13. pqkt3 castles, 14. br3, ktb6ch, 15. pxkt, qxb, 16. rk5. bb4, 17. ktq2. qkt6ch, 18. kb1, qr7, 19. bxr, pkt6, 20. bb5, pkt7ch, 21. kk1, qr5ch, 22. kk2, ktkt6ch, 23. kb2, ktk5ch, 24. kxb, br6ch, 25. kr1, 26. ktxkd. rkkt1, 27. rkt5, with interesting possibilities. Numberless interesting variations are possible, but their discussion does not lie within the scope of this work. They will be found in books treating of the analysis of the openings. It is therefore unwise for the beginner to accept the gambit, unless there be a chance of compensation for the disappearance of his center pawn, by forcing the exchange of white's center pawn as well. The following line of play would fulfill this condition. 1. pk4, pk4, 2. pkb4, pxb, 3. ktkb3, ktkb3, 4. ktb3, pq4. Black thereby abandons the gambit pawn. On principle, and when he has the choice, the beginner should give preference to simple and clear development in the opening, rather than to the gain of a pawn, when this involves difficult and intricate play. This principle must also guide us in other openings. A good example is to be found in the so-called Danish gambit. Footnote: the names of the various openings, which I mention for the sake of completeness, are generally derived from towns or countries in which they were first extensively played and analyzed, which will lead us back to those openings in which white plays pq4 on his second move. After 2. pq4 pxb, white has the option of sacrificing 2 pawns to obtain a very rapid development 3. pqb3 pxb, 4. bqb4 pxb, 5. qbxb. It may now be just possible for black to avoid the many threats which white can bring to bear with his beautifully placed forces, perhaps by giving back one or both of the pawns gained. But this question can only be of interest to us if there is no opportunity of adopting a simple line of development at the outset. As it is, this opportunity is not wanting. All that black needs to do is to push on his queen's pawn as soon as possible, thus freeing his own queen's bishop. 2. pq4 pxb3. pqb3 pq4. After 4. kpxb, qxb, black's position is at least as easy of development as white's. In the position set out in diagram 19, white cannot play pk5, because black wins a pawn by pxb without hindering his own development in the least. The equalizing power of black's pq4 in all kp openings where white has played pq4 can be noticed in many variations. I shall now give a few typical examples, which will show the line of play that can be adopted in many similar cases, and which can often be evolved one from the other by altering the order of the moves. I. Center gambit. 2. pq4 pxb3. qxb kt qb3 4. qk3 kt b3 5. kt qb3 bk2 6. bq2 pq4. 2. King's bishops opening. 2. pq4 pxb3. bqb4 kt kb3 4. pk5 pq4. 3. Scotch gambit. 2. kt kb3 kt qb3 3. pq4 pxb4. bb4 kt b3 4. pb3 pq4. 5. pk5 pq4. 4. Scotch game. 2. kt kb3 kt qb3 3. pq4 pxb4. ktxb ktb3 5. kt qb3 bkt5 6. ktx kt ktpx kt7. bq3 pq4. In no case should black forfeit his chance of playing pq4. It is tempting after 2. pq4 pxb 3. kt kb3 to cover the pawn at q5 by pqb4, but in that case white would sacrifice a pawn by pqb3, by this means opening the queen's file for himself, and so preventing black from ever playing pq4. Thus, for the loss of a pawn, white has a paramount advantage in position. 4 after 4. pxb 5. ktxb diagram 20. White has developed both knights, and his bishops are free, whilst black has none of his pieces out. pq3 must also be played in order to mobilize the queen's bishop, leaving k2 as the only square for the king's bishop. Finally, the backward pawn. Footnote: a pawn is said to be backward when it cannot move into cover by another pawn. At q3 is open to constant attacks and is difficult to defend. The best plan for black is to decline the doubtful gift of the pawn and to bring about one of the positions, as sketched above, in which, by playing pq4 early in the game, black is sure of the free development of all his forces. Black is able to play pq4 early in all such openings, where white does not force the defensive move pq3 by attacking black's king's pawn. For instance, in the king's gambit, since the move 2. pkb4 does not threaten pxb, black can reply at once by 2. pq4, Falk-Beer counter gambit. After 3. pxqp, pk5, to permit of ktkb3, which at present is not feasible on account of 4. pxb, 4. pq3 pxb, 5. qxb, white is a pawn ahead, but his queen obstructs his kb. Therefore black has better developing chances and should be able to win the pawn back at the very least. A second example is the Vienna game, which proceeds as follows. 2. ktqb3 ktkb3 3. pb4 pq4 diagram 21. If white plays 4. pxqp, black can play pk5, as in the Falk-Beer gambit mentioned just now. In answer to 4. Pxkp, on the other hand, black can play ktxp without having the slightest difficulty with his development. For instance, 5. KTKB3 BK2 6. PQ4 PKB3 7. BQ3 KTX KT8. PXKT castles 9. Castles KTB3 or BKKT5. And black also will soon have an open file for his rook, with no disadvantage in position. There is, however, one opening in which black has the utmost difficulty in preventing white from getting a positional advantage in the center. It is called the Ruy Lopez, and is held by many to be the strongest opening for white. The initial moves are 1. PK4, PK4, 2. KTKB3, KTQB3, 3. BKT5. With this move, white at once attacks the black KP, though indirectly, by threatening to exchange the B for the KT to make the capture effective. However, white must first protect his own king's pawn, which would otherwise be lost after 4. BXKT QPXB, 5. KTXB QQ5. At first, therefore, black need not provide against the threatened exchange. I shall treat at some length the various defenses from which black can choose, and in studying this most important king's side opening, we shall have occasion to note many points of general interest for operations in the center. Broadly speaking, two entirely different systems of defense can be distinguished. Either black will try to maintain his center pawn, or else, giving up the center, try to gain some other advantage as compensation. Black can only maintain his center pawn if he can prevent his QKT from being exchanged. As is readily seen, white can attack black's KP a second time with PQ4, whilst after black's PQ3 any other defensive move would hinder development. These considerations lead to the first main line of defense in which black plays 3. PQR3. After 4. BR4, black has the option of releasing the pin by playing PQKT4 at some opportune moment. If white elects to exchange his bishop for the KT forthwith, he can remove the black center pawn after 4. QPXB by playing 5. PQ4, but the exchange of the B for the KT gives black a free development, and in consequence a good game. Compare note to move 4 in game number 12. Diagram 22 reproduces a typical position in this defense. The more usual continuation for white is 4. BR4 KTB3. 5. Castles. He does not trouble to protect his KP as its capture would allow his rook an open file on which to act against the opposing king. Compare games numbers 14 and 17. 5. BK2. Now black can capture the KP without much risk, as the bishop is on the king's file. 6. RK1, white covers his pawn, and thereby threatens to win a pawn by BXKT. Therefore black must not delay playing 6. PQKT4. After 7. BKT3, PQ3, diagram 22, white cannot yet execute the maneuver which underlies the whole tendency of the Ruy Lopez, namely PQ4, maintaining the pressure in the center, because after KTXQP 9. KTXKT, PXKT, 10. QXP? White loses a piece through 10. PB4, etc. It is therefore necessary to play PQB3 first. White could also obtain a rapid development by KTB3, PQ3, BK3 or KT5, but this arrangement is not popular, because black can play KTQR4 and exchange the valuable KB. The pawn at QB3 supports an advance in the center, and also provides a retreat for the KB. The QKT can be developed in this way, KTQ2 B1 KT3 or K3. Black, however, must try to round off his pawn position on the queen's side, by moving his QBP into line. Black's pawns at K4 and QB4 then exert a pressure on white's Q4. And this pressure threatens to be reinforced by BKT5. From these considerations the following development seems to be natural. 8. PB3, KTQR4, 9. BB2, PB4, 10. PQ4, QB2, to support the KP. It leads to the position in diagram 23. 11. PKR3. One of the few instances in which this pawn move is justified. It deprives black's QB of its only good square, and saves the KKT, the cooperation of which is urgently needed in the center. This system of opening will receive more exhaustive treatment under the heading of Middle Game. Compare game number 12. In the second main line of defense, of which I shall treat now, Black renounces the maintenance of his KP, and makes an attempt to find compensation by attacking White's king's pawn. The king's file, opened by the disappearance of the black pawn, offers opportunities for that purpose. After the first few moves we arrive at the following position, which may be reached thus: 3, bkt5, pq3, 4, pq4, bq2, 5, ktb3, ktb3, 6, castles, bk2, 7, rk1, pxb, 8, ktxb castles. The exchange on the seventh move is compulsory, because the loss of a pawn after bxkt is in effect threatened, now that the white kp is supported by the rook. Black's intention of exerting pressure on the kp is now difficult of execution, because his pieces are very cramped and hinder one another in a restricted area. The kb in particular cannot be brought into action without great difficulty, for instance by rk1, bkb1, pkkt3, and bkt2. It is therefore advisable for White to develop his qb at kt2 instead of at kt5, in order not to give Black a chance of exchanging his troublesome bishop. In a game Bernstein-Emanuel Lasker, Moscow, 1914, there happened 9, bxkt, pxb, 10, bkt5, pkr3, 11, br4, ktr2, 12, bxb, qxb with a good game for Black. The defense has a totally different trend if Black gives up his own kp, but captures the white kp at once. I have already pointed out that White would not mind his kp being taken, in view of the attack on the open king's file. Let us now consider in which way this attack can be planned. There are two essentially different lines, according to whether Black interpolates pqr3 or not. After 3, bkt5, ktb3, 4, castles, ktxb, 5, rk1, Black gets out of it comfortably by playing ktq3, bk2 and castles, and White cannot permanently prevent Black's game from being freed by the advance of the qp. pq4 for White on the fifth move is therefore stronger. Black cannot very well exchange the pawns, leaving the king's file quite exposed, and must submit to White playing pxb, maintaining the pawn at k5 and preventing Black's pq4 for some time to come. The opening might continue in this way: 5, pq4, bk2, 6, qk2, ktq3, 7, bxkt, kate pxb, to make room for the kt, 8, pxb, kt2, diagram 25. The whole of the maneuver is now centered around Black's endeavors to force his pq4, and White's attempt to prevent it. Black ultimately gains his point, as will be seen, but at the expense of such disadvantages in the pawn position that it is questionable whether the whole variation, called the Rio de Janeiro defense, is playable. 9, ktb3 castles, 10, rk1, ktb4, the knight is to be posted at k3 to bring the white kkt away from his q4, whence he prevents the advance of Black's qp by attacking qb6, 11, ktq4, ktk3, 12, bk3, ktxkt, 13, bxkt, pb4, 14, bk3, pq4, 15, pxb, bxb. This is the critical position in the Rio de Janeiro defense. Black has succeeded in eliminating the white center pawn, and sweeps long diagonals with his bishops, but the advantage cannot be maintained. White exchanges the bishop at q6, and there remains a backward pawn, which Black will hardly be able to hold permanently. In practice it has been shown that the endgame should be won by White in spite of bishops of opposite colors, as Black's pawn at his qb4 is difficult to defend. 16. ktk4, bkt2, 17. ktxb, not bxb because of bxb, 18. ktxb, bxb followed by qkt4ch, pxkt, 18. qrq1 and pqb4. The game is much more favorable for Black if he first plays 3, pqr3, and retains the option of driving the white kb away by pqkt4, after which pq4 can be enforced very soon. 3, bkt5, pqr3, 4. Br4 KTB3, 5. Castles KTXB, 6. PQ4, PQKT4, 7. BKT3, PQ4, 8. PXB BK3, 9. PB3. Now black's pieces are more mobile, and that is the reason why this system of defense is becoming more popular than any other. On the other hand, it cannot be denied that black's pawn formation on the Q side is weak, and that his center is less secure. Whilst white has a pawn firmly posted in the center, black has a knight there which will soon be driven away. White's Q4, the basis of his center, is entirely in his hands, whilst black's Q4 is exposed to a steady pressure by the white pieces. Finally, black's QKT is unfavorably placed, obstructing as it does the QBP and preventing its falling into line with its fellows. Diagram 26 shows the position after 9. PB3. The latter move prevents the exchange of the B after black's KTR4, an exchange which would allow black to round up his pawn formation with PQB4. The experts are not yet agreed as to the best continuation for black in this critical position. To be considered are the moves BQB4, BK2 and KTB4. BK2 is preferred nowadays to BQB4, as QB4 should be kept free for the KKT in case the latter is driven from his dominating position, e.g. 10. RK1 and 11. QKTQ2. For if in that case black exchanges the knights, he only furthers white's development without doing anything towards strengthening his Q4. If black covers the knight with PB4, white plays PXBEP and KTKT5, rids himself of black's QB, and thereby weakens black's QP still more. KTB4 would therefore seem to be the best choice, as the QB becomes mobile again after white's BB2, nor can white play PQ4 as yet. The position in the diagram therefore leads to the following variations: A9, BK2, 10, RK1 castles, 11, QKTQ2 KTB4, 12, BB2, BKKT5. This maneuver was introduced by M. Lasker, Petrograd, 1909. For further particulars see game number 15. B9. KTB4, 10. QKTQ2, PQ5 Capablanca M. Lasker, Petrograd, 1914, or 9. BK2, 10. RK1 Castles, 11. QKTQ2 KTB4, 12. BB2 PQ5 M. Lasker Teresh, Petrograd, 1914. Capablanca believes that the early advance of PQ5 can be refuted by KTK4, e.g. 9. BK2, 10. QKTQ2 KTB4, 11. BB2 PQ5, 12. KTK4 PXB, 13. KTXKT, BXKT, 14. BK4 QQ2, 15. QB2 or PXB. The openings as sketched out up to this point give a sufficiently clear idea of the possibilities of combining sound development with an attempt to capture the center after the opening moves 1. PK4, PK4. In most cases, black's center pawn being open to attack by white's PQ4, we find an early breakup of the center, and concurrently the opening of the KS or QS file for the rooks. That is why games opened in this fashion have been classed very generally as open, whilst all the other openings are called close games. Lately the distinction has been abandoned, and very rightly, since in the latter openings, too, the center can be cleared occasionally. We attain typical close positions when black does not play 1. PK4 in answer to 1. PK4, but relinquishes all claim on his K4 and takes possession of his Q4 instead, leaving white the option of interlocking the pawns in the center with PK5. On principle, it does not seem advisable for black to play PQ4 on the first move in reply to 1. PK4. Although white's center pawn disappears after 2. PXB, QXB, black loses a move through 3. KTQB3, and his queen has no place from which it cannot be driven away very soon, unless it be at Q1. This, however, would amount to an admission of the inferiority of the whole of black's plan. There are 2 moves which deserve consideration as a preliminary to PQ4, namely, 1. PK3, French defense, and PQB3, Caro-Can defense. After 2. pq4, we attain the positions set out in the diagrams 27 and 28, to which we must devote a good deal of attention. These openings are worthy of study as being especially interesting examples of the struggle for the center. As early as the third move, White has to take an important decision. Is he to play pk5 and prevent the opening of the k or q file for a long time to come, or should he proceed to develop his pieces and leave Black the option of anticipating the blocking of the center by playing pxb himself? I shall first turn my attention to those games in which White plays pk5, starting with the French defense, after which the Caro-Can defense will be easily understood. The position which ensues in the center after 1. pk4, pk3, 2. pq4, 3. pk5 divides the board diagonally, and it is easy to recognize roughly the main lines of play which will govern the game. White has more scope on the king's side, where his pieces will have greater mobility and prospects of attack. Black's chances are on the queen's side. Both sides will have to advance more pawns in order to obtain openings for their rooks, and use them for the attack, since they have no future on the k and q files, as was the case in the openings mentioned hitherto. The obvious moves to this end are, for White the advance of the kbp, for Black that of the qbp, and sometimes even of the qktp, that is when the qbp has not been exchanged for the opposing qp, but has pushed on to b5. In diagrams 29 and 30 we see the chains of pawns formed by these maneuvers. White's pawn attack is more dangerous than Black's, because it involves a direct assault on the king. And we shall see that Black will usually be compelled to suspend operations on the queen's side temporarily, to ward off the storm by the White pawns on the king's side. He will attempt this either by pkb3 attacking White's center or by pkb4 preventing White from playing pb5. In the latter case, White can only make a breach in the Black barrier by playing pkkt4 as well. These maneuvers result in the pawn formations given in diagrams 31 and 32. We must now turn to the development of the pieces corresponding to these pawn skeletons. If White plays pk5, on his third move, he prevents the Black kkt from reaching kb3, whence he might have moved to q2. This is a desirable position, from which he could support the advance of pqb4. But the knight has other chances of development, to 3 krona and b4, whence he can take his share in the attack on the White pawn at q4. In consequence, White must postpone pkb4 in order not to intercept the action of the qb on r6. Now, in that case, White's pawn at his k5 has not sufficient support against the attack by Black's pkb3, diagram 31, and the latter move gives Black the advantage. The two main variations illustrative of these considerations are I3. pk5 pqb4 4. pqb3 ktqb3 5. pkb4 pxb6. pxbq kt3 7. ktkb3 ktr3. 2. 3. pk5 pqb4 4. pqb3 ktqb3 5. ktb3 pb3. In both cases the initiative falls to Black, in the first through the attack on White's q4, the mainstay of White's center, in the second through attack on White's k5, the White's center itself. We must therefore consider White's advance of pk5 on the third move as premature. Let us now find out whether it is advantageous to effect the same subsequently. A developing move can be interpolated, e.g. 3. ktqb3, ktkb3. If White plays pk5 now he gains time for his advance of pkb4, as Black's knight must retreat. On the other hand, he cannot now maintain his pawn at q4, as he has blocked his qbp. We arrive at the following plan of development. 3. ktqb3 ktkb3 4. pk5 kktq2 5. pb4 pqb4 6. pxb ktqb3. If Black were to play bxb at once, White could play qkt4 with an attack on the knight's pawn. That is the object of Black's waiting move. White must either play 7. ktb3, which prevents his qkt4, or 7. bq3, after which Black would take the pawn on b4 with his knight, getting rid of the White bishop. 7. qkt4 at once would be answered by pb4. 7. KTB3 BXB8. BQ3 PB4. Black cannot castle yet on account of the following threat, which I give in full because it occurs frequently in practice. 8. Castles. 9. BXBCH KXB. 10. KT5CH KKT1. 11. QR5 RK1. 12. QXBCH. 13. QR5CH. 14. QR7CH. 15. QR8CH. 16. QXB mate. The position in the diagram seems favorable to black as white cannot castle for some time. For that reason, another line of play has come to the fore in which white exchanges his inactive QB for black's troublesome KB. 3. KTQB3 KTKB3 4. BKT5 BK25. PK5 KKTQ26. BXBQXB. White has now the choice of two lines of development. He can either prepare for PQB3 to support his QP, or he can develop his king's side, holding the P at K5 only. 7. KTKT5 KTKT3 8. PQB3 PQR3 9. KTQR3 PQB4 10. PKB4 KTB3 11. KTB2 castles 12. KTB3 BQ2 13. BQ3 PB4. The sacrifice BXBCH, as mentioned above, was threatened. 14. Castles KTR5 15. RKT1 PQKT4. If white does not wish to lose so many moves with his KT, he can effect the intended protection of his QP as follows. 7. QQ2 PQR3. Not PQB4 at once, because of KT-KT5. 8. KTQ1 PQB4 9. PQB3. 2. 7. PB4 castles 8. KTB3 PQB4 9. BQ3 PB4 10. Castles KTQB3. And so on. In both cases, white has an easy development, whilst black has no convenient square for his queen's bishop. To avoid this drawback, Rubinstein has evolved the following variation, in which provision is made from the first for the freedom of action of the queen's bishop. 3. KTQB3 KTKB3 4. BKT5 PXB. To open the diagonal for the bishop at QKT2, e.g. 5. KTXB QKTQ2 6. KTKB3 BK2. Followed by PQKT3 and BKT2. We will now leave the French defense and turn our attention to the Caro-Kann, of which the initial position was shown in diagram 28. Here also we find two essentially different systems of development, according to whether white plays PK5 or gives black the option of exchanging pawns by 3. KTQB3. In the first case, a very noticeable difference from the French defense is that black can bring out his queen's bishop. Here the process of development may be 3. PK5 BB4 4. BQ3 BXB. Not BKT3, because white could play PK6 and paralyze the whole of black's game by preventing his playing the king's pawn. 5. QXB PK3 6. KTK2 or 3 krona. Through this the move PKB4, which fits into this pawn formation, is kept in reserve. While white's development is easy and natural, black has difficulty in finding good places for his king's side pieces. The game can proceed generally speaking on the lines of the French defense. Only black can hardly attack white's center with PB3, since the pawn at K3 would be weak in the absence of the queen's bishop. On the other hand, black would be a move behind with an attack on the queen's side, since to reach QB4 his pawn would have made 2 moves instead of 1 as in the French defense. A certain compensation lies in the fact that white's attacking king's bishop has been exchanged. In practical play it has nevertheless been shown that white's attack is more likely to succeed, and for this reason a variation introduced by Niemczewicz has been tried several times. It aims at the exchange of queens in order to weaken and retard white's threatened attack, and to gain time for queen's side operations. 6. QKT3 7. Castles QR3 or KT4. But after 8. KTB4 QXQ 9. KTXQ, white is so much ahead with his development that black's chance of equalizing the game would seem questionable. If white plays KTKR3 on his sixth move, he foils at once black's attempt of forcing an exchange of queens, as he could play 8. QKT3. On the whole, we can conclude that in the Caro-Kann defense white obtains a good game by 3. PK5. A line of play which used to be in vogue, namely 3. KTQB3 PXB, 4. KTXB KTB3, 5. KTXKCH, KPXKT or KTPXKT, gives black an even chance, for although he loses his center pawn he obtains a good development, and later in the game he has opportunities of exercising pressure on white's QP through his open Q file. Except the French defense and the Caro-Kann, there is no game in which an irregular reply to white's 1. PK4 necessitates any special considerations either in development of pieces or pawn formation. In all such cases it is sufficient to maintain the pawn center and to occupy such squares with the pieces, whence they cannot be driven away with the loss of a move. Just one example: if black plays 1. PQB4, Sicilian defense, white will not play his king's bishop to b4, because black can reply PK3, and gain a move by PQ4. b. Let us now consider the openings in which the first move is 1. PQ4 on either side. Here the center cannot be cleared as early as in the openings beginning with 1. PK4. The advance of a second center pawn, which there led to a clearance, is not feasible in this case. White does not command his K4, and for some time to come he will be unable to advance the K pawn beyond K3. In consequence, the K file does not seem a likely opening for the rooks, and another file must be found for them. The conclusions arrived at for black in the French defense hold good for both sides in the opening now under consideration, and accordingly the QB file is that most advantageous for the rooks. The advance of the QBP strikes at the opposing center, and, that being of paramount importance, the queen's knight must not be developed at b3 before the QBP has been pushed on. Another development might be conceivable for the rooks, viz. on the KB file, and also the KKT or KR file. Here, as we shall see, an occasion may arise for storming the opposing king's side by a pawn attack. But in this case, too, although it seems unnecessary to play the QBP, it is advisable to develop the knight via Q2, as there is a constant threat of the QB file being forced open subsequently by the opposing forces. We will start with the games in which the QB pawns are played in the earliest stages of the opening, so that the pawn skeleton in diagram 35 forms the basis of development. The sequence of moves is of moment, because the advance of the KP, whether forced or not, determines the possibility of bringing out the Q bishops. The simplest process of development based on diagram 35 is the following, in which both sides block up the QB. 2. PK3 PK33. KTKB3 KTKB3 4. PB4 PB4 5. KTB3 KTB3 6. BQ3 BQ3 7. Castles. The only useful square for the QBs on either side is now at KT2 and 8. PQKT3, PQKT3 are indicated. To play PQKT3 before castling is very dangerous, because black can play PXQP and pin the white QKT with BKT5, forcing BQ2, when BKT2 was the move intended, e.g. 6. PQKT3, BPXB, 7. KPXB, BKT5, 8. BKT2, KTK5, 9. QB2, QR4, 10. RQB1, QXB. In order not to relinquish the square at QKT4 to black, white can also try the following maneuver. 6. PXBP BXB 7. PQR3 castles 8. PQKT4 BQ3 9. BKT2. If black imitates white's moves, viz. 9, PXB 10. BXB, PQR3, 11. Castles, PQKT4, 12. BQ3, BKT2, the result is the symmetrical position in diagram 36. When treating of the middle game, we shall find that even in this apparently fully equalized position the influence of the first move is still at work. In order to obtain a more thorough understanding of the queen's pawn game, we must now turn our attention very closely to the opening moves. Already on the second move white can play 2. pqb4 and turn the game into a queen's gambit, which black can either accept or decline. Black would be justified in playing 2 pxb, and so furthering white's object of getting his, black's, queen's pawn away, if he could permanently hold the gambit pawn, or if the giving up of the square at q4 fits into a reasoned system of development. The latter was, for instance, the case in the play leading to the position shown in the diagram 36. But black is well advised to wait until white has moved the king's bishop before taking the pawn on his qb5. This forces the bishop to move twice, and black regains the move he lost in his development, when he played pxb. It would be quite incorrect to try to hold the pawn by pqkt4 as follows: 2 pqb4 pxb3 ktkb3 ktkb3 4 pk3 pqkt4 5 pqr4. If now black answers pxb, white simply plays bxb and the p at r5 is lost very soon. If black plays instead 5 pb3, white wins back his pawn with 6 pqkt3 pxktp7 pxb 8 bxbch by qxb, and moreover is much ahead with his development. These considerations point to the conclusion that after 2 pqb4 there is no inducement for black to take the pawn. On the contrary, he will cover his center pawn, which white wishes to tempt away, either with pk3 or pqb3. The attempt to develop the queen's bishop before playing pk3 is not to be recommended, because the qkt's pawn remains unprotected and open to an immediate attack by 3 qkt3. Of the 2 remaining replies to pk3 and 2 pqb3, I will first discuss the former, as being the more natural of the 2, since pqb3 does not fit into the scheme for opening the qb file for the rooks. White, on the other hand, can bring out his qb before playing pk3 in this way: 2 pqb4 pk3 3 ktqb3 ktkb3 4 bkt5, and the game might proceed as follows: 4 qktq2. Diagram 38. No fault can be found with this move, although it blocks the bishop, since the latter can only be developed effectively at kt2. Moreover, the knight at q2 supports the projected pb4. White cannot win a pawn now with 5 pxb 6 ktxb, because of ktx 7 bxq bkt5 ch. Therefore 5 pk3 must be played first, and after bk2 6 ktb3 castles 7 rb1 pqkt3 8 pxb 9 bq3 bkt2. All the pieces have found rational development. Quite a different system of opening ensues, when black does not delay pushing the p to qb4 until after his pieces are developed, but makes the advance on his third move. Here black has the advantage of being able to avoid the pinning of his knight by the opposing qb. 2 pqb4 pk3 3 ktqb3 pqb4 4 ktb3 ktqb3. Now black threatens qpxb with an attack on white's queen's pawn. If white plays pk3 we get the position mentioned in connection with diagram 35. If he wishes to bring out his qb first, he must anticipate black's threat by bpxb. After 5 bpxb kpxb, the third of the typical main positions in the queen's gambit ensues, and is given in diagram 39. 2 continuations must now be considered. White can either develop his kb at kt2 and concentrate on the black qp, which is somewhat weak, or he can place the kb on one of the available squares between b1 and r6. In the first instance, the kp need not be played at all, and the qb retains the option of developing at kt5, b4, and even k3. In the second, where the k must make room for the kb, white must decide at once between b4 or kt5, and only b4 can be seriously considered on account of 6 bkt5 bk2 7 bxb ktxb, which only furthers black's development. White would only be justified in this course if he could now win a pawn with 8 pxb, but black would win it back and have the superior game after 8 pq5 9 ktk4 castles followed by BB4 and QR4CH. The correct move in this variation is consequently 6. BB4, and a possible continuation would be KTKB3, 7, PK3 BK3, 8, RQB1 or BQKT5 or BQ3. With this we will close the discussion of the variations initiated by 2. PQB4, PK3, and study the reply to PQB3. The first question which arises in our mind is, which file will Black be able to utilize for his rooks? An attempt to free the king's file through PK4 is conceivable. But White can prevent this by simply playing KTKB3. Two other possibilities present themselves. After playing PK3, KTB3 and QKTQ2, Black could steer into a line similar to the Queen's Gambit accepted with PXB and PQB4, or he could keep the center closed with PKB4 and KTB3, with the intention of playing KTK5 and using the KB file for activating his rook via KB3. Diagram 40 gives the position reached after 3. KTKB3 PK3 4. PK3 KTKB4 5. KTK5 KTB3. White would not accomplish much with 6. PKB4. The more or less symmetrical lineup of the pieces would most likely lead to a draw after Black properly prepares freeing his hemmed-in bishop with PQKT3 and BKT2. A better plan would be 6. PB3, preventing KTK5 and preparing the eventual advance of the king's pawn to K4. In reply to 6. QKTQ2, White would then rather play 7. KTQ3 then exchange knights, as after this exchange it would not be too difficult for Black to bring his bishop into play on the king's wing via K1. Both of White's bishops would be best placed on KT2. This stonewall opening can also be played by White, who is then a move to the good in the variation just shown. But this opening has practically disappeared from modern tournament games, simply because the QB cannot easily be brought into play. The following variation is reminiscent of the stonewall in the formation of the center pawns. White develops his queen's side just as Black did in the opening shown in connection with diagram 38. 2. KTKB3 PQB4 3. PK3 KTQB3 4. BQ3 KTB3 5. PQKT3 PK3 6. BKT2 BQ3 7. QKTQ2 PXB 8. PXB castles. White can now settle his knight at K5 and initiate a violent kingside attack after castling by PKB4, QB3, which could be continued with PKKT4, KR1, RKKT1, and so on. Once the position in diagram 41 has been reached, Black's resources against the dangerous onslaught of the White forces are scanty. Yet he can retaliate, not by making the simplest and most obvious developing moves, as mentioned before, but in the following way. If White plays 5. PQKT3 before castling, Black exchanges pawns and checks with the queen. Now White has the disagreeable choice between BQ2 and PB3. The former must be bad, being contrary to the plan of development as intended by PQKT3. The latter blocks the very diagonal on which the bishop was meant to operate. White can open up the diagonal by playing PQB4 after castling, nor would it really imply the loss of a move to have played the BP twice, since Black must move his queen again from R4, where she has no future. But in any case there remains the disadvantage that White was forced to play the BP, whilst before he had the option of withholding its advance until a more opportune moment. Another possible subtlety in Black's sequence of developing moves would be to withhold the advance of his KP until White has played PQKT3, and then to play the QB to KT5. For, as I have already remarked, the objection to developing Black's queen's bishop lies in White's threat to attack Black's QKTP with QKT3. That possibility disappears after PQKT3. Before bringing the discussion of the queen's pawn opening to a close, I may remark that in tournaments it has become usual for White not to play PQB4 at once, but to play KTKB3 as a preliminary, in order to avoid the complications of the queen's counter gambit. 2. PQB4, PK4. If White plays 3. PXKP, Black's reply is PQ5, and the obvious move 4. PK3 fails on account of the following pretty combination: B, kt5ch, 5, bq2 pxb, 6, bxb pxbch, 7, kk2 pxktch, 8, rxkt, bkt5ch, etc. Instead of 4. pk3, White should play pkkt3 and develop his kb at kt2. Black could now try to regain his pawn with ktk2 kt3, but he can also sacrifice a pawn by pkb3, with a view to rapid development. It now only remains for us to discover whether Black has any other answer to pq4 which would necessitate close analysis on White's part. Here must be mentioned 1. ktkb3, 1. pqb4, and 1. pkb4. The former move prepares pq3, followed by pk4. In this opening there is no reason why White should play pqb4, as there is no prospect of opening the qb file for the rooks. Furthermore, Black has relinquished the square q4 and made k4 the basis of operations. It will be more advisable to prevent Black from playing pk4 as far as this can be achieved in conformity with a logical development, e.g. 1. pq4 ktkb3, 2. ktkb3. Not 2. ktqb3, because Black could then lead into the Queen's Gambit by playing pq4 and pqb4, after which White has the disadvantage of not being able to open the qb file. 2. pq3, 3. bb4 qktq2, 4. pk3. Now Black can only enforce pk4 after pb3 and qb2. Meanwhile White mobilizes all his pieces, whilst Black's qb remains blocked, and the kt must remain at q2 to cover the kp. If, on the other hand, Black exchanges pawns in order to free the knight, there is no Black center left. With regard to the second irregular reply to 1. pq4, namely 1. pqb4, two ways are open to White. One is to turn the opening into an ordinary Queen's Gambit by playing pk3, on which Black can play pq4. The second is to play 2. pq5. Black will then develop his king's side with pkkt3 and bkt2. The bishop is well posted here, and can frequently take up an attacking position at k4 or q5. See game number 45, Rubinstein v. Spielman. If White plays 2. pxb, we have after 2. pk3 a Queen's Gambit accepted by White, and, as pointed out before, this line of play is not commendable. The last of the 3 irregular answers mentioned above, 1. pkb4 leads to 2 entirely different plans, according to the second move chosen by White. White can confine himself to a simple development such as ktkb3, bkt5, pk3, qktq2, ktb3 would only be good if preceded by pb4, because Black would again lead into a Queen's Gambit with pq4 and pqb4. The other possibility is the following, in view of the fact that 1. pkb4 does absolutely nothing to aid development. White can initiate a violent attack by giving up his king's pawn, pk4, and thus accelerate his own development. The play might be as follows: 2. pxb, 3. ktqb3, ktkb3, 4. bkkt5, pb3, pq4? 5. bxkt followed by qr5ch, 5. pb3. If Black takes the pawn, he lays himself open to an attack hard to meet. It seems best to play 5. pk6, which calls back the White qb and leaves White's bp as a hindrance to the development of the kkt. Irregular openings. Many openings in which either pk4 nor pq4 is the first move lead to well-known positions by a simple transposition of moves. For instance, a Queen's Gambit may well have the following opening moves: 1. pqb4, ktkb3, 2. ktkb3, pk3, 3. ktb3, pb4, 4. pk3, pq4, 5. pq4 or a French defense. These 1. ktqb3, pq4, 2. pq4, ktkb3, 3. bkt5, pk3, 4. pk4. There are, of course, systems of opening which deviate absolutely from those which have been proved sound and are in general use, and it is those openings that puzzle the beginner most of all. He says, "What is the good of learning correct openings, if my opponent plays incorrectly and wins all the same?" This line of thought is wrong from its inception. The student is not supposed to learn openings by heart, but to understand how the general principles of chess strategy are applied to any opening. Such knowledge can never be obtained from a tabulated analysis, but can only be arrived at by the application of common sense. If a player succeeds in winning in spite of an inferior opening, it only proves that subsequently he has played a stronger game than his opponent, who, after playing the opening according to the book, did not know how to proceed further. And herein lies the weakness, and not in the absence of knowledge of the analysis of openings. The latter is rated far too highly. Any player will hold his own in the opening, as soon as he has grasped the real meaning of those principles which I cannot repeat often enough, viz. First, quick development of pieces and avoidance of lost moves. Second, the maintenance of a pawn's center, hampering the development of the opposing forces, and the avoidance of pawn moves that do not contribute to the development of pieces. How to conduct the middle game and endgame is not entirely a matter of deduction from such general rules. In order to play the endgame correctly, one must know certain things and positions which arise from and may be said to be peculiar to the purely arbitrary rules of chess. The same applies to the middle game, as in most cases it must be played with a view to the endgame which ensues, unless there be a chance of mating the opponent before. The student should have, therefore, a knowledge of the endgame before he can hope to be able to conduct the middle game efficiently. For this reason I have decided to treat of the endgame first. Chapter 5: The Endgame. Just as it is difficult to state the exact point at which an opening ends, so is it equally difficult to say where the endgame may be said to commence. One of the main characteristics of endgames is the active part taken by the king. Clearly, the king cannot venture out into the field of operations until there has been an exchange of the majority of the pieces, so that there can be no danger of his being mated. As soon as a player has attained some advantage in material which ensures the victory in the endgame, he will try to bring about the endgame by exchanging pieces, for there the lines on which to push home his advantage are clearly set out. It is first necessary to know what surplus of forces is the minimum required in order to force a mate. The positions in which the mate can be forced may be shown by a few typical examples. But I shall lay stress mainly on one point. That is the ability to judge whether an endgame which could be brought about by exchanges is won or not, in other words, whether it can be reduced to one of the typical positions referred to above. It is obvious that the endgame is the particular domain of pawn strategy. Nearly always one or more pawns survive the exchange of pieces, and the knowledge of the endgame will be invaluable for gauging the consequences of pawn moves in the course of the middle game. The latter represents probably the most difficult aspect of the strategy of chess. In order to enable beginners to grasp the following chapters, I must again point out a few elementary considerations. Simple endgames, that is, endgames without pawns, are comparatively easy to understand. Let us first consider the case of a king denuded of all his troops. In order to force the mate, it is necessary to obtain command of 4 squares, namely, those 4 squares which he controls after he has been driven into a corner. Supposing the black king has been driven to QR1, the white king can prevent him from reaching 2 squares of different color, namely, QR2 and QKT2. Therefore it is necessary for white still to have such forces as can command 2 more squares of different color, namely, QR1 and QKT1. As can readily be seen, it will be essential to have at least a queen or a rook or 2 bishops, or a knight and bishop, or 2 knights. Footnote: how the king can be driven into a corner will be shown subsequently. We shall see that in the latter case it is impossible to drive the king into a corner without bringing about a stalemate. The mates by a queen or rook are so simple that I only give an example of each for the sake of completeness. Position 1. White, K at QR1, QKR1 black, K at K4. 1, KKD2, KQ5, 2. KKT3, KK4, 3. KB4, KQ3, 4. QK4, KQ2, 5. KB5, KB1, 6. KB6, KKT1, 7. QQR4, or KT4CH, or K7, or R7 and mate next move. Position 2. White, K at QKT3, RKR2 black, K at K4. 1. KB4 KQ3, 2. RK2 KB3, 3. RK6CH KQ2, 4. KQ5 KB2, 5. KB5 KQ2, 6. RK1 KB2, 7. RK7CH KQ1, 8. KQ6 KB1, 9. KB6 KKT1, 10. RK1 KR7, 11. RK8 KR3, 12. RR8 mate. Position 3. White, K at QRSQ, B at KKTSQ, Bat2 black, K at KRSQ. 1. KKD2, KKD2, 2. KB3, KB3, 3. KQ4, KK3, 4. BR2, KB3, 5. KQ5, KB4, 6. BK5, KKT4, 7. KK6, KKT5, 8. BQR8, KKT4, 9. BB3, KKT3, 10. BKB6, KR3, 11. KB7, KR2, 12. BKT5, KR1, 13. BQ1, KR2, 14. BB2CH, KR1, BB6 mate. It is more difficult to mate with knight and bishop. It is only possible to mate on a corner square commanded by the bishop, as the following argument shows clearly. A mating position in the corner which the bishop does not command would have to be of the type set out in diagram 42. Here the bishop plays on white squares, and the knight in order to checkmate must move on to a white square. In other words, he must come from a black one. Therefore, when the bishop checked on the previous move and drove the king away, the king had the option of 2 black squares, and had no need to go into the corner one. He is only mated in consequence of a wrong move. As stated above, however, it is possible in all cases to mate in the corner square which is of the same color as the bishop. The king is driven into the corner in this way. The knight cuts him off such squares as the bishop does not command. Diagram 43 will serve as an illustration. 1. KKD2, KKD2, 2. KB3, KB3, 3. KQ4, KK3, 4. KDKT3, KB3, 5. BB3, KKT4, 6. KK5, KKT3, 7. KDK4, KKD2, 8. KB5, KR1, 9. KB6, KKT1, 10. KTKT5, KR1, 11. KTB7CH, KKT1, 12. BK4, KB1, 13. BR7, KK1, 14. KTK5, KQ1, 15. KTB4, KB2, 16. BK4, KQ2, 17. KB7, KB2, 18. KK7, KB1, 19. KQ6, KQ1, 20. BKT6, KB1, 21. KTR5, KQ1, 22. KTKT7CH, KB1, 23. KB6, KKT1, 24. KKT6, KB1, 25. BB5CH, KKT1, 26. KTB5, KR1, 27. BK6, KKT1, 28. KTR6CH, KR1, 29. BQ5 mate. It is impossible to force a mate with the king and 2 knights. On the same grounds as given with respect to diagram 42, the mate can only be attained through the opponent making a bad move. But a mate can be forced if the weaker side has a spare move which prevents the stalemate, e.g. diagram 44. 1. KD K3 Q5 KKD2, 2. KB5 KR3, 3. KKT4 KKT2, 4. KKT5 KR2, 5. KTB7 KKT2, 6. KTB7 K8 KR2, 7. KTQ6 KKT1, 8. KKT6 KR1, 9. KTQ7 PB4, 10. KTKT5 PB5, 11. KTB7 mate. Having decided as to the smallest amount of material advantage with which it is possible to force a mate, we will now turn our attention to simple game endings, still without pawns. To judge such endings correctly, it will only be necessary to find out whether it is possible to obtain the minimum advantage mentioned. It is sufficient to discuss cases in which a piece on the one side plays against a stronger one on the other, because in endings where several pieces are left on either side, fortuitous circumstances are generally the deciding factors, and it would be impossible to characterize and classify positions of that kind by giving typical illustrations. Besides, they are reduced sooner or later by exchanges to such endgames as have been treated already, or are going to be shown now. The queen wins against any other piece. The rook alone may give trouble. In diagram 45 we illustrate a position which is one of the most favorable to the weaker side. 1. Qr6 leads to nothing, as Rb2ch follows, and after 2. Kkt6 black forces a stalemate with Rb3ch. It is necessary for white to gain a move in this position. In other words, white must try to transfer to the other side the onus of having to move. If then the rook moves away from the king, it gets lost after a few checks, or if black's king plays to b1, the rook is equally lost through qr6. White plays therefore 1. Qk5ch kr1, 2. Qr1ch kkt1, 3. Qr5, and wins. For example, 3. Rb2, 4. Qk5ch kr2, 5. Qk3ch kr1, 6. Qk8ch, and so on. The rook can win against a minor piece in exceptional cases only. In endings of rook against bishop, the weaker king must take refuge in a corner square of different color from that of his bishop. For instance, diagram 46. 1. Rq5, bb5, or R2, 2. Rq8ch, bkt1, and black is stalemate unless the rook leaves the 8th rank. Any outside square which is not of the same color as that of the bishop is dangerous for the king. Imagine the pieces in diagram 46 shifted 2 squares towards the center of the board, as in diagram 47, and white wins with 1. Rkt5 br5 2. Rkt8ch bk1 3. Rr8. The bishop is lost, as it is black's move. In endings of rook against knight, the weaker side loses, where the knight is cut off from his king. For instance, in diagram 48 1. Rq5. In this oblique opposition, the rook takes 4 of the knight's squares, 1. Ktk8, 2. Kb5, Ktb7, 3. Kk4, Ktr6, Ktkt5, 4. Rkt5ch. Wins the knight. In this ending there is always a fatal check at some point, and the position in the diagram is not in any way a chance win. For Kq3, Kb2, 5. Rqr5, Ktkt8, 6. Rr1 and wins. As soon as the knight can obtain the king's support, the game is drawn even when the king is already forced onto the edge of the board. Position: white, K at K6, R at K5 black, K at K1, KT at QR2. 1. RQB5, KQ1, 2. KQ6, KTB1CH, 3. KB6, KTK2CH draw. In this case, the king must avoid the corners, as the knight would be bereft of his efficiency. Position: white, K at 6 krona, R at 4 krona black, K at 1 krona, KT at K2. 1. RK4, KT1CH, 2. KKT6 and wins. We come now to the more interesting part of endgame play, namely, pawn endings. The best course will be first to study how to turn a material superiority in pawns to decisive advantage, after which we shall note particular positions, in which a win is possible with an equality, or even an inferiority in pawns. The ending of king and pawn against king is one of the simplest, albeit one of the most important of elementary cases. The stronger side will evidently try to queen the pawn. But generally this is not possible if the adverse king has command of the queening square. One important condition, though, must be complied with: the weaker king must move into opposition. And opposition is one of the characteristic and deciding factors in most pawn endings. It is absolutely necessary for the learner to understand fully the meaning of the term opposition. and its value in elementary cases. This knowledge is of far-reaching influence in endgames. In diagram 49, white seeks to queen his pawn. 1. kq4 kk2, 2. kk5. With this move, white assumes the opposition. That is, he moves into the same rank or file, separated by one square only, so that both kings stand on squares of the same color. White has moved last. It is black's turn to move. It is said in this case that white has the opposition. We shall soon see that black is only able to draw the game if he succeeds in assuming the opposition himself, which means that, having the move, he should step into opposition. 2. kq2, 3 pq6, diagram 50. I propose now to recapitulate. This is the critical moment, namely, when the pawn reaches the 6th rank. If now black plays kk1, he is lost, for white playing kk6 has the opposition. After 4. kq1 5. pq7, black is forced to allow the white king to move to k7, covering the queening square. 5. kb2 6. kk7, any, 7. p queens. But black has a draw in the position of diagram 50, by playing 3. kq1. Not k1. Now after 4. kk6 he keeps the opposition himself with kk1, and after 5. pq7 ch kq1, 6. kq6, he is stalemated, or else wins the pawn if white plays differently on his 6th move. The king draws against king and pawn if he commands the queening square, and if he can retain the opposition on the 1st rank as soon as the pawn moves into his 6th. It is of the utmost importance that the pawn should be at his 6th. If the pawn is still further back, the opposition on the 1st rank is of no avail. Diagram 51 will serve as an example. Having the move, white would only draw with pb5, because black's kb2 wins the pawn. But white wins as follows: 1. kkd6, kb1, 2. kb6, kk1, 3. kk6, kq1, 4. kq6, kbsq. 5. pb5 kq square. We see, black has just assumed the opposition, but the pawn has not yet crossed to his 6th square, and white, by playing pb6, again forces black to give up the opposition. It might be more clear to put it in this way: with pb6 white wins the opposition, in that he brings about a position with black to move. Therefore the game is won for white. Since the opposition on the outside rank is of no avail, when the pawn has not yet played to his 6th square, the weaker side must try to keep away the opposing king from the 6th rank until the pawn has reached that rank. This is possible in positions such as that in diagram 53, where the stronger king is not more than 1 rank ahead of his pawn, and the weaker king can assume the opposition. In the position in diagram 53, black plays kq4 and maintains the opposition until the pawn moves, after which a typical position, similar to the one treated in connection with diagram 50, is brought about. If white has the move, however, he wins easily by 1. kb4 thus: 1. kq3 2. kkt5 kb2 3. kb5 kkt2 4. kq6 kb1 5. kb6. And there is opposition on the 8th rank whilst the pawn has not reached the 6th. If the king is more than 1 rank ahead of his pawn, as in diagram 54, the endgame can always be won, for if black takes the opposition with kq3, white deprives him of it again, winning a move by pb3, and the position is similar to that in diagram 53, with white to move. 1. kq3 2. pb3 kb3 3. kb4 and wins. This settles all typical endgames of king and pawn against king. There is, however, one exception to the rules set out, namely, when a rook's pawn is concerned. Here the isolated king always succeeds in drawing if he can reach the corner where the pawn has the queen, for he cannot be driven out again. The rook's pawn affords another opportunity for the weaker side to draw. Diagram 55 will illustrate this, and similar positions are of frequent occurrence in practice. Here black draws with 1. kb5. As he threatens to capture the pawn, white must play 2. pr4. Then after the reply kb4, white is still unable to cut the opponent off from the corner with kkt7, as the loss of the pawn is still threatened through kkt5. And after 3. pr5 black attains the position which is typical for this endgame, namely the opposition against the king on the rook's file. The latter cannot escape without giving up the contested corner, and the game is drawn. 3. kb3, 4. kr7, kb2, 5. kr8, kb1, 6. pr6, kb2, 7. pr7, kb1, and white is stalemated. Endgames with a majority of one pawn, when both sides still have pawns, are much more simple to manipulate. Such games result in positions of which diagram 56 is a typical instance. Here white does not even need to queen his passed pawn. The mere threat forces the win. For the pawn at kt4 reduces the mobility of the black king, insofar as the latter must at all times be ready to reach the queening square in as few moves as the pawn, or else the pawn would queen unmolested. The white king can therefore capture the opposing bishop's pawn in peace, and then queen his own. 1. kk4, kk3, 2. pkd5, kk2, 3. kk5, kb2, 4. kq6, and so on, or 1. kkt4, kxb, 3. kq6, kb4, 4. kxb, kk3, 5. kkt7, and so on. Such positions as diagram 56 are also reached when there are several pawns on each wing. The stronger side exchanges pawns on the wing where there is a majority until the extra pawn is passed. The winning process is not quite so simple when all the pawns are on the same wing, because exchanges are of no use unless the king can assume the opposition in front of the last remaining pawn. Compare notes to diagram 53. In diagram 57, for instance, white must not play pb4. Therefore he can only win by gaining the knight's pawn. That is, by bringing his king to b5. This he achieves by forcing the black king to relinquish the opposition with 1. pb3. 1. kb3, 2. kk5, kkt2, 3. kq6, kkt3, 4. kq5, kkt2, 5. kb5, kr3, 6. kb6, and wins, as black must abandon the pawn. This position, being a frequent occurrence, is most important, and I recommend it as a valuable study in the use of the opposition. Before I discuss positions of greater complexity, in which the only way to win is by sacrificing the extra pawn, I shall treat of endgames in which positional advantages ensure the victory although the pawns are equal. Here we shall find simple cases in which pawn maneuvers bring about the win, and more intricate ones in which king moves are the deciding factor. Of the former, the most important type is the endgame with the distant passed pawn. A typical example is the position in diagram 58, in which black wins. The king's moves are outlined by the necessity of capturing the opposing passed pawn, after which the black king is 2 files nearer the battlefield, the queen's side, so that the white pawns must fall. 1. kkt2, kkt2, 2. kkt3, kb3, 3. kkt4, kk4, 4. pb4 ch, kb3, 5. kkt3, pr4, 6. kr4, kb4, 7. kxb, kxb, 8. kkt6, kk4, and so on. For similar reasons, the position in diagram 59 is lost for black. White obtains a passed pawn on the opposite wing to that of the king. He forces the black king to abandon his king's side pawns, and these are lost. I give the moves in full, because this is another important example characteristic of the ever-recurring necessity of applying our arithmetical rule. By simply enumerating the moves necessary for either player to queen his pawn, separately for white and black, we can see the result of our intended maneuvers, however far ahead we have to extend our calculations. 1. pr4, kk3, 2. pr5, pxb, 3. pxb, kq3. Now the following calculations show that black is lost. White needs 10 moves in order to queen on the king's side, namely, 5 to capture the black king's side pawns, kk4, b5, kt6, r6, kt5, 1 to free the way for his pawn, and 4 moves with the pawn. After 10 moves, black only gets his pawn to b6. He requires 6 moves to capture the white queen's side pawns, 1 to make room for his pawn at b3, and after 3 moves the pawn only gets to b6. White then wins by means of many checks, forcing the black king to block the way of his own pawn, thus gaining time for his king to approach. As we shall see later on, page 97, if the pawn had already reached b7, whilst under protection by his k, the game would be drawn. It is necessary to make it a rule to examine positions in which each side has a passed pawn, by counting the moves in the way first shown. It is just because endgames can be calculated to a nicety, there being no moves of which the consequences cannot be foreseen, that we note in contemporary master play a tendency to simplify the middle game by exchanging pieces. As soon as there is an infinitesimal advantage in the pawn position, compare the game Sharasek-Heinrichsen, page 108. We will now turn our attention to positions in which the pawns opposed on each wing are of equal number, and no passed pawn can be forced through. Everything depends on the relative position of the kings. The deciding factor in valuing the king's position is whether pawn moves are possible, or whether they are already entirely or nearly exhausted, so that only maneuvers by the king are possible. The following illustrations make the position clear. We shall see that the importance of getting the opposition is paramount. Diagram 60 shows a simple instance in which there are no more pawn moves. Whoever has the move wins by assuming the opposition. The opposing king must then give the way free to one of the pawns. The state of affairs in diagram 61 is similar to that in diagram 60. Having the move, white plays into opposition and forces his way to q5, after which black's bishop's pawn is lost. 1. kk4 kq3, 2. kb5 kq2, 3. kk5 kb3, 4. kk6 kb2, 5. kq5 kkt3, 6. kq6, and so on, compare diagram 57. If black has the move he can only draw, because the white bishop's pawn is covered even though black gains the square at q5. 1. kk4, 2. kq3 kb5, 3. kq2. And whatever black plays white wins the opposition, so that the black king's ingress is stopped. 2. kk2 loses the game because of 3. kk5, 4. kq2 kq5, 5. kb2 kk6, 6. kb1 kq6, 7. kkt2 kq7, 8. kkt1 kb6, 9. kr2 kb7 and wins. I shall take this opportunity of explaining what is called distant opposition. In diagram 62, white with the move wins by 1. kk2, thus assuming distant opposition, squares of the same color. If black now enters his second rank, white immediately plays into opposition on his third rank, e.g. 1. kq2, 2. kq3, and still maintains it by 3. kk3 if black plays a waiting move such as 2. kk2. Now black has no further waiting moves, as white threatens to capture one of the pawns. But playing into the third rank is of no use, as white then assumes the direct opposition, and wins as in diagram 60. Black must allow white access to one side or the other. He could not have remained on the first rank at the outset either, for after 1. kq1, white advances through a square, to which black cannot assume the opposition, namely 2. kb3. If now black wishes to answer the threat of kb4 kt5 and plays kk2, white answers 3. kk3 as before. 2. kk3 or kq3 would be wrong, as black would then succeed in assuming the opposition at k2 or q2, and would be able to maintain it. White would be unable to circumvent this or to attack the pawns. In this position, too, there is ample scope for the study of the opposition. If the pawns are still standing behind, the king who has the most advanced position has always the advantage, because he threatens to attack the opposing pawns should they leave their base. White has more pawn moves at his disposal, and will nearly always succeed in assuming the opposition. For instance, in diagram 63, white, having the move, wins because his king gets first into the center of the board. 1. kk3 kq2, 2. KB4, KK2, 3. KKT5, KB2, 4. KR6, KKT1, 5. PKB4, KR1, 6. PB5, PXB, 7. KKD5, KKT2, 8. KXB, KB2. Black has now the opposition but cannot maintain it, having no pawn moves available. The white king threatens to capture any pawn that ventures forward. 9. KK5, KK2, 10. KQ5, KQ2, 11. PB4, PB3CH, 12. KK5, KK2, 13. PB5, and wins, as black will soon be compelled to play KQ2, after which a maneuver shown previously gives white the queen's bishop's pawn. L3. PKR4, 14. PKR4, PR4, 15. PR4. KQ2, 16. KB6, KO1, 17. KK6, and so on. If in diagram 63 the king stood at Q2 instead of B1, he could just manage to draw. White takes 11 moves to capture the black king's side pawns, and to queen one of his own, as can be easily seen. In 11 moves black captures the opposing QBP and queens his own. We see here how the king's position can be counterbalanced by the weakness of a pawn, and lead to a draw. If the white QBP was not isolated but standing, for instance, at QKT2, black would be lost, as calculation easily shows. The strength or weakness of a pawn position, which, as we saw, had so deciding an influence in the endgame position just treated, is one of the most important factors in a game of chess, and should have full consideration in the middle game. A pawn, when isolated, is naturally weaker than when it is or can be protected by another. It may easily lead to the loss of a game, as the mobility of the king or a piece is reduced by having to protect the pawn. Compare Endgame, page 102. It is frequently and erroneously thought that doubled pawns as such are a weakness. Doubled pawns are weak when isolated, for they cannot support each other. But if doubled pawns can be supported by a pawn on the next file, they need not by any means be at a disadvantage against three united single pawns on the opposite side. For instance, in diagram 64, if black had a pawn at QKT3 instead of R2, white would have no winning chances. He could not attack the pawns, nor would any kind of maneuvers force a passed pawn through. In the diagram, however, white wins through 1. KB5. Black cannot then hold the pawn at B3. 1. PR3 2. PKT4. In this particular case, the win is made easy by the fact that the white king is able to attack the black pawn at once. But even without this advantage, the weakness of doubled pawns usually entails the loss of the game. Diagram 65 may serve as an example. 1. KQ4, PB4CH. 2. KB4, KB3, 3. PB3, KKT3, 4. KQ5, PB3CH, 5. KB4, and wins. Doubled pawns are a drawback, even when not isolated, should there be no way of obtaining a passed pawn by exchanging them against a smaller number of single pawns. This is illustrated in diagram 66, in which black wins because the three pawns on the king's side hold up the four white pawns and the black king can assail the white pawns from the rear, the white king being fettered by the necessity of capturing the QBP. The proper formation for the black pawns would be at B3, KT2, R3, after which white cannot force a pawn through by playing PB4 and PKT5, as black can refrain from making any exchange. Black could not afford to leave the pawns where they are, because even if there were no white pawn at B2, white would, by playing PKT5, threaten to win in the following way. 1. PKT6, BPXB, 2. PR6, and PB6, etc., or 1. RPXB 2. PB6, with PR6, etc. in a game edition Lasker Mall, Berlin Championship, 1904, from which the position is taken. Black played PR3 in order to obtain the formation mentioned above, and white resigned after 2. PB4? PB3, PKT5, KQ5. There was, however, a pretty win after black's PR3, namely, 2, PB6, PXB, 3, PB4 KQ5, 4, PKT5 BPXB, 5, PXB KK4, 6, PXB KB6, 7, KB2, and black is lost, because his own pawn obstructs the square B2, and the king must release the square KT2, after which the white pawn queens. This winning combination, however, is only an interesting exception to the rule that positions of this kind are generally won by the side which possesses the passed pawn. In this particular case, black could have made the position secure by obtaining the ideal position of B3 KT2 R3 for his pawns earlier, before the white pawns could advance so far. In the position of diagram 66, black could still have won by playing PB3. After 2. PR6 PXB 3. PB4 KQ4, the black king has time to overtake the passed pawn, which results on the bishop's file. To conclude the study of pawn endings with an equal number of pawns on either side, we will discuss diagram 67, which illustrates a curious position occurring from time to time in practice. Whoever has the move wins by moving into distant opposition. White, therefore, should play KK5 KQ5 would lose, as black would play KKT5, protecting his pawn and attacking the white pawn, the protection of which white has to give up next move. In the same way, black with the move cannot play KKT5 because white wins the pawn with KQ5. After 1. KK5, black cannot avoid the loss of the game, e.g. KR3, 2. KQ5, KKT3, 3. KQ6, and so on. Black with the move wins similarly with KR5. We have still to consider endgames in which a draw results in spite of a majority of pawns, or where a win can only be achieved by the sacrifice of an extra pawn. Diagram 68 shows the latter case. Here white can only win in the following manner: 1. PKT4CH, PXBCH, 2. KKT3, KNE, 3. KXB, and wins. Any other way would allow black to assume the opposition and to force the draw, e.g. 1. KB2, KB3, 2. KQ3, KQ4, etc. Not 1. KB2, KKT5, 2. KKD2, KB4, 3. KB3, etc., as in diagram 57. A counterpart to this position is found in diagram 69, which shows one of the few cases in which the possession of an extra pawn does not force a win. It seems at first sight as if white could win by simply assuming the opposition with 1. KK4 continued KK2, 2, KQ5, KQ2, 3, PB5, KK2, 4, KB6, etc., but black would reply 1. PB4CH. And after 2. PXBCH, KB3 followed by KXB ensure the draw. We come now to those endgames in which pieces as well as pawns are left on the board. As it is my aim to give typical examples, I shall confine myself to positions where there is only one piece besides the king. Most endgames with several pieces can be reduced to that. In nearly all endgames with pieces, the king's maneuvers used in pawn endings are of no avail, as far as opposition is concerned, as the advantage of opposition means that the opponent is forced to move his king, and as long as there are pieces on the board, such forced move positions are infrequent. However, the strength of the pawn position is of the same importance as in pawn endings, just as the command of as many squares as possible is essential for the king. A third and very important factor is again the mobility of pieces. A good example is found in diagram 70, a position from a game post-Leonhardt, Berlin Jubilee Tournament, 1907. Black's pawn position is weaker, because the white pawns, being on black squares, cannot be attacked by the bishop, whilst black has two isolated pawns on white squares. Furthermore, the black bishop has less mobility than the white one, and finally the black king is tied to his q3 to prevent white's entry at b5 or k5. These drawbacks decide the issue. 1. Br2, 2. Pr4, bkt3, 3. bb2, pr4. After br2, white would command the square at kt6 through pr5, 4. bq3, br2, 5. bb1, and black resigns, for white threatens to establish his bishop at b3, where the pawns at q5 and r5 are both attacked, whilst the black bishop is at once forced to occupy the only square from which both pawns are covered, namely b2. As this square must be abandoned in the next move, black loses a pawn in the game. 5. bkt1, 6. bk2, bb2, 7. bb3, and wins, or 5. bkt3, 6. bkt2, bb2, 7. bb3, and wins. A corresponding instance of knight v. Bishop is the Endgame Blackburn-Schlechter, page 102. It is difficult to gauge the relative value of bishop and knight in the endgame. The knight has the advantage of access to all squares, against that the bishop is able to fight at long range, and offers opportunities of gaining moves in certain positions where there is a forced move, compare page 90. As already stated, 2 bishops are superior to 2 knights because the limitation of the color of squares ceases. A rook generally wins against a bishop or a knight, sometimes even against a majority of 1 or 2 pawns, provided, of course, that there are still pawns on the rook's side, and that their exchange cannot be forced. The following position, diagram 71, from a game milepost, shows how to proceed in such cases. Here white can force a win in the following way: 1. Rxb, pkt6, 2. Rr6, pxb, 3. Rxb, kb2, 4. Rb2, bkt5, 5. Rb4, br4, 6. pb4. The black pawn position must first be torn up, if it is to be attacked successfully. Now black's defeat is inevitable, whether the pawn is taken or not. The sequel would be 6. pxb 7. Rxb, after which the rook goes to 5 krona and the rook's pawn must fall, or 6. kkt3, 7. pxb 8. rb6 ch, kkt2, 9. rb5, and the bishop's pawn is lost unless black gives up his passed pawn. In this case black loses also. 9. rb5, bq1, 10. kxb, kkt3, 11. kq3, bb3, 12. rb6, kkt2, 13. kk4, kkt3, 14. rr6, kb2, 15. kb5, bq1, 16. rkt6, followed by rxb, etc. The queen against a minor piece wins so easily that it is not necessary to give an example. It only remains to discuss end games of queen v, queen, rook v, rook, and minor piece v, minor piece, in which one player has a majority of pawns, or an equal number of pawns, one of which is passed. As a rule, the extra pawn leads to a win. There are, however, exceptions frequently recurring in practice to which I must refer specially. Diagram 72 shows an endgame with a rook's pawn and a bishop of the wrong color. White draws with 1. kdq2, pb7, 2. ktk4ch, kkt7, 3. ktxb, and draws, as black, in order to capture the white pawn. After kxkt must give the white king access to the rook square, from which he could not be dislodged except by a bishop on white squares. In diagram 73 white cannot win although his bishop is of the right color, by 1. pb7 ktxb, 2. bxkt, and white cannot win the rook's pawn. He can only attack the pawn from kt7 or kt8, both of which are inaccessible as the black king gets to kt1. It is a stalemate position. If the white pawn were still at r5, white's king could attack the pawn from r6 and secure the win. In the position given, white could only win by keeping his passed pawn, and indeed it is possible to win by gaining a move with the bishop. In the diagram it is white's move. Black with the move could not play kb2 because kq6 would follow. The knight would have to move, allowing the pawn to queen. Therefore white must try to bring about the same position with black to move. He can do this, for instance, in the following way. 1. bkt3, kb2, now 2. kq6 would be bad on account of ktq5, 3. pb7, kt5ch, and ktxb, 2. br2, kk2, 3. bk5. Now white's plan has succeeded. The same position has occurred, and it is black's move. As mentioned before, the king must not move, but knight's moves are of no avail. If 3. kt 4 bb6 ch, the knight is lost, or alternatively the pawn queens. On 3. ktb1, bq6 ch decides, and on 3. ktq1, 4. bb6 ch kk1, 5. bxkt would follow. On this occasion I should like to point out that it is impossible to gain a move with a knight, as a square which is accessible to him in an odd number of moves cannot be reached by him in an even number. A simple instance is diagram 74. White loses, having the move 1. kr8 ktk4 2. kr2 ktq2 3. kr8 ktb1 4. pr7 ktkt3 mate. Black with the move cannot win, as he cannot bring about the same position with white to move. In endgames of bishop v. bishop, of which we have already had an example in diagram 70, an extra pawn wins in most cases if the bishops are of the same color. It is generally possible to force an exchange of bishops and obtain one of the well-known pawn endings. On the other hand, an ending with bishops of different color leads mostly to a draw, frequently even against a majority of 2 pawns. The position in diagram 75 is a draw, because it is impossible for the white king to get round his kt pawn to drive off the bishop. With 2 passed pawns distant from each other, a win can generally be forced, as in the following position, diagram 76. The king moves up to the pawn, the progress of which is barred by the bishop, not the king. He thereby forces the sacrifice of the bishop. If the black king comes to the rescue of the bishop, the other pawn proves black's downfall. 1. kk4 kk2 2. kq5 kq2 3. bk4 bk2 4. pkt6 bq1 5. pkt7 kb2 6. kk6 and wins, or 5. bb2 6. pb6 br7 6. bb2 kk1 8. kk6 bkt1 9. bkt6ch kb1 10. kq7 and wins. When the pawns are united, one should observe this rule. If they are attacked, they should, if possible, move to squares of the color of the opposing bishop. Therefore, in the position set out in diagram 77, white should not play pb5, but pk5. After 1. pb5 there is no possible chance for white to assume the command of the black squares, and in order to advance the pawns it is necessary to force access to both white and black squares. In the present instance, play would proceed on these lines: 1. pk5 br4 2. kk3 kb2 3. kk4 kk2 4. pb5 bkt5 5. pb6ch kb1 6. pk6 br6 7. br4 bkt5. White can only get through with the king's pawn, as pb7 is unavailing on the ground set out above. But in order to play pk7, the square k7 must first be covered a second time, so that the bishop cannot be given up for the 2 pawns. Therefore 8, kq5, br6, bb6, pk7 ch, 9. kb6, kk1, 10. kb7 ch, kb1, 11. kq7, and wins. In endgames with one knight on each side, an extra pawn usually decides the game much in the same way as in endgames with bishops of the same color. Frequently, even with equal pawns, the possession of a passed pawn is sufficient, as it keeps either the king or the knight busy, so that there is only one piece available for the defense of the pawns. An instructive example is the endgame edition Lasker on page 100. Endgames with rook against rook are the most frequent, as well as the most difficult. Here the possession of an extra pawn is seldom sufficient for a win, unless the stronger side has also an advantage in the greater mobility of the rook. Diagram 78 is typical of such cases, frequent in practice, in which the greater mobility is the deciding factor. Although white has 1 pawn more, he can only win by reducing the mobility of the black rook through the following maneuver: 1. rb2, rq2, 2. rr2, rr2. Now the black rook has only one move left, whilst the white rook has the freedom of the rook's file. For instance, the rook can be posted at r5 and prevent the black king from attacking white's kingside pawns, whilst the white king makes for the r at r7 and effects its capture. If, on the other hand, the black king tries to obstruct the way to the queen's side, white penetrates into the black pawn position. Black cannot maintain the opposition because the white rook has spare moves, the black rook none. EG3, KB3, KKT3, 4. RR5, KB3, 5. KK4, KK3, 6. RR4, PKT3, 7. RR5, KQ3, 8. KQ4, KB3, 9. KK5, and wins the pawns. Having the move, black would draw the game by 1. RQ7CH, 2. KR3, RR7. By placing his rook behind the passed pawn, he condemns the opposing rook to inactivity, whilst his own is free to move on the rook's file. If now the white king comes up, he will in the end force the sacrifice of the black rook for the pawn, but meanwhile the black king captures the white pawns, and with passed pawns on the king's side might get winning chances. When there is only one pawn left in endings of r against r, the weaker side maintains the draw, if the king can command the queening square. Diagram 79 shows a position favorable to the stronger side, and which can mostly be obtained in this endgame. But here, too, black forces a draw with a pretty maneuver 1. RB2, 2. RKKT2, RQ2CH, 3. PXR, and black is stalemate. The chances of a draw are even greater in endings of Q against Q, as the king on the stronger side can seldom evade perpetual check. For the sake of completeness, I will show a few cases in which Q or R cannot win against an advanced pawn. In diagram 80, white can still draw, for in 5 moves the pawn reaches KT7, supported by the king at R7, and in that time black cannot come up with his king, so that he must give up the rook for the pawn. 2 passed pawns win, even when the king is away from them, if they have reached their 6th square. In diagram 81, for instance, white is lost, as black gives up his rook at Q7 and plays PKT6, after which one of the pawns queens. The queen wins against an advanced pawn, even when the latter is supported by the king. Only the R or B pawn can draw sometimes, when the pawn is on the 7th supported by the king, and the opposing Q cannot move to the queening square. The following illustrates the 3 principal cases. A. Position: white, K at QKT8, P at QR7, black, K at QR8, Q at QB3. Black must stop the pawn and plays QKT3CH. White answers with KRSQ and is stalemate unless white lets the KT's file free again. This endgame can only be won if the stronger king can assume the opposition in 2 moves. Therefore, if in the above example the black king was standing at Q5, black would win as follows: 1. QK1CH, 2. KKT7, QK2CH, 3. KKT8, KB4, 4. PR8 equals Q, KKT3. And white cannot cover the mate. B. Position: white, K at QKT8, P at QB7, black, K at Q5, Q at QB3. White draws 1. QKT3CH, 2. KR8, QXB, stalemate. C. Position: white, K at QKT8, P at QKT7, black, K at Q5, Q at QB3. White loses. 1. KR7, QR5CH, 2. KKT6, QKT5CH, 3. KB7, QB4CH, 4. KQ8, QQ3CH, 5. KB8, QB3CH, 6. KKT8, KB4, 7. KR7, QR5CH, 8. KKT8, KB3, 9. KB8, QR3, etc. Endgames from Master Play. In the following pages I give some instructive examples taken from tournament play. Step by step we will find how very important is the knowledge of the simple endings treated in the last chapter. We shall see that it is often necessary to consider many moves ahead to find the correct line, but that it is nearly always possible to foresee every consequence with unfailing certainty. Moreover, because of the reduction of forces, there is no call to take very many variations into consideration. This explains why there is a tendency in modern masterplay to enforce the exchange of pieces, as soon as there is the slightest advantage sufficient to bring about one of the elementary endgame positions, in which the win can be forced. 1. From a game Teichmann Blackburn, Berlin, 1897. Black has an extra pawn on the queen's side. But as it is doubled, the material superiority is of no account. A perceptible advantage, however, lies in the fact that white cannot bring about a forced move position, as black has the move PQB4 in reserve. White has also an infinitesimal weakness on the king's side, the rook's pawn having advanced 2 squares and being therefore an easy mark. This disadvantage soon becomes apparent. 1. PB3 KB4 2. KB2 PR4 3. KKD2 PKT4 4. KR3 KK4. With this move, advantage is taken of one of white's weaknesses. White must exchange pawns. If the king moves, black captures, freeing b5 for his king, from where he can later on get to k6 or kt6. But after the exchange at kt4, black has the chance of obtaining a distant passed pawn on the rook's file. 5. PXB PXB6. KKT2 KB4 7. KR2 KB3. If black were to play PR5 at once, white would reply with 8. KR3, and after PXB 9. KXB. Black would have to give up the spare move PB4 to gain the square at B5 for his king. The game then would be drawn after 10. KKT2. KB5, 11. KB2, because white maintains the opposition, and black cannot get through at K6 or KT6. Black therefore maneuvers his king first in such a way that the square at his B4 is only reached when the white king is at KT3. 8. KKT2 KKT3 9. KR2 PR5. Neither PXB nor PB4 is of any use. In the first case, black obtains the distant passed pawn. In the second, white obtains the distant passed pawn after 10. PB4 PXBP 11. PXRP, but loses it again after KR4 12. KR3 PB4 10. KR3 PXB 11. KXB KB4. At last, black has captured the coveted square, whilst keeping the spare move in hand. 12. KB2 KB5. The white king cannot move to KT2 now, because in that case black would move the king to the white QBP and queen in 7 moves, and white, after 7 moves, would only have the KB pawn at B7. 13. KK2 KKT6 14. KK3 PB4. And wins, for white cannot hold the KBP now, but must capture the KTP in exchange for it, after which the black king reaches the queen's side 2 moves ahead, e.g. 15. KK2 KKT7 16. KK3 KB8. 17. KK4 KB7 18. KB5 KXB 19. KXB KK6, etc. Black would have forced a win also if white had played KKT2 on his 12th move, thus 12. KKT2, KB5, 13. KB2. Now white has the opposition, and after black wrings it from him by playing the spare move PB4, he assumes it again with 14. KK2, KKT6, 15. KK3. But he cannot maintain it after black's KR6 because the square at Q3 for distant opposition is not accessible. After 16. KQ2, KR7, 17. KK3, KKT6, 18. KK2, KKT7, 19. KK3, KB8 we get the same result as before. 2. From a game edition Lasker Levi, Hamburg 1910. White has the advantage, because black must keep either his king or his knight permanently near the passed pawn, guarding against its advance, whilst both white's king and knight can attack the black pawns. As yet they stand so far in the rear that the white king cannot approach them, therefore white must first try to force their advance. 1. KTB5 PKT3 2. KDQ3 PR4. This is now necessary, because the square B3 is weak after PKT3 and the white knight threatens to win the rook's pawn eventually with a check at B6. For this reason KTQ2, for instance, could not be played instead of the move in the text, because 3. ktk5 would follow. Black now cannot exchange, of course, otherwise the position would resolve itself to an easy endgame when similar to the one in diagram 56. There would be nothing left but kt-kt1 to oppose the threat of kt-b6ch, and this would get the knight entirely out of play, so that white could queen the passed pawn easily after 4. kkt6. 3. kk5 pb3. The king was threatening to enter via q5 and b6. 4. kb5 ktk3. If black wishes to obviate the threat, ktk5 b4, and plays pkt4, the white king goes to qb5 and wins all the pawns easily. Therefore black endeavors to sacrifice a pawn in order to exchange the two others, after which a draw could be forced by exchanging the knight for the remaining white pawn. 5. ktk5 pb4 6. ktb4 pkt4 7. ktxb pb5. 8. kk5 ktb4 9. ktb6 ch kb1. Not kb2, because of 10. kq4 ktq6, 11. ktk5 ch. 10. ktr7. Here white had only considered the following answer. ktq6 ch. 11. kq4 ktx ktp, 12. ktxb ktq6, 13. pb5 ktkt5, 14. ktb3 ktb7 ch, 15. kxb ktk6 ch, 16. kb5 ktxb, 17. pr4 ktk2, 18. ktq5 ktb1, 19. kb6 kk1, 20. kb7 ktr7, 21. kkt7, and wins the knight. Black, however, draws through a pretty combination. 10. pkt5 11. kq4 pb6 12. kb4 pxb 13. kxb ktxb. And white cannot prevent the ultimate exchange of kt for p. The last winning chance would have been 10. kq4 ktq, 11. kb3. This is in any case the more plausible line, because now white can attack the pawns with both king and knight, as both the black pieces are away from the field of operations. The sequel could be 11. ktxbp, 12. pr3, ktr7 would only draw, ktk7ch, 13. kkt4, ktb8 14. pr3, ktr7ch, 15. kxb, pb6, 12. ktq4 ch 13. kq4 ktb5, 14. kk4 ktr7, ktk7 ch, 15. kk3, pb6, ktq6, 15. pkt4, ktkt7 16. ktq4, and wins. 3. From a game Blackburn Schlechter, Vienna, 1898. White has just played qb4. pb5 is threatened, and black is forced to exchange queens. The ensuing endgame, however, is inferior for black, because the qp is weak and white threatens eventually to force his queen's pawn through. 1. qb4 2. qxq bxq 3. ktq4 bkt3 4. rxr rxr 5. rk1 rxr. If black wants to avoid the exchange, he must yield up the king's file to white, and that would surely spell disaster, as the black rook would have no field of action, and would have to go to q1 to avoid the loss of a pawn through kt-kt5 ch, after which the white rook would take possession of the 7th rank, fettering the action of the bishop into the bargain. 6. kxr bq6 7. pk-kt3 kq2. Black is condemned to inactivity, and white can quietly set to work to force his pawn through. 8. kq2 bk5 9. pkt3 bkt8 10. pqr3 bk5 11. kk3 bkt8 12. ktb3. In order to play pq-kt4 and pb5, then to force black to exchange at b5, white must first have the opportunity of bearing a second time on black's queen's pawn. Therefore he prepares the maneuver kt-b3 q2 b4. 12. kk2 13. pq-kt4 bb4 14. pb5 bq2 15. kq4 bk1 16. KTQ2 BQ2 17. KTB4 PXBCH 18. PXBPB3. It is not yet easy to materialize the advantage in position. The advance PQ6CH would be very bad, as B6 and K6 would be made accessible for black. White starts by tempting the pawns forward and thus systematically creates points of attack. 19. KTKT2 BB4 20. PQR4 KQ2 21. PR5 PQR3. The queen's side is paralyzed. The text move is forced, as PR6 would give white yet another passed pawn. Now white turns his attention to the king's side. 22. KTB4 KB2 23. KTQ6 BQ2 24. KK4 BR5 25. PKT4 BB7 CH 26. KQ4 BKT3. Black wishes to play PR4 in order to get a passed pawn too, the only chance of saving the game. 27. PR3 KKT1. Now PR4 would be countered by KTB5, forcing the exchange and leaving a backward pawn at KT2, and the rook's pawn would be bound to fall. 28. KTB5 BXKT29. PXBKB2. It would now seem as if black might have played PKKT4 here, securing a passed pawn and forcing a draw. After 30. PR4 black would play PR3, and it is not evident how white is to win. But 29. PKKT4 is parried by PXBEP. The difference in the pawn positions, which decides the issue for white, is found in the fact that the white passed pawn at Q5 is unassailable because the support of the BP cannot be taken away by black's PKT3, whilst black's passed pawn at his B3 can be isolated at any time through PR4 R5. White would take up a position on the knight's file with the king, and push on the rook's pawn. The isolated pawns are then an easy prey. On the text move, white also pushes the rook's pawn on to compel PR3 and reduce black to moves by the king. The passed queen's pawn decides the game. 30. KK4 KQ2 31. KB4 KK2 32. KKT4 KQ2 33. PR4 KB1 34. PR5 PR3. Otherwise there follows PR6, KR5, etc. 35. KB4 KQ2 36. KK4 KB2 37. PQ6CH KB1 38. KQ5 KQ2 39. PB6CH PXBCH. Compare diagram 68. 40. KB5 resigns. 4. From a game Berdyanovsky. In spite of the preponderance of material, the win is not an easy one for black, because of white's alarming pawn array on the queen's side. The king must first make use of his great power as an endgame piece. 1. KB2-2. PKT5 KK3-3. PKT6 PXB4. PXBKQ25. BK5. Threatens PKT7. But as white must first move his bishop to cover his pawn, the rook's pawn is lost, and the maneuver therefore unsound. PR3 was indicated. It threatens the breakup of the black pawns by PKT4 and their capture by the king. 5. KB3-6. BQ4RR2CH7. KK3RXB8. KB4RQ7. 9. PKT4RXB. Black reduces the position to an elementary ending, which is theoretically a win. Whilst the two white passed pawns are isolated and fall singly, black obtains two passed pawns, which are united and unassailable. 10. PXR PK611. KXKP PXB12. KB4 PR4 13. PQ5CH KXKDP 14. KK5 KB2 resigns. V. From a game Steiner for Gax, Czechoslovakia, 1907. White has an advantage in the greater mobility of his rook, and makes the most of it in an instructive fashion. 1. RKT4 PKT3. White provokes this move in order to produce a weakness at KB6. 2. KK2 KK33. RKB4 RKB1. Black naturally dare not allow the rook to penetrate into the 7th. 4. PQ4 PQB4. This move would win the game, if the rooks had been exchanged, because in that case the distant passed pawn which black could obtain on the QKT file would decide the issue. But supported by the mobile rook, the center pawns become irresistible. Instead of the text move, pkb4 was necessary in order to release the rook. 5. pb3 pxb6. pxb pkb4. If it were not for the rooks, the center pawns would not help white, because black would obtain a passed pawn on either wing. 7. kq3 pkkt4 8. rb2 rb1 9. pkt4 pb5. If pxb 10. rb6 ch kk2 11. rr6 wins. 10. pkr4 pkr3 11. pxb pxb 12. rr2 rb1 13. rr6 ch kk2 14. pq5 pb6 15. rk6 h kq2 16. rb6 resigns. For after rxr 17. pxr, white captures the bp, and still overtakes the passed pawn which black obtains on the queen's wing. The pawns at q5 and b6 are unassailable, kk8, pq6, kb7, pq7, etc. The consequences of 16. rb6 had to be calculated to a nicety. If, for instance, the qktp were already at his fourth, white would lose. In 4 moves black would have one of his pawns at his r6, the other at kt5. In the meantime white would have taken the bp and come back to the q file. Now black would win with pkt6, because after pxb the rp queen's unmolested. 6. From a game Sherasek Heinrichsen, Cologne, 1898. White's position is superior, firstly, because the only open file on the board is his, and secondly, because the black queen's side pawns are advanced, and therefore weak for a king's ending. After exchanging the queen and 1 rook, the possession of the king's file ensures the advance of the king to k4 and from there to q5. Then the weakness of black's pawns decides the game. 1. qxq rxq2. rk8 ch rxr3. rxr ch kr2 4. kr2 pkkt3 5. kkt3. pxb is no threat, because white wins the pawn back at once with rk5. By capturing, black would only dislocate his pawns. 5. kkt2 6. kb4 kb3 7. rk5 pkt3 8. kk4 rq3 9. pkb4 rk3. Black probably hopes for a counterchance by getting a distant passed pawn on the crook's file. But he underrates the weakness of the queen's side pawns, and even without the exchange of rooks, white would win, by settling the king's side first and then tearing up the queen's side, as in the game. 10. pkt4, rk2, 11. pxb 12. pkt5 ch, pxb, 13. pxb 10. pxb 11. kq5 rxr 12. pxr ch kk2 13. pkkt4 resigns. Black must capture, as he needs 7 moves in which to exchange the knight's pawn and queen his rook's pawn, whilst in that time white can win the qp after pxb, and yet arrive in time with his king to stop the pawn from queening. After l3. pxb, however, there follows 14. kxb. Then white covers his passed pawn with pq4, and his king, having full freedom, captures all the black pawns. Chapter 6: The Middle Game. General remarks. Having now a fair knowledge of the endgame, we should be in a position to appreciate how the middle game should be conducted. We must throughout maintain a favorable pawn formation, in view of the endgame which might be forced on us by exchanges. On the other hand, as soon as we have gained an advantage sufficient to secure the victory in the endgame, we must ourselves, by the exchange of pieces, try to reduce the position to one of the typical elementary cases which we have discussed. Now it will invariably be found that beginners are unwilling to make these essential exchanges. This is explained by the attraction which combinations involving the action of many pieces have for them. They assume that exchanges, particularly of the queens, make the games dull. Such ideas only prove that the beginner has not grasped the nature of chess, the essence of which is stern logic and uncompromising conclusions, and this demands the shortest and clearest way leading to a mate. To the strong player, able to play logically, logic will always be inseparable from beauty in chess. To play logically means to subordinate all combinations to a leading plan of campaign, but there is difficulty in finding the latter. An unsound scheme, even if worked out to its logical conclusion, can of course be of no value. All the same, it is better than no plan at all. And in time one gains by experience, and develops a sort of instinct for rejecting from the large number of possible operations all those which, properly countered, cannot bring any advantage. Beside practical play, which is essential in order to gain this instinct, a methodical theoretical instruction is of inestimable value, and accelerates the development of the student's mind. Now, the instruction I wish to give in the theory of chess will not take the form of an analysis, brought up right into the middle game, of the various openings, tested and found correct in master play. Such collections erroneously bear the title of Theory of the Openings, and are, besides, quite useless at this stage since they only embody the results of analysis. It is first necessary to ascertain a few leading principles, which can be taught in a most simple manner, by the exercise of common sense, rather than by applying oneself to the study of long-winded analysis. The student will no longer need to discover time-worn maxims in the light of his own weary experience, and on the other hand, these principles will help him to understand analysis, and to keep clearly before his mind's eye the common and principal lines of play, of which he might easily lose sight in the labyrinth of suggested variations. I propose to show the application of such principles to master play, and this will give us a further opportunity of deeper study, both of the rules set out in the first part for conducting the opening correctly, and of the endgame principles, which should be well considered. I have made the pawn skeleton with its attendant grouping of pieces the main consideration in the study of the opening. Now, in the investigation of the problems of the middle game, I will start from the transformation which the pawn skeleton has to undergo in the course of further operations. In my opinion, this is the best starting point for the choice of effective maneuvers of the different pieces. Before we are able to evolve a practical scheme, we must have under consideration the following important points. How do we know if an attack is likely to succeed? In other words, on what point should I concentrate the attack? It should be clear to all that it is of no possible use to direct an attack on anything that can move away. Yet beginners frequently infringe this obvious rule, and I have often witnessed maneuvers such as these. Diagram 90. 1. PQR3 2, PQKT4, and then, after the B has retired to his KT3 even 3, RQKT1 4, PQR4 5, PR5. Meanwhile, Black will have played PQR3 to make a loophole for his B at R2, and what is the result? The black bishop is as effectual at R2 as at B4, but White has advanced his pawns, and weakened them, as they are now more liable to attack. Moreover, White has used up 5 moves to achieve his aim, whilst Black only needed 3. Therefore Black has gained 2 moves, which he can use for the development of his pieces. Diagram 91 illustrates another mistake frequently made in the choice of an objective, and one which can utterly spoil the whole game, even in its earliest stage. Black has to move, and his game is somewhat hindered by the dominating position of the white queen. The latter prevents the bishop from occupying a desirable square at his QB4, and also makes the liberating move PQ4 impossible. Therefore it would seem desirable to drive the queen away. But this should only be done if it is not attended by some further disadvantage. Now, the average player is not particularly fastidious in his methods. The queen irritates him, therefore the queen must be repelled one way or the other. He would probably try PQB4. The result is that the queen selects another good square, for instance at K3 or QR4, but Black has not improved matters, for he still can play either BB4 nor PQ4. On the other hand, irredeemable harm has been done, inasmuch as the black QP now remains backward. The attack on the queen by PQB4 must consequently be rejected. Sallies such as these, in which short-lived attacks are made by pawns upon pieces, are always of doubtful value. They must unquestionably be avoided if they break up the pawn skeleton, which is formed in the opening, and confine the mobility of the pieces. Also, with regard to maneuvers of pieces, intended solely to drive away an opposing piece, it is obviously essential that the attacking pieces in effecting their purpose should not be made to stray too far afield, lest they become out of play. I shall delay dealing with the features underlying good forms of attack, both by pieces and pawns, until I have treated of the choice of an objective. From what we have already expounded, it is clear that the subject of an attack should be incapable of evasion. Should it, in the course of attack, be desired to prevent a piece from being moved, that can only be effected by means of a pin. A pawn, however, can be held in place either by occupying the square immediately in front of it, or by controlling the latter with more forces than the opponent can bring to bear upon it. The last two diagrams exemplify this. If in diagram 91 black makes the mistake of playing pqb4 as suggested, the backward qp becomes a welcome objective for white's attack. White can keep that pawn back by playing pqb4 as soon as it threatens to advance, after which he would develop quietly, double his rooks, and bring the q and qb to bear in a concentrated attack on q6. A position not unlike that in diagram 92 will result ultimately, in which black defends the pawn as many times as it is attacked, but in which white can bring up his kp to the attack, as the qp cannot move away, whilst black has no further defensive move at his disposal. Play against a backward pawn nearly always develops on these lines, and is even easier when there is no defending b of the same color as the pawn. See page 40, Endgame number 26. Such maneuvers, in the course of which pieces are pinned and attacked, are illustrated in diagram 90. The most obvious move, which initiates an attack and at the same time completes the development of the minor pieces, is bkt5. Attacks by means of such devices are so frequent and varied that it will be necessary to treat them at some length, which I now propose to do. I should also add that, with regard to diagram 90, the student will derive lasting benefit from a thorough study of the position, and will thus improve his power to judge of the desirability, or otherwise, of obtaining open files, diagonals, doubled pawns, etc. After bkt5. The threat is to attack the knight a second and third time with ktq5 and qb3, after moving the kkt away. As black's kkt is only supported twice, and there is no chance of bringing up more forces for its defense, black must undertake something to provide against the threatened onslaught. The most natural plan is to develop the qb at k3, from where it can be exchanged for the knight should ktq5 be played. The doubled pawn, which white could force by exchanging the bishops, is in no way detrimental to black's game. On the contrary, the opening of the file for the rook, with the attendant chance of playing pq4 supported by the doubled pawn, gives black the advantage. The doubled pawn which black obtains after 2. ktq5, bxkt, 3. pxb or 3, bxb, ktk2, 4. bxkt, would also be of no help to white. The apparent weakness created in black's game at kb3 and 3 krona by the disappearance of the ktp does not assist white in this case, because the pieces which could take advantage of such a weakness, the qb and the kt at q5, have been exchanged. There only remains the kkt and the q for an immediate attack, whilst the black rook will soon get into effective action on the open knight's file, e.g. 5. qq2 kr1, 6. qr6 kt-kt3, 7. ktr4 ktx-kt, 8. qx-kt, qk2, followed by the doubling of the rooks on the kt file. Considerations of a similar nature would tend to show that 1. bkt5, ktk2, 2. bxkt, pxb is in favor of black. The white qb, which is so effective in taking advantage of weaknesses at black's kb3 and r3, has been exchanged. The queen's knight is not available for attack on the kbp, as it would be exchanged or else driven off in time by pb3. Compared with the position considered above, which occurs after 1. bk3, 2. ktq5, black has the further advantage of maintaining his qb, which makes it possible to push the weak kbp on to his fourth, and either exchange it or push it still further to b5, a useful and secure position. Matters would be different were black to allow his king's wing to be broken up without getting rid of white's dangerous pieces by exchanges. Let us consider what happens if black takes no measures against ktq5, but only prevents white's ultimate qb3 by pinning the knight with bkkt5. White gains a decisive advantage by bringing his queen into play before black is able to secure himself against the threatened combined attack of q and b, or alternately q and kt by kr1, rkt1 kt3. I will give two examples of how the whole game now centers on the attack and defense of the points weakened by the disappearance of the ktp, and how white pushes home his advantage in the one instance with the help of the b, in the other by the cooperation of the kt. I1. bkkt5, bkkt5, 2. ktq5, ktq5, 3. qq2, bxkt, 4. bxkt, pxb, 5. qr6, and there is no reply to the threat of ktxbch and qxb mate, except through the sacrifice of the q. Forcing the exchange of knights is of no avail, for after 5. ktk7ch, 6. kr1, bxbch, 7. kxb, ktb5ch, 8. ktxkt, pxkt, 9. kr1, white occupies the kt file first and wins easily, 9, kr1, 10. rkkt1, rkkt1, 11. rxr, qxr, 12. rkkt1 followed by mate or loss of the queen. 2, 3. qq2, pb3, 4. ktxktch, pxkt, 5. br4. bxkt, 6. qr6, ktk7ch, 7. kr1, bxbch, 8. kxb, ktb5ch, 9. kr1, ktkt3. Now black has succeeded in interrupting the white queen's action on the bp, but it has taken many moves, with the sole result that black's queen's knight is better placed. All the other pieces, however, occupy the positions they took up in the opening. The black knight, moreover, is only supported by the rp until black manages to block the white bishop's diagonal by pq4. Meanwhile white has gained a big start, and is ready to occupy the open file with his rooks. The sequel might be 10. pq4, bxb if pxb, 11, pk5, qpxb, 12, rkkt1, etc., 11. pb3, bkt3, 12. qrq1, kr1, 13. rkkt1, qk2, 14. rq3, rkkt1, 15. rr3, rkt2, ktxb, 16. qxrpch, 16. rb3, followed by bxb, b6. Taking it all in all, we see from the foregoing that the pinning of the black knight can only be injurious to black if he does not take timely measures to provide against white's ktq5, which threatens to concentrate more forces for the attack on kb6 than black is able to mobilize for its defense. Beginners, after having experienced frequent trouble through their inadequate defense of this kind of attack, try to avoid their recurrence by making such pinning moves impossible from the first and playing pr3 on whichever side the pin is threatened. Apart from the loss of time, on which I remarked at length when discussing the opening, such pawn moves have various other drawbacks. With every pawn move it should be considered whether the squares protected by the pawn before it has moved may not need the support of that pawn at a later stage. This is particularly the case with regard to squares in front of the castled king. If one of those pawns pushes on, the squares which have lost its protection frequently offer an opening for a direct attack by the enemy's pieces on the king. A second consideration is the fact that the advancing pawn itself becomes a target for an assault in which the opponent, moving up a pawn on the next file, brings his rooks into play, or in which he sacrifices a piece for the advanced pawn and the one that protects it, thus robbing the king of the protection he sought to obtain in castling. The following examples will contribute much to the understanding of this most important subject, the grasp of which will mean a great step forward for the student. The position in diagram 93 is from a game v. Skeeve Teichmann, Berlin, 1907. White played 1. pr3 in order to avoid the pinning of his knight through bkt5. The move is not unjustified, as the knight is required for the support of the square at q4. The pawn move, however, has the drawbacks enumerated above, and white must think of keeping a sufficiency of pieces for the fight on the king's wing, in order to prevent black from utilizing the weakness thus created for a combined assault by superior forces. In this case, white does not take precautionary measures, and succumbs in a surprisingly short time. 1. KEB3, 2. PXB? With this move, white opens the diagonal for black's KB for no apparent reason. 2. QKTXB 3. KTXKT? Instead of providing for the defense of his king's wing, white exchanges one of the king's side pieces. 3. QXKT 4. KDQ2, BXB. White has provoked this sacrifice by his last two moves. The KBP is pinned, and the Q enters by way of her KT6, the protection of which was given up by pushing on the RP. The rest is easy. 5. PXB, QKT6CH, 6. KR1, QXBCH, 7. KKT1, KTKT5, 8. KTB3, QKT6CH, 9. KR1, BXB, 10. Resigns. Diagram 94 shows a position from a game Marshall Byrne, Ostend, 1907. Strong in the knowledge that the black queen's side pieces are not developed, and can only with difficulty be of assistance in the defense of the king's side because of their limited mobility, white takes advantage of the weakness created by the advance of the black KKT pawn to his third, and initiates an immediate assault on the king's stronghold. 1. PKR4 RK1, 2. PR5. This forces open the rook's file. If the pawn were still at KT2, black would simply let white push on to R6 and then reply with PKKT3. 2. KTXB3. RXKT. White concludes the game in brilliant style. Black's wrong development has given a welcome opportunity for sacrificial combinations. Now the KB has an open diagonal, the pawn position is broken, and white's Q and R have no difficulty in using the rook's file for a deadly attack. 3. PXR 4. BXBCH KXB 5. KTKT5CH KKT3. If KKT1, then 6. QXB KTB3 7. QXBCH KR1 8. Castles, etc. 6. QKTB3 PK4 7. KTR4CH KB3 8. KTR7CH KK2 9. KTB5CH KK3 10. KTXBCH KK2 11. KTB5CH KK3 12. PQ5CH KXKT 13. QXBCH KK5 14. Castles, followed by PB3 or RQ4 mate. In cases where both sides have already castled on the same wing, and the opponent has weakened his position by pushing on one of the pawns of that wing, it is seldom advisable to start an attack with the advance of one of the pawns in front of the king, as the latter's position would be weakened. An attack of this kind is only justified if there is a prospect of concentrating with all speed a superior force before the opponent has time for a counterattack. The black position in diagram 95 illustrates one much favored by natural players. Here the advance of the KRP would not be a suitable plan of attack for white, as his rook is no longer on the rook's file, nor could it be brought back in time. In this case, white must endeavor to take advantage of the weaknesses at black's KB3 and 3 krona, produced by his move PKKT3. This will be the modus operandi, QQ2 followed by BR6, forcing the exchange of black's valuable KB. After that, the Q in conjunction with one of the knights will attempt to force an entry at KB6 or 6 krona, as for instance in the following, the moves of which are taken from a game I once watched and took note of as being most instructive. 1. QQ2 PQ3 2. BKR6 PXB 3. BXB KXB 4. PXB QQ2 5. KTK4 KTQ4 6. BB4 QRQ1 7. BXKT PXB 8. KTB6 QK3 9. QKT5 BB1 to prevent KTKT4 10. QRK1 QB4 11. QR4 PKR3 12. KTQ4 KTXKT 13. QXKT PB4 14. QQ2 PQ5 15. PKB4 PB5 16. PKKT4 QK3 17. PB5 QB3, 18. RK4, BKT2, 19. RB3, QB4, 20. QXBCH, KXQ, 21. RR3CH, followed by RR7 or KTR7 mate. A somewhat more difficult case is shown in diagram 96. Here the advance of the white king's side pawns has undeniably produced weaknesses in the pawn skeleton, and these would be fatal had the black pieces as much mobility as the white ones. But the congestion of black's pieces on the queen's side makes his defense unwieldy, and white has no difficulty in accumulating his forces on the king's side for the final assault. The prospects are that white will be able to bring home his attack before black has a chance of forcing exchanges and of bringing about the endgame, which through the weakness of the white pawns would probably turn to his advantage. The play E. Cohn-Ed. Lasker match, Berlin, 1909, is instructive, and shows how the attack should be conducted in such positions. 1. KDKT3, BKD2, 2. KR2, PB3, 3. RKKT1, KTQ2, 4. KTR4, KB2. The concentration of the white pieces has become alarming, and threatens to be continued by QQ2, RKT2, QRKKT1, and KTB5. So the black king decides on flight, but he finds no piece on the Q side either, because there his advanced pawns soon allow white to make a breach in the black position. 5. KDKT2, KK2, 6. QK2, KTKT3, 7. KRKB1, BB1. It is black's intention to play PB4 as soon as practicable, and to make an attempt at a counter demonstration on the king's side. 8. PKB4, KQ1? Black should have kept to his original intention and played PB4. 9. PXB, QPXB, 10. QB2, KTQ2, 11. PQR4, BKT2, 12. PXB, PXB, 13. RXR, BXR. Now white has achieved what he set out to do. He has opened up avenues of attack on the queen's side, and is ready to utilize the weakness of black's QBP by playing PKT4, on which black must submit to opening the file for the white KR or the diagonal for the white QB. In either case, white brings vastly superior forces to bear on the black king's position, and black should lose. In this game, black escaped only through a mistake on the part of his opponent. In the foregoing positions, it was seen how fatal weaknesses can be, which are produced by the premature advance of the pawns in front of the king, on whom the opposing pieces can force their attack. When the pawns concerned are on the opposite wing to their king, the disadvantages of a premature advance are felt in a different way. The weakness concerns the pawns themselves and not the forces behind them, and is apt to cause the loss of the endgame, particularly of rook endgames. Let us compare the positions in diagrams 97 and 98. In the one case, the chain of black pawns is broken by the absence of KKTP, in the other of the QKTP. The absence of the KKT pawn can lead to serious consequences in the middle game, because of the weakness of black's KB3 and 3 krona, compare diagram 90. It can, however, hardly become awkward in the endgame, as the pawns on the B and R files are within the protecting reach of their king. On the other hand, the absence of the QKTP is of no consequence for the middle game. There is nothing behind it which could invite an attack. The QRP and QBP, however, are very weak for the endgame, as they are quite out of reach of the king, compare game number 19. I do not wish to imply that black should have avoided the exchange at his QB3 at all costs. Such an exchange has always the compensating advantage of opening a file for the rooks, which advantage often means a favorable middle game, as will be readily understood. Further, it is often possible to get rid of the weak QRP by pushing it on, and eventually compelling the exchange of the opposing KTP, an exchange which can usually be enforced if the rooks have occupied the open KT file. The pawn itself is often useful at B3, in that it can support the advance of PQ4 in the center, should it be desired, or it can, by pushing on, be brought to exercise further pressure on the opposing KTP. The breakup of the pawn position on the Q side can become awkward in the endgame, and sometimes in the middle game when the pawns can be attacked, and pieces brought to bear on the queen's side without leaving the king's side denuded of forces. This will be illustrated by the position in diagram 99. From a game Fr. Lazard, Lasker, Paris, 1914. Here the pawn positions on both sides are broken, and the player that occupies the open files first gets a decisive advantage. In this case it is black's move. We can conclude at once that white has played the opening badly. He must have lost 2 moves, for he has still to capture the BP and then, being white, it should be his move. This disadvantage, small as it may seem, with which white has emerged from the opening, is sufficient to bring him into the greatest difficulties. Black, of course, does not defend the pawn by bkt2 or bq2, as this would practically reduce the b to ap, and moreover, white, by rkt1 or q1, would both attack the b and obtain an open file. Instead of that, black utilizes the 2 moves, which he has, as it were, as a gift in an otherwise equalized position, to bring both rooks on the kt file. This policy allows black to occupy the 7th or 8th rank at will, and to attack the white pawns from the flank or rear, according to circumstances. This menace hampers the radius of action of the white pieces, as they must always be ready for the defense of the threatened pawns, and this gives black by far the superior game. The play was continued as follows: 1. Rkt1, 2. Bxb, Rkt7, 3. Bk4, Bk3, 4. Pqr3, Krkt1. The knight's file is now definitely in black's hands. White could occupy the queen's file, but the black b at k3, which prevents the entry of the rooks at q7, makes the operation aimless. Therefore white is condemned to inactivity. On the contrary, black's line of action is clear. His entry on the 7th can only achieve something if white's qbp can be deprived of its support. To do this, black has only to play pqb4 b5 and pkb4. This, of course, weakens black's kb, and the white rooks might obtain an entry on the k file. Therefore black will effect a timely exchange of one of his rooks, after which his king alone will hold the k file. These considerations make the following moves clear: 5. Krk1, Pqb4, 6. Pkr3, a further awkward necessity in positions of this kind. Before the rook can venture out, a loophole must be provided for the king. 6. Pb5, 7. Rk3, Rkt8ch, 8. Rxr, Rxrch, 9. Kr2, Pb4, 10. Bb3, Kb2, 11. Bk2, threatening Rqb3, Rkt2, 12. Rqb3, Kb3, now Bxb is not feasible on account of Rqb2, 13. Pb4. White wishes to keep the black king from his q5 but cannot do so permanently. Black, however, can occupy the q file with his rook, and confine the white king to his wing. 13. Rq2, 14. Kkt3, Rq5, 15. Kb3, Kk2, 16. Rk3, Kq3, 17. Kkt3, Rq7, 18. Pb3, Bb2. Rr7 would be a mistake on account of Rxpch, but the QRP cannot escape. 19. Pqr4, Pkt3, 20. Bb3, Rr7, 21. Bq1, Bq4, 22. Rk2, Rr8, 23. Rq2, Rr6, 24. Rqb2, Rxrp. Now at last black has obtained material gain, which was made possible by his command of the open kt file. To convert it into a win by queening the extra pawn is only a matter of time. We have now seen how the possession of open files reacts on the mobility of the opposing forces, forever increasing their difficulties until the positional advantage is converted into material gain. We shall meet with cases later on in which the greater mobility of minor pieces achieves the same result, and find more and more proofs of the truth of the main general principles which I introduced at the outset. Let us now recapitulate the chief points touched upon in the course of our deliberations. 1. Generally speaking, attacks should only be directed to objects which cannot be moved away. 2. If in particular cases the attack is aimed at driving off an opposing piece from an especially favorable post, that attack is unwise, if it involves the weakening the pawn position, or if pieces have to take up inferior positions in order to effect their purpose. 3. Pawn moves always create weaknesses, either by leaving other unsupported pawns behind, or by giving opposing pieces access to squares formerly guarded by them, and this more especially so in front of the castled king. 4. Attacks which depend on pawn moves are only justified if overwhelming forces can be accumulated in support, as the advanced pawns might become the object of a counter-attack. 5. As pawn moves have very generally some drawbacks, the middle game is the piece's own hunting ground. As in the opening, the first consideration of sound play in the middle game is to make only such moves as do not reduce the mobility of the pieces. As illustrative of such maneuvers, I shall now give examples from actual master play. In my annotations of these games, I have tried to keep before the student's mind constantly the main ideas underlying the different combinations which spring from general strategical principles. I thus avoid burdening his memory with a mass of detail, and bring into prominence the basic principle of each line of play, thereby developing his capacity for conducting a middle game, even after an unusual opening. I have fixed mainly upon such games as are illustrative of the openings treated in the first part of this book. In most cases, the first moves will, therefore, not need any special remarks. The endgames, being typical examples, will only need reference to the chapters in which they have been respectively dealt with. Part 2 Illustrative Games from Master Tournaments. Game Number 1. White, Tartakower. Black, Burn. King's Gambit declined, compare page 30. 1. PK4 PK4 2. PKB4 BB4 3. KDKB3 PQ3 4. PXB. On principle, this exchange cannot be commended, as the opening of the queen's file increases the black queen's mobility. White derives no benefit from the KB file so long as the black bishop makes castling impossible. White intends to play PB3 and PQ4, but the maneuver is doubtful, and the whole opening includes an inordinately large number of pawn moves. In the present game, black exposes the failings inherent to this system unequivocally. 4. PXB5. PB3 KTQB3. Black cannot put off white's PQ4 by BKKT5, for white can give a check with the queen and unpin the knight. 6. PQKT4. The object of this move is not clear, as PKT5 does not win a pawn, KTR4, 8, KTXB, 9, QR5CH. It does not promote development either, and only compromises the QBP and QKTP. 6. BKT3 7. BKT5 KTB3. This is aimed at the white king's pawn, which is deprived of its natural support by the QKT. In this position, black does well to attack white's KP rather than to defend his own, because an open king's file can only benefit him. Being able to castle, he can occupy the file with his rook before white has time to bring his king into safety. 8. KTXB. It would have been better to protect the pawn by QK2 or PQ3. 8. Castles. The beginning of a brilliant attack. Whether white exchanges the bishop or the knight, he is overwhelmed. 9. KTXKT. After 9. BXKT, PXB, 10. KTXB, QK1 wins, 10. PQ4 would also lose because black gains 2 pawns after KTXB, 11. Oh, KTXB. It is interesting to note how speedily the weakness at white's QB3 is brought to book. 9. PXKT 10. BXB KTXB. Now white can neither take the KT nor the R. In the first case, QR5CH forces mate very soon, in the second BB7CH, followed by BKT5CH or BR3CH, wins the queen. 11. PQ4QB3. 12. BXKTQR5CH 13. KQ2QXB 14. QB3QR5. 15. PKT3. Not QXR, because of QB7CH and the loss of the queen by a discovered check by the bishop. QKT4CH 16. QK3QQ4 17. RK1BKT5 18. KB2PQR4. Such is the price to pay for premature advances. 19. PXBRXB 20. BR3PQB4. Black shatters white's pawn position, and his bishops and rooks have full play along open files and diagonals. 21. Pxb Rxb. 22. KTXR. Or Pxb, Rxr PCH. 23. Rxr, QXR CH. 24. KBL BB4. 22. BXB. The rest speaks for itself. 23. QK5BB4 CH24. KKD2 QKD2 CH25. KB1 BXKT CH26. KQ2 RQ1 CH27. KK3 RQ6 CH28. KB2 QB6 CH29. KKT1 RQ730. QKT8 CHB KB1 resigns. Game number 2. White, Leonhardt. Black, Marshall. Falk Beer counter gambit, compare page 35. 1. PK4 PK42. PKB4 PQ43. PXQP PK54. PQ3 PXB5. QXB KTKB36. KTQB3. It would be quite bad to play PB4 and try to hold the extra pawn at the expense of development. Black would very soon occupy the king's file with his rook, and there would be no time for white to bring his king into safety, e.g. 6. PB4, BQB4, 7. KTKB3 castles, 8. BK2, RK1, and already now there are threats of KTK5 or KTKT5 followed by BB7CH or KTB7. 6. BQB4 7. BQ2. White would of course like to continue with BK3 in order to make a fight for the possession of the diagonal. He would, however, lose his chance of castling through black's QK2. This is detrimental in all such cases where the lines in the center are open or likely to be forced open at any time. 7. Castles 8. Castles QKTQ2 9. BK2 KTKT3 10. BB3 BKKT5 11. BK3? White has not yet completed his development, and his first care should be to bring out his KKT. This he could have done without difficulty, thus, 11. BXB KTXB, 12. KTR3. After the move in the text, black not only occupies the king's file but gains a move in so doing. 11. BXBCH12. QXBRK113. QQ4 QQ3. Black's course is obvious. He must win the QP. The forces will then be equal in material, but there will remain a flaw in white's position, namely the exposed KBP, and this tells in the ending. 14. PKR3. Now the square at KKT3 is unprotected, and this is serious in view of a probable knight's ending, where, moreover, it will sooner or later be necessary to play PKKT3 in order to support the KBP. Both the KKTP and KBP would be weak, with the king on the other wing, and be under constant threat of being captured. The game does proceed as indicated, and the simple and logical manner in which Marshall brings home his advantage in a very short time shows convincingly how fatal a shattered pawn position can be for the endgame. Instead of the move in the text, white should have played BXB followed by KTB3, which would have completed his development without making another pawn move. 14. BXB 15. KTXB QRQ116. KRK RXR 17. RXRQ KTXB 18. KTX KT KTX KT 19. PKKT3 PKR3. Making a loophole for the king. In this case the move is correct, as the threat of mate ties the black rook to his rank. It is wrong to make a loophole, as weak players are fond of doing, as early as possible. In case, before it is shown that there will be a need for it, or that there will be a rook ending. 20. PR3. White is afraid of playing 20. QXB on account of KTKT5, which threatens KTXBP followed by QQB3. 21. QXB would not be a sufficient defense because of QB4 threatening mate, and on the other hand 21. QR4 would conjure up a dangerous attack, beginning with PQKT4. When the players castle on different wings, there is always the danger of the opponent sacrificing pawns and opening up files for his rooks and Q against the castled king. The game then assumes a wild character, and as matters are generally settled one way or another in the middle game, endgame considerations, both with regard to number and position of pawns, can be disregarded. Experience has shown that the player who develops his attack first is likely to win, and that it is of little use to submit tamely to an assault of this kind without attempting a counterattack. Such games are very difficult for the beginner to understand. There is about them something violent and difficult to estimate, and years of practice are necessary in order to gain the judgment required for weighing up the possibilities of attack and counterattack, where the kings have castled on opposite wings. 20. PR 321. RQ1 KTB 322. QXQ RXQ 23. RXR PXR 24. KTQ4 KTK 525. KTK2 KB1. The black king now pushes forward irresistibly, and attacks the weakened pawns on the king's wing. The white king cannot get any nearer, as a check by the black KT would win a pawn at once. The end is easy. 26. PB3 KK2 27. KB2 KK3 28. PKT3 KTB 7 29. KTQ4 CH KB3 30. PKR4 PKR4. Now the P at KT3 is backward, and therefore lost. 31. PB4 KTK 532. KTK2 KB4 33. KQ3 KTB 7 CH 34. KB3 KKT 5 35. PKT4 KTK 5 CH 36. KQ4 KTXB resigns. Game number 3. White Spielman. Black Prokes. Vienna game, compare page 35. 1. PK4 PK4 2. KTQB3 KTKB3 3. PB4 PQ4 4. PXKP KTXB 5. QB3. It is contrary to the principles governing sound play to bring out the queen early in the game. The opponent frequently has an opportunity of gaining a move by driving off the queen, developing a minor piece at the same time. In the present case, black might have gained the advantage in the following way: 5. QKTB3. Now if 6 KTXKT then KTQ5, 7 QQ3, PXKT, 8 QXB, BKB4. If, however, 6 BKT5, black obtains the better game by playing 6 KTXKT, 7 KTPXKT, QR5CH, 8 PKT3, QK5CH, 9 QXQ, PXQ, 10 BXKCH, PXB, with 2 bishops on open diagonals. There is no harm in the doubled pawn, as white cannot attack it. Black's immediate threat is BR3 or KB4, which exerts pressure at Q6, and white will find it difficult to advance his QP. 5. PKB4. This move is open to discussion, as the KT which it means to support can be driven away by PQ3. On the other hand, if white does play his QP to Q3, black can prevent its further advance by PQ5, after which the white KP is insecure and the KB somewhat shut in. 6. PQ3 KTX KT7. PXKT PQ5 8. QB2. White offers his QBP in order to be able to strengthen his center by PQ4, and to free his pieces. To protect his QBP would be inferior, e.g. 8 KTK2, KTB3 or 8 BKT2, PXB, 9 BXB, BKT5, 10 BXB, QXR5CH, 11 QB2, QXBCH, 12 QQ2, QQ5. 8 PXB? It would have been better, of course, to continue developing with KTB3, which at the same time maintains the pressure on Q5. 9. PQ4BK310. KTR3. Intending KTB4 with a view to exchanging the bishop. After that, black's position on white squares is weak, especially on the diagonal QR7, KKT1, which was opened by black's fifth move, and on which the white bishop can soon operate. The game is instructive in showing the development of that idea. 10. BK211. KTB4QQ212. KTXBQXKT13. BQ3PKKT3. Black cannot prevent white's threat of QK2 and BB4. 14. QK2QQ4. 15. Castles QXQPCH. Black is obliging. The opening of files in the center is favorable for white, as he can make use of his rooks in the combined attack. Instead of the move in the text, development with KTB3 and castles QR was the last, though slender, chance of saving the game. 16. BK3 QQ4. If QXB, QB2 followed by BQ4, BK4, KRK1 and QRQ1. Black has no sufficient means of defense to oppose this massing of forces. 17. QRQ1 QR4 18. BXBP. The end is swift and easy to understand. 18. RB1 19. QKT4 PXB 20. QR5 CHRB2 21. PK6 resigns. Game number 4. White Terrace. Black Capablanca. Joko Piano. 1. PK4 PK4 2. KTKB3 KTQB3 3. BB4 BB4 4. PB3. The beginning of interesting operations in the center, the steady development with 4. PQ3 PQ3 5. KTB3 KTB3 6. BKKT5 BK3 or castles tends to a draw from the very first, and is thought dull. 4. KDB3. Black can avoid the exchange of pawns, which white tries to bring about after PQ4, by playing his queen to K2. This covers his KP a second time, and white's PQ4 can be answered with BKT3. White's QBP then obstructs the KT's natural development. In a game Vaughn's Q Teichmann, Berlin, 1907, the position discussed on page 117 was reached after the following moves: 5. Castles, PQ3, 6. PQ4, BKT3, 7. PQR4, PQR3, 8. PR5, BR2, 5. PQ4 PXB6. PXB BKT5 CH. 7. BQ2. The pawns sacrificed by 7. KTB3, KTXKP, 8. Castles. Is much more interesting and more in keeping with the spirit of the opening. Footnote: the following 2 short games will give an idea of the various lines of attack which are to be found in this opening. A. Howell Michel, Cable Match, England, America, 1907-8, BXKT, 9, PQ5, Mahler Attack, BB3, 10, RK1, KTK2, 11, RXKT, PQ3, 12, BKT5, BXB, 13, KTXB, BB4. The only chance of a draw would be this: castles, 14, KTXRP, KXKT, 15, QR5CH, KKT1, 16, RR4, PKB4, 17, BK2, KTKT3, 18, QR7CH, KB2, 19, RR6, KTB5, 20, BR5CH, KTXB, 21, QKT6 with perpetual check, 14, QB3, QQ2, BXR, 15, QXBCH followed by QK6CH and QXB, 15, BKT5, QXB, 16, QXB, PKB3, 17, QRK1, PXKD, 18, RXKDCH and mate in a few moves. B, XV, Y, first 10 moves as before, 11, RXKT, castles, 12, PQ6, PXB 13, BKKT5, KTB4, 14, QQ5, BXB, 15, KTXB, KTR3, QXKT, 16, QXBCH, 16, QRK1, resigns. White obtains a quick development and prevents black from freeing his game by playing PQ4. After 8. BXKT 9. PQ5 follows, Mahler attack, and after 9. BB3. White wins back his piece by RK1, 10. PXKT would not be good, as black could free his game by Kate PXB and PQ4. On the other hand, after 8. KTXKT, PXKT, white in addition gains a move, as BXB is countered by QKT3. As played here, black succeeds in playing PQ4, and the game is even. Indeed, the isolated QP is a weakness in the white position. 7. BXBCH8. QKTXB PQ4. 9. PXB KKTXB 10. QKT3 QKTK2 11. Castles KR Castles 12. KRK1 PQB3. Now the knight is securely posted in the center, and black can accumulate forces for the attack on the white QP, possibly by QKT3, RQ1 and KTB4. 13. PQR4. In order to drive the queen from her KT3, but this advance is three-edged, as Master Gregory would say, and the pawn is sure to prove weak in the endgame. 13. QKT3 14. QR3 BK3 15. PR5 QB2 16. KTK4. KTKKT5 would seem to be stronger here. BB4 would then be answered by 17. BQ3. After BXB 18. QXB, white obtains opportunities for a kingside attack, in which the rook could cooperate via K4 and KT4 or R4. 16. QRQ1 17. KTB5 BB1 18. PKT3? This produces weak points at KB3 and 3 krona, and there being as yet no definite threat in black's KTB5, should have been avoided. It is of course difficult to formulate a plan of attack, for there is no weak place in black's armor. In any case, white could safely have played QRQ1 and Q2 in order to double the rooks on the king's file, or queen's file according to circumstances. But now, as soon as a rook moves to Q1, and that will have to be done in the end, to support the weak QP, black's BKT5 might become awkward. 18. KTB4 19. QRQ1 KTQ3. 20. BXKT KTKT4. Avoiding an isolated pawn in a subtle manner. 21. QKT4 RXB 22. KTQ3 BKT5 23. QKTK5 PR4 24. KTXB PXKT 25. KTR4. KTK5 would be answered by KRQ1 26. KTXB threatening both KTB6CH and KTB7. If white stops both threats with QB3, KTK7CH wins. 25. KRQ1 26. RK7QQ3. Now black foregoes his well-earned advantage. He overlooks white's subtle move 28. PR6. 26 QB1 was indicated. White's queen's pawn could not escape, and there was time to dislodge the white rook from the 7th by RQ2, e.g. 26. QB1, 27. QKT3, QRQ2, 28. QK3 RXR, 29. QXR KTXB, 27. QXQ KTXQ 28. PR6. PXB 29. RXRP KT 430. RXRP KTXB 31. KB1 PKT 432. KT2 KTB 633. RXR PXR. The pawn threatens to queen. Taking the rook's pawn would not be so good, as it would displace the knight. White would not only regain the pawn easily with KTK3, but would also get his king into play. 34. KTK1 RK1. Here RQB1 affords winning possibilities for black. On account of the threat of RB8, the exchange of knights by white would be forced, and his game would have been badly cramped by the black KBP, e.g. 34. RQB1, 35. KTXKT, PXKT, 36. RR1 KK1, RB7, 37. RQ6, RK7CH, 38. KB1 RXB, 39. KK1 RK7CH, 40. KB1 RK4 RKT1, 37. RKT1 RKT6. After the move in the text, the game is drawn. 35. KTXKT PXKT 36. RQ6 RQB1. There is nothing in this move, as the black passed pawn is now attacked. 37. KK1 RK1 CH 38. KB1 RQB1 drawn. Game number 5. White R. C. Griffith. Black W. H. Gunston. Joko Piano. 1. PK4 PK4 2. KTKB3 KTQB3 3. BB4 BB4 4. PB3 KTB3 5. PQ3. PQ4 would seem to be the logical consequence of PB3, and therefore preferable. After the text move, black will sooner or later be able to enforce the advance of his own pawn to Q4, and his pieces will then have the greater mobility. 5. PQ3. Here black might have played PQ4 at once. For if white takes the pawn, he leaves black in possession of the pawn in the center. If he does not do so but plays BQKT5 instead, black's reply would be QK2 and the exchange of pawns at K5 would follow. White's PB3 is then clearly a lost move. 6. BK3 BKT3 7. QKTQ2 KTK2 8. KTB1 PB3 9. QK2 castles 10. KTKT3 PQ4 11. PXB PXB 12. BKT3 KTKT3. Black has now the superior position on account of his pawn center. 13. Castles KRBB2 14. BKT5 PKR3 15. BXKT PXB. There is nothing in the weakness at black's KB3 and 3 krona caused by the disappearance of his KKT pawn, as white has lost his KB. On the contrary, the open file should be a distinct asset, for, having a strong center, black's pieces are more mobile, and he is more likely to get an attack. 16. QK3 KR2 17. PKR3. In order to play KTR5, which otherwise would be answered by BKT5. 17. KRKT1 18. KR1 PB4 19. KTR5 BK3. BXB was threatened. 20. RKKT1 PB5. PK5 would seem to be better, as it opens a diagonal for the KB, and a diagonal, too, for the QB, as white has to exchange the pawns. Indeed, black would soon have obtained a winning advantage, e.g. 20. PK5, 21. PXB, KTR2, QR5, 22. QK2, KTK4, BPXB, 22. KTR2, QR5, 23. QK2, PKKT4 or BQ1, PB4, KTK4, threatening KTKT5 and KTQ6. As it is, white gains a little time, although black's position still remains superior. 21. QK2 QK2 22. PKT4 PB3. To prevent PKT5. 23. RKT2 QRK1 24. RK1 QB2 25. KDQ2. Intending to play PB3, thus retarding black's PK5, which is still hanging over white like Damocles' sword. The move, however, lets in the knight. 25. KTR5 26. RR2 PB4 27. PB3 PK5. Now this move is no longer feasible, as white's brilliant sacrifice demonstrates. To make the move possible, long preparations would have been necessary, such as RKT3, BQ2 B3, etc. 28. QPXB QPXB 29. KTXKP PXKT 30. QXBCH RKT3 31. RR2 K2. The scene has changed with startling suddenness. White has opened files and diagonals for all his forces, whilst black's pieces are immobilized. Whatever he plays, black must lose the piece he has gained. 31. BQ3 32. QQ3 BXB 33. RXRQB5. He cannot play BQ4 on account of QQ4. 34. KTB6CH KKT2 35. QRK7CH BXR 36. RXBCH KXKT 37. QQ6CH resigns. Game number 6. White Mason. Black Gunsberg. Joko Piano. 1. PK4 PK4 2. KTKB3 KTQB3 3. BB4 BB4 4. PQ3 PQ3 5. BK3 BKT3 6. PB3 KTB3 7. QKTQ2 QK2 8. PQR4. A lost move. The logical continuation is KTB1 KT3 and castles. 8. BK3 9. BQKT5 BXB. Generally speaking, exchanges such as this are doubtful. However, in the present case, although it opens the B file for white, white cannot prevent black from obtaining the same advantage. 10. PXB PQR3. Black gives up the move he has gained. There is no justification for this, as nothing prevents him from proceeding with his development at once with 10. Castles. 11. Bxkt pxb12. pqkt4. White is anxious lest his ktp should be made backward by pqr4 and pb4. This is one of the drawbacks of the premature advance of the qrp. 12. Castles 13 krona. Castles kt 14. qk2 pkb4 15. pxb bxb 16. pk4 bq2 17. ktb4 ktb3 18. ktk3 pkt3 19. pb4. This creates a weakness at q4. Unimportant as it appears to be, it is the cause of the loss of the game, as the opposing knight gets in ultimately. The doubling of the rooks on the kb file would seem to be the best plan. 19. ktr4 20. pkt3. White's weaknesses at kb3 and 3 krona are more damaging than the corresponding ones in the black camp, as black still possesses a bishop of the same color as the weakened squares. But the move is now compulsory, for were white to allow the black knight to his kb5, and to drive him off then with pkt3, the knight could play to his r6 and prevent the doubling of the white rooks. 20. br6 21. rb2 kt 22. qkt2. White begins to operate in the center and on the q wing, as his position on the k side begins to be doubtful. The intention is to play pq4, which, however, black opposes at once. 22. ktk3. If now white plays pq4, he loses a piece by pxb. 24. ktxb, rxr. 25. kxr qb3ch. 23. rk1. The rook has no future here, and rq1, in order to play pq4, is more logical. But as black obviously threatens to double his rooks on the kb file, it would be advisable to play for an exchange of rooks, with kt-kt2, qrb1 and ktk1. 23. rb2 24. qrk2 qrkb1 25. ktk1 ktq5 26. rq2 qkt4 27. ktk3, kt2 bxkt 28. kxb. ktxb is frustrated by ktb6ch. 28. qk6. All the black forces are now in action, and white has no defense, as his pieces can hardly move. 29. kb1 kt-kt6. Resigns. If rk2 or b2, there follows rxr-ch. 31. rxr ktq7ch. 32. qxkt qxq. Game number 7. White marshal. Black Tarish. Max Lang attack. 1. pk4 pk4 2. pq4 pxb3. ktkb3 ktqb3 4. bqb4 bb4 5. Castles ktb3. Black can avoid the complications of the Max Lang attack by 5. pq3. In that case white cannot recover the pawn, and in order to develop his qkt effectively, would have to play pb3, aiming at rapid development in return after 6. pxb 7. ktxb. But black can frustrate this plan either by pushing his pawn to q6, so that the qkt is barred from the square b3, or by playing bkkt5 with this probable continuation, 7, qkt3, bxkt, 8, bxbch, kb1, 9, pxb, ktb3, and black has the better game, for white's king's side is broken up and his pieces undeveloped, while black has prospects of attack on the open kb file. 6. pk5 pq4 7. pxkt pxb8. rk1ch bk3 9. kt-kt5 qq4. This is the typical position in the Max Lang attack. With his 9th move white threatened to win a piece by ktxb and qr5ch. Black could not parry the threat by 9. qq3, on account of pxb followed by ktk4 b6ch. The position in the diagram appears to be favorable for black, as all his minor pieces are in play, whilst white's development is somewhat restricted by black's strong pawns at qb5 and q5. For a long time this opening has not been played in tournaments, being considered unsatisfactory for white. With the present game, and his new move of 15. br6, Marshall has reopened the question as to whether white's attack on the K file plus the pawn at KKT7 is sufficiently tempting. 10. KTQB3 QB4 11. QKTK4 castles QR. This is imperative. If black retires the bishop from his unsafe position, white permanently prevents black from castling, which is bound to be fatal in view of the open K file, e.g. 11. BKT3, 12. PXB, RKKT1, 13. PKKT4, QKT3, 14. KTXB, PXKT, L5. BKT5, RXB, 16. QB3 with a violent attack. 12. KTXQB. If white tries to win the exchange in the following way, 12. PKKT4, QK4, 13. KTKB3, QQ4, 14. PXB followed by KTB6, black can initiate a promising counter-attack by 14. BXB, 15. PXRQ, RXQ, 16. KTB6, QXKT, 17. QXQ, BXQ. In this case, white exposes his king's side by PKKT4 in order to benefit from the unstable position of the black KB, but unless care is taken, he can easily fall a victim to an attack on the open KKT file. 12. PXKT13. PKKT4 QK4. Not QQ4, on account of PXB and KTB6. 14. PXBKRKT1 15. BR6. This is Marshall's innovation. It gets the bishop out of play, as PKT5 must necessarily follow, yet the pawn at KT7 holds the black rook, and there is a permanent threat of KTB6 either winning the exchange or, if the knight is taken, giving white a pair of formidable passed pawns. 15. PQ6 16. PB3 BQ3. This is quite to white's liking, since he wishes to advance ID's center pawns. Black's only chance of escaping disaster would be BK2, with our Q2, KTQ1B2. Instead of this, his next few moves do not reveal any concerted plan, and he loses in a surprisingly short time. 17. PB4 QQ4 18. QB3 BK2 19. PKT5 QB4 20. KTKT3 QB2. In maneuvering his Q, black has achieved nothing either for counter-attack or defense. Now white has numerous attacking chances. He first turns his attention to the KP. 21. QKT4 QRK1 22. RK4. PKT4 23. PQR4. And now even the QR takes part in the assault. Black's game is hopeless. 23. PR3 24. PXB 25. KKD2. Attacking the KP by avoiding the check. 25. KTQ1 26. QB3 QKT3 27. RQ4 PB3 28. RXgate CHKXR 29. QXB resigns. After this, no master has tried to defend a Max Lang in an international tournament. Game number 8. White Blackburn. Black M. Lasker. Scotch game. 1. PK4 PK4 2. KTKB3 KTQB3 3. PQ4 PXB4. KTXB BB4 5. BK3 QB3. The threat KTXKT and BXB must be met in some way. PQ3 is not satisfactory, for black remains with a trebled pawn after the double exchange. An alternative to the text move is BKT3. QB3, however, has the advantage of developing a piece, and although it is the queen, white has no early opportunity of driving the same off, such as he often obtains when the queen comes out so soon in the game. 6. PQB3 KKTK2 7. KTB2. In order to develop the QKT. 7. PQKT3. Out of 3 possible moves, Lasker selects the one which contributes most to development. BKT3 does nothing in that direction, and BXB would bring the white knight further into play. The text move prepares the development of the B at KT2 with the option of castles QR. If white exchanges bishops, he gives up the command of his Q4. Black's PQ3 might have had the same result, but then the exchange would have given white a majority of pawns on the K side, whilst white's 3 q-side pawns would have held the black q-side pawns, one of the latter being doubled. 8. KTQ2 QKT3. The exchange of bishops allows white to play KTK3, thus avoiding the weakening move PKKT3. 9. BKB4 is answered by PQ4. 9. BXB PXB10. KTK3 RQKT111. PQKT3 castles 12. BB4. To prevent black's PB4. At first sight it seems as if the QBP ought to move to B4, as the advance of the QKTP has weakened it. But white dares not allow a black knight to settle at Q5. 12. PQ3 13. PB4. Black threatens to play KR1 in order to play PB4. White's position would then be very bad, and therefore he rightly decides to anticipate the move, even at the cost of a pawn. In order to gain the QBP, black must waste a number of moves with the Q, and white gains time for a king's side attack. The pawn sacrifice is very promising indeed. 13. QB3 14. Castles QX QBP 15. RB3. There seem to be many threats here, and the position is a difficult one to fathom. After disentangling his queen, black tries very hard to force his PB4. As soon as he succeeds in this, he has a won game, for the open file is available both for defense and counterattack. 15. QQ5 16. KR1 BK3 17. RQB1 BXB 18. RXBQKT 7. QB3 is impossible apart from the fact that it would block the KBP, e.g. 18. QB3 19. PK5 PXB 20. KTK4 etc. 19. RQB2 QB3. Now the attack shown in the last note could be answered with QR5. 20. KTKT4. Here PKKT4 could be answered by KTQ5, e.g. 21. PKT5, QKT3, 22. RKT3, PB4. 20. QKT3, 21. RKT3, PB4, 22. KTK5, QK3, 23. KTX, KTX, KT, 24. PK5, KTKT5. This prevents the rook from occupying the Q file which is about to be opened. 25. RB4 PXB 26. QR1 QQ2. If now QXB, black plays RB2 with unanswerable threats of RK1 or Q1. 27. KTB3 PXB 28. KTK5 QK2 29. RXK BPQ RK1 30. KTB4 QK8 CH 31. RB1 QXQ 32. RXQ KTXB 33. PR3 PB5 34. RQ3 KTKT5 35. RQ7 PB6 36. PXB RXB 37. RXRP KTQ6. Threatens mate in 6. 38. RR1 KTK8. Mate is again threatened. 39. KTQ2 RXBCH 40. KKT1 RKT6 CH 41. KR2 RQ6 42. RXKT RXKT CH 43. RXR RXR 44. RQ7 RK6 45. RXB RXB 46. RXB PR3 47. RB6. A few more moves. For fun. 47. KR2 48. KKT2 PR4 49. RR6 PKT3 50. RR4 KR3 51. RQB4 RKT7 CH 52. KKT3 KKT4 53. RB3 PR5 CH 54. KR3 KR4 55. RB4 RKT6 CH 56. KR2 PKT4 57. RR4 RKT7 CH 58. KRSQ PR6 59. RQB4 PKT5 60. KTSQ PKT6 61. RB5 CH KKT3 62. RBSQ KB4 63. RSQ RQ7 64. RKSQ KB5 65. RRSQ KK6 66. RR3 CH RQ6 67. RSQ KK7 resigns. Game number 9. White Solway. Black Marshall. 2 Knights Defense. 1. PK4 PK4 2. KTKB3 KTQB3 3. BB4 KTB3 4. KTKT5. This attack may be tempting, as the BP cannot be protected, but it is against that elementary principle which says that no attack should be undertaken in the opening until the minor pieces are mobilized, provided of course that black also has made sound opening moves. There is every likelihood that the attack in the present instance will lead to nothing. It has taken many years to find the correct reply, but now that it is known, the opening has practically disappeared from master practice. Instead of the move in the text, white can play either PQ3, leading almost unavoidably to a drawing variation of the Giuoco piano, or castles which might bring about the Max Lang attack after 4. BB4, 5. PQ4 PXB. 4. PQ4 5. PXB KTQR4. This is a typical position in the 2 Knights defense. The former continuation 5. KTXQP has long been abandoned, as the attack that white can initiate by 6. KTXBP, KXKT 7. QB3CH, forcing the black king to K3, is dangerous though the result is uncertain. The move in the text breaks the attack from the very first, and black gets the advantage. As he can gain time by attacking the 2 minor pieces which, it should be noted, are unsupported, and in addition obtain a speedy development, worth more than the pawn given up for it. 6. PQ3. BKT5CH is an alternative. The advantage is black's in this case also, e.g. PB3, 7. PXB 8. BK2, PKR3, 9. KTKB3, PK5, 10. KTK5, QB2, 11. PQ4, BQ3, or PXBEP followed by BQ3, 12. PKB4, PXBEP, 13. KTXB, KTKT5 or 11. PB4, BQ3, 12. PQ4, PXBEP, 13 KTXB castles. Black has an easy game and open lines. 6. PKR3 7. KTKB3 PK5 8. QK2 KTXB 9. PXKTBQB4 10. KKTQ2. The knight must move sooner or later. 10. Castles 11. KTKT3 BKKT5 12. QB1. A sorry retreat, but the plausible QQ2 would be disastrous, e.g. PK6 13. PXB, KTK5 and QR5CH. 12. BKT5CH. Black's superior development begins to tell in no uncertain fashion. Now white can neither play 13. BQ2 on account of BXBCH, 14. QKTXB, RK1, followed by PK6, nor 13. KTB3 on account of BXKT, 14. PXB, PB3 regaining the pawn and maintaining positional advantage. White has therefore no alternative but PB3, which weakens his Q3, where a black knight soon settles down. 13. PB3 BK2 14. PKR3 BR4 15. PKT4 BKT3. At last white can castle. He can, of course, only castle on the queen's side, because his king's side pawns are shattered. Now games in which the king's castle on different wings are more or less beyond calculation, as pointed out before. On the whole, the player who first attacks wins. But experience has shown that the queen's side is more difficult to defend on account of its greater expanse, and this theory is supported by the present game. In addition, white's development is not completed yet, whilst all the black forces are ready to strike. 16. BK3 KTQ2 17. QKTQ2 KTK4 18. Castles PKT4. Storming the position with pawns is peculiar to this kind of game. The intention is to break up the opposing pawn position, and to open files for the rooks. Pawns are cheap in such cases. Open lines for the pieces are the things that matter, and the fewer pawns there are left, the more open lines are available for the attack. 19. PXB KTQ6 CH 20. KKT1 QXB 21. KR1. The king was not safe on the diagonal. White wishes to push on his king's side pawns, pb4 b5, and so on. But after pxb there would be a fatal discovered check by the black knight. 22. Qxb. Black's advantage becomes more marked. He has recovered his pawn, and for the ensuing attacks on both sides he is better placed, having already 2 open files for his rooks. 22. Pkb4 pqr4 23. Qrkt1 pkb4 24. Ktq4 qr5. The position bristles with chances for daring sacrifices. After 25. Ktxbp, for instance, black could play rxkt, 26. Pxr kt 27. Pxkt pxb, 28. Pr3 qb4 ch, bb2 bb3, 29. Kr2 qxbch, 30. Pxq rxb mate, 25. Pkt3 qq2 26. Pxb bxb 27. Qkt2 pb4. White's compulsory 25. Pkt3 has weakened his qb3, and the move in the text is intended to open the diagonal kb3 qb6 for the black bishop. 28. Ktxb qxkt 29. Qxb bb3 30. Qb4 ch kr1 31. Ktk4 qrk1. White cannot parry all the threats at once. Though he gets rid of the threatening b, he lets in the hostile r on the k file, and the end cannot long be delayed. 32. Ktxb rxkd 33. bb1 krk3 34. br3 rk7 35. krq1 ktk8 36. bxb ktb7 ch 37. kkd2 ktkt5 ch. And mate at r7 or b7. Game number 10. White, Teichmann. Black, amateurs in consultation. 2 knights defense. 1. pk4 pk4 2. ktkb3 ktqb3 3. bb4 ktb3 4. Castles. The idea underlying this pawn sacrifice is to open the k file for the rook. It will be seen that, with correct play, black manages to castle just in time, and white, though winning back his pawn, has no advantage in position. The opening is seldom played by modern masters. Instead of the move in the text, white can hardly defend the kp with ktb3, as black simply captures the pawn and recovers his piece by pq4, with a satisfactory position. It is even better for black if white plays 6. bxbch in reply to 5. ktxb. The capture of white's kp is far more important than that of the black kbp, particularly as the white bishop, which could be dangerous on the diagonal qr2 kkt8, is exchanged, e.g. 6. kxb, 7. ktxkt, pq4, 8. ktkt5 ch, kkt1. Black continues pkr3, kr2, rb1 and has open lines for rooks and bishops. 4. ktxb. Black can, of course, develop his bb4. Then he must either submit to the Max Lang attack 5. pq4 pxb, or play bxb, giving up the useful b, in which case he loses the pawn gained after 6. ktxb, ktxkt 7. pkb4, pq3, 8. pxb, pxb 9. bkkt 5, and eventually qb3. 5. pq4. rk1 at once would lead to nothing. 5. pxb 6. rk1 pq4 7. bxb. qxb 8. ktb 3. This attack has been analyzed extensively by Steinitz. The only square where the queen cannot be attacked at once by the minor pieces is at chi. After 8. qchi, black obtains quite a satisfactory game. 9. rxkch, bk2, 10. ktxb pb4. This is Pillsbury's move, intending to displace the rook. Black has then open lines for his 2 bishops as compensation for his shattered pawn position. 11. rkb4 castles, 12. ktxkt, qxqch, 13. ktxq, pxkt. Now it is not easy to find a reasonable plan for white, as black threatens to cramp white's game with bq3 and pb5. It is therefore necessary for white to take measures against that by playing our b4 and b4. If black still plays bq3, bb4 follows, with the intention of exchanging and of provoking black's pb4, which leaves the qp backward. 8. qkr4 9. ktx kt bk2 10. bkt5 bk3 11. bx bktx b12. kt kt3 qr3 13. qxb castles 14 krona. qrq1. Now white is ahead with his development, having both rooks in play and his queen better placed. Nor can the latter be attacked by rq1, as white would simply play qxr. On the queen being driven away by the black knight, he exchanges the latter and plays the queen back into the same dominating position, eventually producing a dislocation of the black queen's side pawns. 14. ktb3 15. qqr4 qrq1 16. ktq4. ktx kt 17. rx kt rxr 18. qxr pq kt3 19. qk5 pqb4. It is instructive to watch how this very slight weakness created by black's advance of his pawns brings him into trouble. A white knight settles down at his q6, which is no longer guarded by the black qbp, and paralyses the whole of black's game. Another factor in white's superiority of position is the possession of the king's file. The black rook cannot move until the king gets a loophole by a pawn move. As we have seen, such a pawn move often affords an entry to the opposing pieces. 20. pkb4 bb1. Not bxb, of course, because of pqkt3 and qkt2. The bishop which cannot remain at k3 is to go to kt2, so that the threat of mate after qqb3 may also hold up a white piece. 21. pb5 bkt2 22. qk7 qqb3 23. rk2 pb3. Compulsory, as otherwise pb6 forces the ktp to advance, which is fatal in any case. After pkt3, white would cover his bp and play his q to 6 krona. On the other hand, after pxb there is ktr5 b6, and black is in a mating net. 24. ktk4 qq4 25. ktq6 bb3. The threat was qxrch and rk8 mate. 26. pkr3. In order to retreat to r2 in case of qq8ch. In a way, pkr3 creates a certain weakness, as the square at kt3 is now defenseless, but black has no pieces with which to take advantage of it. His rook cannot move, his bishop is on the white squares. If black had a kb instead, the move would be very doubtful, because then black might break in through white's kkt3. 26. pb5. White's threat was to repel the black queen by pb4 and to mate in 5 moves, beginning with qk6ch. 27. pb3 pkr3. This disposes of the winning of the queen by the threatened mate. But it creates a weakness at black's kt3, which white exploits in grand style. He decides to play the king himself to kt6, threatening mate at kt7. In spite of several raids by the black queen, this quaint device is crowned with success. The weakness created by pkr3 could not be demonstrated more drastically. 28. kr2 pqkt4 29. kkt3 pqr4 30. kr4 pkt3. If white were to play pxb now, black would mate him one move earlier, qkt4. Of course he parries the threat first, and black is helpless. 31. rk3 qx8 p32. rkt3 qb7. After pkt4 ch white could not play 33. kkt4 on account of the pretty mate by bb6. He would play kr5 kt6. 33. pxb qb5 ch 34. rkt4 qb7 ch 35. kr5 resigns. A most instructive game, showing how the superior position of the pieces can lead indirectly to a win, by reducing the opponent's pieces gradually to impotence and compelling him to move pawns, thereby affording opportunities for a decisive entry. Game number 11. White Schlechter. Black Yanovsky. Rui Lopez, compare page 40. 1. pk4 pk4 2. kt kb3 kt qb3 3. bkt5 ktb3 4. Castles ktxb. A continuation, which has lately gained in favor, is pq3 and bk2, see page 39. 5. pq4 bk2. It is clearly very dangerous to gratify white's wish for an open file by playing pxb. The move may be playable in the system of defense called the Riga variation, see game number 17. Here it would be advantageous to be able to close the kb's diagonal. It is better when intending to play the Riga variation to have played pqr3 on the third move. 6. qk2 ktq3 7. bxkt kt pxb8. pxb kt kt2 9. ktb3 castles 10. rk1 rk1. The maneuver cited on page 40, namely ktb4 k3, which makes pq4 possible, is essential for the development of the qb. Black loses the present game because white is able to keep the bishop shut in permanently. 11. qb4 ktb4. So that the pawn b3 should not be hanging when the qp moves. 12. ktk kt5. bxkt 13. bxb qxb 14. qx kt rk3. After the exchanges, the position is clearly in favor of white. Against an undeveloped b, which also hampers a rook, his knight is mobile. The black queen's side pawns are weak, and give white winning chances even if black succeeds in playing pq4 and bringing the bishop into play. The move in the text, which covers the pawn at b3, again prepares for pq4. 15. qq4 bkt2. The only chance lay in the pawn sacrificed by pqb4, after which the bishop gets to kt2 with a threat of mate, and the qr is free. 16. qq kt4 bb1 17. ktk4. Fine play. If black captures the pawn, white obtains a combined attack with q, r, and kt, to which black can only oppose the q, so that the result cannot be in doubt, e.g. 17. qxkp 18. ktb5, qq3, 19. qqb4, rxrch, 20. rxr, pkr3, 21. rk8ch, kr2, 22. qk4ch, pkt3, qkt3, 23. qxq, followed by ktxb, 23. ktq3 and rk7. 17. qk2 18. ktb5 rkt3 19. rk3 pqr4 20. qq4 rkt1 21. pqb4. Preventing rkt4. 21. pr3 22. pqkt3 kr2 23. rq1 qkt4 24. rkt3 qb4 25. rxr pxr. Black has built a wall of pawns round his king, but it does not avail against the superior forces which white can concentrate. White's plan is clear. He will advance his pawns, and break up those that surround the black king, always taking care that black does not free his queen's side meanwhile. His pieces will then break in easily, and black is forced to look on passively. 26. pkr3 r1 27. pqr4. To prevent the sacrifice of a pawn by pr5, which would bring the black rook into play. 27. rkt1 28. rq3 qkt4 29. kr2 qk2 30. pb4 qb2 31. pk6. A beautiful move which robs black of his last chance of freeing his queen's side, which he might have accomplished by the pawn's sacrifice of pq3. 31. pxb 32. qk5 qk2 33. pkkt4 rkt5 34. kkt3 rkt3 35. pr4 qb1 36. pr5 pxb 37. qxrp rkt1 38. qk5 rkt3 39. pkt5 pr4 40. pkt6 ch. The end is near. Black must take, as qxrp forces a speedy. 40. kxb 41. qkt5 ch kr2 42. qxrp ch kkt1 43. qkt5. Threatening rq8. 43. kb2 44. rq8 qk2 45. qr5 ch resigns. Loss of the queen and mate in a few moves cannot be prevented. Black has played the whole game practically with 2 pieces less, and the mate was really only a matter of time. Game number 12. White, Teichmann. Black, Rubinstein. Ruy Lopez, see page 37. 1. PK4 PK42. KTKB3 KTQB33. BKT5 PQR34. BR4. By exchanging the bishop, white could not prove PQR3 to be a lost move, for black, by retaking with the QP, obtains open lines for Q and QB, and in addition to an easy development, retains 2 bishops. This is a set-off against a certain weakness in black's game, which may be found in the fact that after PQ4, PXB, white has 4 pawns to 3 on the king's side, while his 3 pawns on the queen's side are able to hold the 4 opposing pawns, one of which is doubled. But this weakness can only tell in the endgame, which is too far ahead for practical purposes, and to which it may not come at all. An example of the usual line of play will be found in game number 18. 4. KTB35. Castles BK26. RK1 PQKT47. BKT3 PQ38. PB3. 8. Castles. In Capablanca's opinion, black should not castle before white's intentions in the center have been made clear. It makes a great difference whether white plays his QP to Q4 or to Q3 only. If after 8. QKTR4, 9. BB2, PB4 white plays 10. PQ4, his intention is to move his pawn further to Q5 as soon as black has castled, and then to attack on the king's wing with QKTQ2 B1 K3, PKKT4 and KTB5. For this reason, black should force white to disclose whether he intends to exchange his QP or to advance it to Q5. In the latter case, black can refrain from castling altogether and counterattack on the king's wing, example 10. PQ4 QB2, 11. PKR3 BQ2, 12. QKTQ2 RQB1, if now 13. PQ5 then PR3 followed by PKT4 KT5 gives black many chances. If on the contrary 13. PXB, then black need no longer fear an attack on the king's side after he has castled, as his rooks will have a favorable opportunity for operating on the open queen's file. However, there is still the disadvantage for black of having advanced queen's side pawns, which are liable to attack, PQR4. The game takes a different course when black exchanges the pawns in the center. The continuation would then be 11. KTB3, 12. QKDQ2, BQ2, 13. KTB1, PXB, 14. PXB, 15. BKT5, QKT3. It is difficult to decide which side has the advantage. Black has an extra pawn, but white has the initiative. If in diagram 116, after 8. Castles, white plays 9. PQ4 at once, black has an opportunity for the following interesting attack, 9. PQ4, BKT5, 10. BK3, KTXKP, 11. BQ5, QQ2, 12. BXKKT, PQ4, 13. BB2, PK5, 14. PKR3, BR4, 15. KTK5, BXQ, 16. KTXQ, BXB, 17. KTXR, RXKT. White cannot take advantage of his rooks, as there is no open file, whilst black threatens to initiate a strong attack with PB4. Aljikin has analyzed a variation of this line of play, which he thinks leads finally to white's advantage. 12. PXB, KTKT4, 13. BXKT, BXB, 14. PKR3, BXKT, 15. QXB, KTXB, 16. RXKT, PXR, 17. BXR, BB8, 18. KTR3, QQ7. I doubt that white can win this game. 9. PQ3. In this less aggressive continuation, in which nothing is immediately attempted against black's center, white prepares gradually for a king's side attack, as in this game with KTQ2 B1 KT3. But black should obtain time for operations in the center. 9. KTQR4 10. BB2 PB4 11. QKTQ2 KTB3 12. PQR4. In many variations of the Ruy Lopez, this advance is always good, if black cannot avoid exchanging the pawn, because the white queen's rook, which only gets into play with difficulty, can either be exchanged or hold the rook's file. In any case, the black knight's pawn is weak for the endgame. If, as in the present game, black can play PKT5, PR4 is useless and even doubtful, as the rook's pawn itself may become weak in the endgame. 12. BKT2. This causes the loss of the game. In the Ruy Lopez, the bishop is nearly always needed on the diagonal QB1 KR6 to prevent a knight from settling at white's KB5, which otherwise cannot be repelled except by PKKT3, a most undesirable consummation. The proper continuation would have been PKT5, BK3, QB2 and PQ4, capturing the queen's file. Compare note to move 13 in the next game. 13. KTB1 QB2 14. KDKT3 PKT3. Here is the weakness. White first provides against black's PQ4, and then starts a sharp attack on the king's side. 15. BKT5 QRQ1. PQ4 at once is not feasible, because of BXKT. 16. PXB 17. QB1. This brings the Q away from her file, which black could now secure by PQ4, followed by PXB. 17. KRK1. The proper continuation is the one outlined in the note above. 18. PR3. White has now ample leisure to prepare the advance of his KBP. 18. RR1 19. RXR RXR 20. KTR2 BQB1 21. PKB4 KTK1 22. PB5 BXB 23. QXBQK2. Black seeks salvation in exchanges, which white, of course, tries to avoid, having good prospects of driving home his attack. His pieces are concentrated on the king's side, whilst the black forces are scattered, and unable to get back in time for the defense. Moreover, it is likely that the weakness at black's 3 krona and KB3 will prove fatal as the black KB is exchanged. 24. QR6 QB1 25. QB1 QKT2 26. RB1 PKT4. White was threatening to play KTKT4 with PXB and KTR6. 27. KTKT4 KTB3 28. KTX KTCH QXKT. One of the attacking knights is eliminated. But there is another, which forces the entry at KB6 and KKT6. 29. PR4. To gain access for the white queen at 6 krona. If black captures there follows 30. KTR5 QQ1, 31. QR6 QB1, 32. KTB6CH, an instructive example of the weakness created by PKKT3. 29. PR3 30. KTR5 QQ1 31. PB6. All this is easy to understand. 31. KR2 32. PXB BKT5 33. KDKT7 KKT3 34. BQ1 QQ2 35. KTB5 BXKT 36. PXBCH resigns. The conclusion might be KR2 37. BR5 PXB 38. QXB RKKT1 39. BKT6CH PXB 40. QR4 mate. Game number 13. White Teichmann. Black Schlechter. Ruy Lopez, see page 37. Move 1 to 8 as in game number 12. 9. PQ3 KTQR4 10. BB2 PB4 11. QKTQ2 QB2. Supporting, as it does, the KP, this is not a lost move, although white has not played PQ4. It prepares black's PQ4, after KTB3, the KP being fully protected against white's double attack by PXB. 12. KTB1 KTB3 13. KTK3 BKD2. The logical move would have been BK3, to enforce PQ4. Black is then very well developed, whilst white labors under a somewhat undeveloped queen's side. An attempt to exert pressure in the center with PQ4 in order to prevent black's PQ4 would be belated. Black would gain the advantage by L4. Kpxb, 15. Pxb, Pxb, 16. Ktxb, Ktxkt, 17. Qxkt, Kt, 5. Nor would be Kt5 before Ktk3 be more successful, after Bk3, 14. Ktk3, Qrq1, 15. Pq4, Bpxb, 16. Pxb, Pxb, 17. Ktxb, Ktxkt, 18. Qxkt, Qb4, Black has the better chances in the endgame. The move in the text is not good because, as we saw before, the bishop is wanted on the other diagonal to cover the square at kb4. 14. Ktb5 krk1 15. Bkt5 ktq2. Even now it was desirable to aim at pq4, therefore qrq1 was preferable. 16. Bkt3. The position of the white pieces points to a dangerous menace to the opposing king's side. 16. Ktb1 17. Bq5. The beginning of a brilliant combination. Bxkt is threatened, and Black must first cover his b at k2. 17. Ktkt3 18. Bxb kktxb. Qktxb is not feasible, because of bxb and ktxqp. 19. Bxbch. Kxb 20. Kt5ch. Quite a number of charming combinations are hidden in this position. If Kkt3 or Kt1, then 21. Ktxktp. If Kb3 white can capture the Rp first with check. 20. Kkt1 21. Qr5 Ktxkt 22. Qxrpch Kb1 23. Qxktch Kkt1 24. Qkt6. The point. This prevents Pkt3, which would allow Black to bring up his Q for the defense at Kt2. Now nothing can be done against the threatening Rk3 b3 or R3. 24. Qq2 25. Rk3 resigns. A wonderful game in which Teichmann, the great judge of position, proves himself also a master in hand-to-hand fighting, in the wild chaos of sacrificial combinations. Game number 14. White Spielmann. Black Teresh. Rui Lopez, see page 41. 1. PK4 PK4 2. KTKB3 KTQB3 3. BKT5 PQR3 4. BR4 KTB3 5. Castles KTP6. PQ4. In a game between Riga and Berlin, PXB was tried for the first time, a bold venture which anticipates White's desire to open the king's file. After 7. Rk1 Black can defend the KT by PQ4, but after 8. KTXB White threatens again to win the KT by PKB3, besides attacking the QKT a second time. However, Black has a surprising answer in readiness. He initiates a violent counter-attack which keeps White busy until Black, by castling, escapes the dangers of the double pin. Compare game number 17. 6. PQKT4 7. BKT3 PQ4 8. PQR4. This gives Black an opportunity of disposing of his QKT by exchanging it, thereby enabling him to round off his pawn position by PQB4, at the same time threatening to cut off the bishop by PB5. 8. PXB followed by PB3 is the natural continuation, as shown in the first part of this book, because the bishop, retreating to B2, can operate on a useful diagonal. 8. QKTXB. QRKT1 would not be so good, because White obtains an open file for his rook. The move in the text is an absolutely valid defense, as was proved by Schlechter in his match against Lasker. 9. KTXKT PXKT 10. KTB3. PXB and PB3 seems a more natural continuation. 10. KTXKT. Not PXKT, on account of BXB. 11. PXKT PQB4 12. RPXB BK2. In order to castle in reply to BR4. 13. QB3. Here White should have got back his second pawn by PXQB. If then 13. PB5, 14. BR4 castles, 15. PXB, BXB, White plays PQB3, providing a retreat for his R or B. After the move in the text, this maneuver becomes impossible, because the b after pb3 can be attacked twice but has lost the support of the queen. 13. bk3 14. rxb castles 15. pxb pb5 16. br2. Now the bishop is hemmed in permanently. In other words, black is a piece up and must win easily. Therefore 16. br4 was compulsory in order to get at any rate 3 pawns for the piece, thus 16. bq2 17. qxb rxr 18. pxr bxb 19. qxb 16. rxr 17. pxr qr4 18. bkt1 pb6 19. qkt3. White tries to work up an attack on the king's side while black is still occupied on the other wing. 19. rb1 20. pb4 bkb4 21. rk1 bb3 22. kr1. In order to answer bxqp by 23. bk3 and pr7 22. qxb is not feasible because of qxb. 22. pr3 23. pr3 rkt1 24. bk3 qxb 25. rq1 qr8 26. qk1. The sequel forms an instructive example of how superior development can afford winning chances even when there is no immediate prospect of material gain. The opposing pieces are gradually constricted until the defending lines are weakened by compulsory pawn moves. In the present position, black quietly sets to work to bring his bishops to bear on the white king. 26. bk5 27. kr2 bk2 28. qb1. To free his game somewhat with pb5, which black prevents at once. 28. pb4 29. rk1 br5. Being probably short of time, black makes a few irrelevant moves. If his aim was not the opening of the kkt file but the subsequent sacrifice of the queen, he might have played qkt7 at once, followed by qkt4. 30. pkt3 bk2 31. bb2 bq3 32. rb1 kr2 33. rk1 rkt3 34. rb1 br6 35. rk1 qkt7 36. qk2 rkt5 37. rkt1 rkt3. Otherwise, white might embark upon a counter-attack, beginning with pkt4. Now this is impossible on account of rkt3. 38. rk1 qkt4 39. qr5. After the exchange of queens, black would win easily by rkt7. 39. br2 also fails on account of qxq, 40. rxq, rkt7, 41. bkt3, bq6, 42. rk5, bxb, and the passed pawn costs a rook. With the text move, white provokes the sacrifice of the queen at kt8, apparently not seeing the fine continuation at black's disposal on the 41st move. 39. qxb. 40. rxq rxr 41. pkt4. Compulsory. bkt1 would be followed by rqb8, etc. 41. bb8. Resigns. There might follow 42. kkt3, pkt3, 43. qr4, bxbch, 44. kxb, pkt4ch, and so on. 4l. bq3 would have given white a little respite, though his game would still have been hopeless after pxb and rk8. Game number 15. White Aljakin. Black Niemczowicz. Ruy Lopez, see page 41. 1. pk4 pk4 2. ktkb3 ktqb3 3. bkt5 pqr3 4. br4 ktb3 5. Castles ktxb 6. pq4 pqkt4 7. bkt3 pq4 8. pxb bk3 9. pb3 bk2 10. rk1. This is one of the most important positions in the Ruy Lopez. Black has the better development, but his center is less secure. Whilst white has a pawn secured in the center, black has a knight there which will soon be driven away. White's q4, the basis of his center, is entirely in his hands, while black's q4 is exposed to a steady pressure by the white pieces. Finally, black's qkt is unfavorably placed, obstructing as it does the QBP and preventing it from falling into line with its fellows. In Petrograd, 1909, Lasker tried the following new defense: KTB4 followed by BKT5, giving up the moves gained before in order to relieve the pressure on the black QP and to exchange the same ultimately at Q5. The various possibilities of the position have been discussed in connection with diagram 22. It may be added that after 10 castles, QKTQ2 is surely a better move than the usual KTQ4, as the queen's side should be developed before undertaking an attack. 11. QQ2, 12. KTXB, followed by RXKT. For a long time it was thought that after KTQ4 black had to exchange knights, which enables white to make the pawn at QB7, backward, by BK3. For black must first play PKR3 to guard his KT against the threat of PB3 and PKR4. However, a sensational innovation which refutes the KT's move was introduced in Breslau in 1912. It is the following sacrifice: 10 castles, 11. KTQ4, KTXKP, 12. PB3, BQ3, 13. PXKT, BKT5, 14. QQ2, QR5 with an overpowering attack. 10. KTB4, 11. BB2, BKT5, 12. QKTQ2 castles 13. KTKT3, KTK5. Here Lasker played KTK3 against Yanovsky, Paris, 1912, but it proved to be inferior, because 14. QQ3 disorganizes black's king's side forcibly. The move in the text is not really a pawn sacrifice. After 14. BXKT, PXB, 15. QXQ, QRXQ, 16. KKTQ4, KTXKT, 17. KTXKT, RQ4, white cannot play 18. RXB, because of PQB4, 19. KTB2, BB4 or 19. KTB3, RQ8CH, 20. KTK1, BB4, 21. RK2, BQ6, 22. RK3, BKT4, 14. BB4, PB4, 15. PXB, PKTXB, B3, 16. QQ3, KTK5? This loses the QBP and weakens the QP. Black might have tried BXKT, 17. QXB, BQ3. It would then have been possible to support the QP by PB3 after moving the KT away. If black was anxious to preserve his two bishops, he would even have risked PKT3. After 17. BR6, RB2, the bishop could have been driven away again by the KKT from KT1 or KT5. The open file offered some compensation and chances of counter-attack. 17. BXBQQ2. Not QXB because of QXBCH. 18. KTK5, KTXKT19. BXKTBR5. RXB is bad because of 20. RXKT, BKB4, 21. QKT3. 20. BKT3, BXB21. RPXB, BB4. Now RXB was feasible with a level game after 22. RXKT, BB4. 23. KXR, BXR, 24. QNE, QB4CH, followed by BXB. After missing this chance, black soon loses the game. 22. QQ4KRQ1 23. QRQ1 QQB2 24. KTQ2 KTXKBP. A last and desperate attempt. Black obtains rook and pawn against two minor pieces, but has no time to initiate an attack with the rooks. The wisest plan was to give up the p, with a view to effecting the exchange of the minor pieces, because an ending with queen and rooks generally produces a draw. Black could not play KTXKTP instead of the move in the text because of 25. BKT3. 25. BXBKTXR 26. RXKTQXKTP 27. BK6CHKR 128. BXBQRB 129. KDK4QR 530. PQKT3RB3. White now obtains a passed pawn and a speedy win. 31. QB2QR 432. QB3QXQ33. PXQPKT3 34. RQ2 RKT335. PQB4 PXB36. PXB RKT8 CH37. KB2 PQR438. PB5 RQB839. PB6 KKT240. BB4 RXB41. RXR RXB42. RQ7 CHKR343. KKT3 RB544. KTB2 KKT4. Mate was threatened by 45. KTKT4CH KR4 46. RQ5CH PKT4 47. RQ6 and RS6 mate, or if RXKTCH PXR mate 45. RQ5CH KB3 46. RXB resigns. Game number 16. White Yates. Black Gunsberg. Rui Lopez. 1. PK4 PK42. KTKB3 KTQB33. BKT5 PQR34. BR4 KTB35. Castles KTXB6. PQ4 PQKT47. BKT3 PQ48. PXB BK39. PQB3 BK210. BK3. In order to exchange the black knight if played to B4. 10. Castles 11. QKTQ2. If QQ3, then KTR4, 12. QKTQ2, PQB4. 11. KTXKT. This furthers white's development, and should not be played unless there is no other move available. To be considered are PB4 and BKKT5. An argument against PB4 is that white can deprive black's weak center pawn of one protecting piece, 12. PXBEP, KTXB B3, 13. KTKT5, and experience has shown that white obtains the superior game. 12. QXKTKTR4 13. BB2 KTB5. A very dangerous maneuver, as white can evade the exchange of his bishop and the black KT does not get back in time for the defense of the K side, where white's attack becomes virulent. He should have played PQB4 followed by KTB3. 14. QQ3 PKT3 15. BR6 KTX KTP16. QK2 RK117. KTQ4. Black had probably anticipated that white would be content with regaining his pawn by BXB, but, with fine positional insight, he retains his bishop for the coming onslaught and speedily concentrates his forces on the K side, whilst black, who has won a pawn at the expense of several moves, cannot mobilize an equivalent number of pieces in time for the defense. 17. KTB5 18. PB4 BQ2. White was threatening 19. KTB6 20. KTXB 21. BKT5 22. BB6 18. QQ2 is not sufficient, as 19. PB5 would follow. Neither can 18. BQB4 be played because of 19. BKT5 QB1 20. BB6. Preferable to the text move seems BKB1 19. BKT5 QB1 20. BB6 BKT2, as then the black pieces have more freedom of action. 19. QRK1 PQB4 20. PK6. A brilliant sacrifice to which no satisfactory reply can be found. For instance, 20. PXKT 21. QKT4 KTK6 22. RXKT PXR 23. PB5 BXB 24. PXB PXB 25. BXB etc., or 24. RKB1 25. PXBCH RXB 26. QK6 QK1 27. BXB etc., or 23. PKT4 24. PXBCH KXB 25. QR5CH KKT1 26. PB6 BXB 27. BXB etc., or 21. BB4 22. PXBCH KXB 23. BXBCH PXB 24. PB5 etc. There are many variations, all leading to a speedy end. 20. BKB3 21. PKT4 PKT22, PB5 PQ6 23, BXB BXKP. If PXKP then 24. PXKP KTK4 25, RXKT BXR 26, QR5 QB3 27, RXU BXR 28, PXBCH KR1 29, QB7 etc. or 26, BXB 27, BB8 etc. 24, PXBQKT3 CH25, KR1 resigns. Game number 17. White Berlin. Black Riga. Rui Lopez. Move 1 to 6 as in game number 16. 6. PXB. Compare note to move number 6 in game 14. 7. RK1 PQ48. KTXB BQ3. This is the key to the variation. Black threatens to obtain a draw by perpetual check through BXBCH, followed by QR5CH and QXBCH. This is not good enough against a weaker opponent in a tournament, and a strong player cannot afford to play the Riga defense. But that is not a point against the variation. To prove it unsound, White has to find a win. 9. KTXKT BXBCH 10. KR1. After 10. KB1 Black has a tremendous attack, and drives it home before White can manage to bring his extra piece into play. Again Maraxi Berger, Vienna, 1908, is an illustration of this. It continued in this way: 10. KB1, QR5, 11. BK3 Castles, 12. KTQ4, BKT5, 13. KTKB3 QR4. Now White has no satisfactory continuation. 14. KTQ2 obstructs the queen, and it is difficult to bring the rooks into concerted action. 14. KTB3, QRQ1, 15. QQ3, BXKT, 16. PXB, QXB, 17. KTXKT, PXKD, 18. QB3, QR6CH, 19. KK2, QKT5CH, 20. KB1, RQ4, 21. BKT3, RKR4, 22. PB3, PXB, resigns. 10. QR5. It now looks as if White were lost. But a fine sacrifice forces the exchange of all Black's attacking pieces, and saves the situation. 11. RXKTCH PXR12. QQ8 CHQXQ13. KTXQCH KXKD14. KXB. After the terrible slaughter, the position is somewhat clearer. Black has a rook and 2 pawns for 2 minor pieces, a slight advantage for the endgame, but as yet there is no thought of an endgame. White, in possession of 2 bishops, with an open queen's file on which the black king stands, has good attacking chances, and most masters would think the position favorable for White. 14. BK3. PKB4 is a plausible move, but is followed by a pretty mate by 15. BKT5. The move in the text threatens to eliminate the KB by PQB4, PQKT4. 15. BK3 PKB4 16. KTB3 KK2 17. PKT4. Tarish recommends 17. RQ1, threatening KTQ5CH. If PB3, White could play 18. BKT6, thereby permanently preventing Black from contesting the queen's file, and then try to exchange Black's b by KTK2Q4. With 2 bishops, White would then have winning chances. A subtle idea underlies White's move of PKKT4. He wishes to take advantage of the fact that Black has exchanged the KB by playing PKT5, thus holding all the 4 pawns on the king's side. But Black finds a surprising reply, which seems to refute White's plan. Capablanca played against Edward Lasker, New York, 1915-17. PKKT4, PKKT3, 18. KKT3, PKR4, 19. PXBP, PR5CH, 20. KR2, PXB, 21. KDK2, PKT4, 22. BKT3, BXB, 23. RPXB, KRKKT1, 24. RQ1 QRQ1, 25. RXR KXR, 26. KTK4, winning a pawn. 17. PKKT3 18. PKT5 QRKKT1. Black offers the exchange in order to get rid of White's QB. If White accepts the sacrifice, he loses his KKTP, and Black retains 3 passed pawns for the piece, at least an equivalent for the endgame. White should decline the doubtful gift and meet the threat of PR3 and PKKT4 with 19. RKKT1. 19. BQ4 PR3 20. BB6 CHKB2 21. BXR RXB 22. RQ1. In order to play 23. BQ7 in answer to PB4. This explains White's check at move 20. 22. PXBCH 23. KKT2 KB3. If now 24. KTQ5CH, Black would assail the White King with KK4, 25. KTXB, BB5 K7B6. The Black phalanx of pawns becomes menacing. 24. BKT3 BXB 25. RPXB KK3 26. PKT4 R2. Black need no longer fear to exchange rooks, for he would then threaten the queen's side pawns with his king whilst the passed pawns kept the white forces occupied. 27. KTK2 RQ2 28. KTQ4 CHKB3 29. PQB3 PB3. The aim of this move is not clear. Black should adopt a forward policy with PKT5, PB5, RR2, etc. 30. RKR1 PKT5 31. RR8. Now none of the pawns can advance. PB5 would be answered by 32. RK8 RK2 33. RXR KXR 34. KTKT3 and one of the pawns is lost. 31. RK2 32. KTK2 RQ2 33. KTQ4 RK2 34. RB8 CHKKT2 35. RQ8 PB5 36. RQ6 KB2 37. KTB2 RK3 38. RQ7 CH RK2 39. RQ6 RK3 40. RQ1. White tries to win at all costs, and loses. By a forcible advance on the queen's side, he creates new chances, but also new weaknesses. 40. KB3 41. PB4 RK2 42. RQ4 KKT4 43. RQ6 PK6. 44. PB3. PXB fails on account of PB6CH and RR2. 44. PK7 45. KTK1 PKT6 46. PKT5. Too late. 46. RR2 47. PXBP PXB 48. RK6 R7 CH 49. KKT1 RB 750. KTB2 RXB 51. RXKP RQ6 52. KTK1 RKT6 53. RQ2 PB6 54. KTQ3 PR4 resigns. The RP cannot be prevented from pushing on to R6, after which a mate is threatened by the black on the 8th rank. RQ1 would then be compulsory. But that lets the black rook in on the 7th, KRR7, followed by PB7CH. Game number 18. Emmanuel Lasker. Capablanca. Rui Lopez, see page 37. 1. PK4 PK42. KTKB3 KTQB33. BKT5 PQR34. BXKTQ PXB5. PQ4 PXB. Worthy of consideration is 5. BKKT5, 6 PXB, QXQCH, 7, KXQ, Castle CH, 8, KK2, RK1, 9, PKR3, BXKTCH, 10, KXB, PB3, with a good game. In this opening, black is justified in assuming the initiative, as the exchange, which has opened a diagonal for his QB, has furthered his development. If he does not do so, and confines himself to defending tamely, the chances are that he will lose on account of white's majority of pawns on the king's side. 6. QXB QXQ. Compulsory. If bk3 instead 7. bb4 attacks qb7. bq3 in reply to that would be inferior. By exchanging bishops, white would render the black qp backward, and on the open file its capture would be inevitable. 7. ktxq bq3 8. ktqb3 ktk2. Black prepares to castle on the king's side. It is more usual, and probably stronger, to castle on the queen's side, as the king then protects the qbp, which in the present case would be weak if black's kb were to be exchanged. 9. Castles. 10. pb4 rk1. Black allows his opponent too much latitude on the king's wing. He should prevent white's pb5, which obstructs his qb, by pkb4. After pk5 the game would be equalized by bb4, bxkt, and bk3. A draw would then be practically certain, with the bishops of opposite colors. Black probably thought white would not risk weakening his kp by pb5. But with unfailing judgment Lasker foresees that, in consequence of the greater mobility of his pieces, his attack will be successful before a counter-attack on the weak kp can be instituted. 11. kt3 pb3. Even now pkb4 was imperative, though it would keep the bishop from that square. The continuation could have been 12. pk5, bkt5, 13. ktk2, or r4, ktq4, and the bishop is safe. 12. pb5. This move has a twofold aim. It shuts in the bishop, and allows bb4, exchanging the black qb. 12. pqkt3. The diagonal qr1 kr8 is the only one in which the bishop has any prospects of action. However, as soon as he relinquishes his present diagonal, a white knight settles at k6 and the black rooks are very much hampered. 13. bb4 bkt2. Black should have exchanged the bishops. Now he gets a weak pawn at q3. Before playing bkt2, pb4 should be played to prevent the knight getting from kt3 q4 k6. 14. bxb pxb 15. ktq4 qrq1 16. ktk6 rq2 17. qrq1 ktb1 18. rb2 pqkt4 19. krq2. This holds black's kt at b1. White's next move prevents the bishop getting into action by pb4. After depriving all the black pieces of their mobility, white turns his attention to a determined assault on the black king. 19. qrk2 20. pqkt4 kb2 21. pqr3 br1 22. kb2 rr2 23. pkt4 pr3 24. rq3 pqr4 25. pkr4 pxb 26. pxbr r2 k2. There are no prospects on the rook's file, and black is restricted to keeping his pieces mutually protected. He cannot prevent white from penetrating the king's side. 27. kb3 rkt1 28. kb4 pkt3 29. rkt3 pkt4 ch 30. kb3. If black captures the pawn, he would lose it again forthwith through white's rr3, and the pawn at r3 would also be captured. 30. kt3 31. pxb pxb 32. rr3 rq2 33. kkt3. The white king leaves the diagonal because black's pb4 would interfere with the combination by which white intends to annihilate black's game in a few moves. 33. kk1 34. qrkr1 bkt2 35. pk5. A beautiful final stroke. 35. qpxb 36. ktk4. ktq4 37. ktk6, b5 bb1. Black dares not move the rook on account of ktxb and ktq6 ch. 38. ktxr bxkt 39. rr7 ch rb1 40. rr1 kq1 41. rr8 ch bb1 42. ktb5 resigns. Mate in 2 is threatened. Black's only move is ktk2, after which he is helpless, and white can capture the pawns one by one at his leisure, rb7, etc. In this game, so beautifully engineered by white, we have a further example of Lasker's remarkable grasp of position. Game number 19. White, Edward Lasker. Black Yanovsky. 4 Knights Game. 1. PK4 PK4 2. KTKB3 KTQB3 3. KTB3 KTB3 4. BKT5 BKT5. BK2, 5 castles PQ3, would lead into the Ruy Lopez. 5. Castles Castles 6. PQ3 PQ3. It is, of course, better to castle before playing PQ3, as the opponent could at once play KTQ5 and utilize the pin to initiate an immediate attack, e.g. 5. Castles PQ3 6. KTQ5 BB4 7. PQ4 PXB 8. BKT5 7. BKT5. The position is not unlike that in diagram 90, and the same remarks apply to it. Here BK3 is inadvisable, because PQ4, threatening to fork 2 pieces, forces the exchange of black's center pawn. After 7. BKT5 8. KTQ5 KTQ5 9. BB4 on the other hand, we get the position discussed on page 115, in which white obtains the advantage by QQ2. Instead of 9. BB4, black should play QQ2 with a similar threat. But he has not the cooperation of his king's bishop for the attack, and white just manages to escape with a draw, e.g. 9. QQ2, 10. KTXKTCH, PXKT, 11. BXB, PKR3, BXKT, 12. PXB, QR6 fails on account of KR1 and RKKT1, 12. PB3, KTXKTCH, 13. PXKT, BKR4, 14. KR1, KR2, diagram 129, 15. RKKT1. This is the saving clause. If now black had his B at B4, as white has in the corresponding attack, white would first have to protect his BP with 15 QK2, and would be lost after RKKT1, 16. RKKT1, RKT3, as 17. BR4 fails because of QR6, 18. BKKT3, RB3, and on the other hand, after 17. RXR, PXR black plays RKB1, attacking the BP a second time. With the black bishop at KT5, however, black does not succeed. The continuation could be L5. RKKT1, 16. RKT3, 17. BR4, with a probable draw. This line of play is most difficult for both sides, and it has been avoided so far in tournaments. In diagram 128, the favorite continuation for many years was 7. BXKT, 8. PXB, KTK2. The opening of the KKT file by 9. BXKKT is not to be feared, because of the reasons given when discussing diagram 90. But white obtains the advantage with 9. KTR4, preparing the opening of the KB file by PB4 and PXB. 9. KTKT3, in order to retake with the BP after 10. KTXKT and to open the file for black's rooks, is not a sufficient reply, because after 11. PB4 and PXB white has a clear advantage, having an extra pawn in effect for the endgame. For the 3 black pawns on the king's side are held by the 2 adverse pawns, which they cannot pass. The attempt to expel the troublesome bishop after 9. KTK1 by PKB3, and then play for a center by PB3, KTB2 and PQ4 fails on account of the withering attack which white obtains on the KB file, e.g. 9. KTK1, 10. BQB4 KR1, 11. PB4, PKB3, 12. QR5, PXB, 13. PXB, etc. In consequence, the defense by 7. BXKT and KTK2 has been abandoned. In the present game, black reverts to a very old defense, comprising the moves BXKT, QK2, KTQ1, K3. It had been abandoned because white, by playing RK1, PQ4, and eventually BB1 and BR3, forces the exchange of black's center pawn, and obtains an advantage, on well-known grounds. Here black strengthens the defense by interpolating PKR3, after which white must come to a decision as to maintaining the pin. If he decides to do so, the white bishop will no longer be able to threaten the black queen from QR3. 7. BXKT8. Pxb Pkr3 9. Bkr4. If the b retreats to b1 or k3, black can adopt the defense ktk2 kt3. Then ktr4 would be inferior, because black can simply play pkkt4. In this case the advance of the pawns is justified, because black can bring his qkt to kkt3 and have practically one piece more on the king's side, and good prospects for the attack which he can open with kr2 are kkt1, kt-kt3 b5. 9. Qk2. Pkkt4 would be premature. White would win at once by 10. Ktx ktp, px kt, 11. Bxb, as he can attack the knight a second time by pkb4 and pxb before black can either protect it sufficiently or relieve the pin. 10. Qq2 ktq1 11. Pq4 bkt5 12. Qk3 bxkt 13. Qxb ktk3. It would be wrong to play for the gain of a pawn with pkkt4 and pxb, e.g. 13. Pkkt4, 14. Bkt3, pxb, 15. Rk1, pxb, 16. Pk5, etc. 14. Bxkt. Black's threat was to develop an attack, similar to that described at move 9, with pkkt4 and ktb5. 14. Qxb 15. Qxq pxq 16. bb4. In order to exchange the knight, which is generally superior to a bishop in an endgame, as mentioned before. 16. Pxb 17. Bxkt pxb 18. Pxb. In the endgame thus brought about, the white rooks have more freedom, as they can be mobilized easily on the third rank to act on either wing. Black's pawns, however, are stronger, being easily protected by the king, whilst white's weak pawns at qr2 and qb2 are at too great a distance from the king. Therefore white must see to it that black does not open files for his rooks on the queen's side. 18. Qrb1 19. Qrkt1 pkt3 20. Krq1 krq1 21. Rkt3. White must now allow black to occupy the qb or q file. After 21. Pq5 black would simply play pxb, 22. Pxb, pb3, with a certain draw. 21. Pq4 22. Rkt3 ch. Pkb3 was the correct move here, in view of subsequent threats of mate. 22. Kb2 23. Pxb rxb 24. Rqr3 pqr4 25. Pkb4? A mistake under time pressure, costing a pawn. Qrq3 was the move. 25. Pqb4 26. Rqb3 qrq1 27. Rkt1 rxb 28. Rxktp rxb 29. Pkr3 rq7 30. Rkt5. Not rxb, on account of rb7, and the kktp cannot be saved. 30. R-b5, b7 31. Rkkt3 pb4 32. pb4 pb5 33. Rkkt4 pr4 34. Rkt5 rxb 35. pr4. Mate was threatened in a few moves through Rqb7 b8 and r7 r8. 35. R-b7 kt7. If now rb7, white would win the kbp or obtain a perpetual check. 36. Rqkt7 ch, followed by Rqkt8 kb8. After the move in the text, white can still draw, as he wins back his pawn. 36. Rxr 37. Rxrp? This careless move now loses the game. Of course white should have taken the bp if then pr5, r5 held the pawn from behind, also after 37. kb3, 38. Rxqrp, pk4, a draw would have been the result, as the white bp would soon have become threatening, e.g. 39. Rr8 kb4, 40. pb5, pk5, 41. pb6, rqb7, 42. Rqb8, kkt5, 43. pb7 kxb, 44. kr2 pk6, 45. rb8 rxb, 46. Rxbch, kkt4, 47. RK4, RB6, 48. KKT3, etc., or 44. RK8, RXB, 45. RXB, KKT6, 46. RK1, RB7, 47. KR1, RXB, 48. RK3CH, and so on. 37. PR5, 38. RXB, PR6 resigns. After R5 there follows PR7 and RKT8CH, or, if 40, KR2, PB6. Game number 20. White, Edward Lasker. Black, England. 4 knights game. 1. PK4, PK42. KTKB3, KTQB33. KTB3, KTB34. BKT5, KTQ55. KTXB. Black can now get white's KP by playing QK2, and moreover exchange white's valuable bishop. Instead of the move in the text, it is advisable to retire the bishop to R4 or B4, or else to play 5. KTXKT, PXKT, 6. PK5, PXKT, 7. PXKT. Black would then play QXB and not PXQPCH, as the latter move allows white to develop quickly, and black has no time to castle, e.g. 8. BXB, QXB, 9. Castles, BK2, 10. BB3, followed by RK1. 5. QK2, 6. KTB3, KTXB? Here KTXB was essential, followed by QXB, freeing the bishop. After 7. KTXKT, QXBCH, 8. QK2, QXQCH, 9. KXQ, KTQ4, 10. PB4, PQR3, black completes his development a little later, 10. RK1, PKB3, 11. KB1CH, KB2, but after the exchange of queens there is not much to fear from an immediate attack, and the value of the two bishops soon asserts itself. In a match game edition Lasker Cole, London, 1913, the continuation was 12. PQ4, PQR3, 13. KTB3, KTXKT, 14. PXKT, PQ4. Here the doubled pawn is a disadvantage, in that the pawn at B2 is immobile, and constantly liable to be attacked by BB4. PQ3 was the better move. 7. Castles KTXKT. Now KTXB was no longer possible. After KTXQKT there would be threats of KTXBP as well as of RK1 and PQ3. The game is almost lost for black at this stage, as the king cannot escape the impending attack on the K file by castling. 8. QPXKT KTXKTCH9. QXKTQB4 10. RK1CH BK2 11. BQ3. Prevents castling, as QK4 would win a piece. 11. PQ4 12. BK3. White has the development of the B gratis, as black must lose time with the queen. 12. QQ3 13. BKB4 QKB3 14. QXB. Black being behind with his development is already threatened by sacrificial combinations. If he takes the bishop he loses by 15. BKT5CH KB1 16. QQ8CH BXU 17. RK8 mate or L5. PB3 16. BXBCH and so on. 14. PB3 15. QK4 BK3 16. RK3 BQB4. Here black might have castled on the queen's side, but RQ1 would have had much the same sequel as in the actual game. 17. BK5 QR3 18. RKT3 BKB1. A sorry retreat. But after QQ7, which may have been black's original intention, white plays RKB1, threatening BKB4. 19. RQ1. This move completes white's development, and only seems to give black a chance of castling. However, black has no satisfactory continuation. 19. Castles. 20. QXBCH PXQ 21. BR6 mate. Game number 21. White, Edward Lasker. Black, Aljikin. 3 knights defense. 1. PK4 PK42. KTKB3 KTQB33. KTB3 BKT54. KTQ5. Developing another piece by BKT5 or B4 would be more in accordance with principle. 4. BK2. There was a threat of KTXB and KTXB. If black plays PQ3, the B must retire all the same after 5. BKT5. It seems best to retire the B to K2 rather than to B4 or R4, because there remains the threat of a pin subsequently by BKKT5, which might become serious with the knight at Q5. 5. BB4 KTB36. PQ3 PQ37. KTX BQX KD8. PB3 PKR3. The KKT is to support the advance of PQ4 subsequently, and that is why black does not want to allow it to be pinned. This is sound strategy, since white has exchanged his QKT, which from B3 prevents PQ4 in the ordinary way. 9. BK3 castles 10. QQ2 BK3 11. BKT3. The first mistake. BQKT5 should be played to retard PQ4. 11. BXB 12. PXB PQ4. 13. PXB. The second mistake. Unimportant as it seems, it leads to the loss of the game. White did not defend the pawn by QB2, because it would have proved 10. QQ2 to have been a lost move. But giving up the center is a far greater evil. Black now commands his Q5 and KB5, and this enables him to start an attack to which there is no defense. The game shows conclusively how important it is to maintain the center. 13. KTXB 14. Castles KRP B4 15. PQKT4 PQKT3 16. QK2. To prevent PK5, which would now be countered by PXB and QB4. However, as PK5 cannot be prevented permanently, and the Q must move in any case, QB2 would have been the better move, as there the queen cannot be molested by a rook. 16. QQ3 17. PKT5 QKTK2 18. BQ2 KTKT3 19. RR4 QRK1. Black's game is beautifully developed, whilst white cannot make a combined effort. The black rooks are particularly well placed, and threaten to take an effective part in the attack in various ways. All this is the outcome of white losing the center. 20. PKKT3. Though this prevents KT, Q4, B5, it weakens KB3, which is all the more serious as black threatens to open the file by PB5. 20. QQ2. If now white refrains from taking the pawn, black plays PQR4. 21. RXB PK5 22. KTQ4 PXB 23. QXB KTK4 24. QK2 PB5. All the avenues of attack are now open, and white's game collapses quickly. 25. QR5 KTKB3 26. QB5 KTB6 CH 27. KR1 QXQ 28. KTXQ KTXB 29. RQ1 KTB3 K5 30. KTXB KTXB PCH 31. KKT2 PB6 CH resigns. Game number 22. White 4 Gax. Black, Tartakower. French defense, see page 48. 1. PK4 PK3 2. PQ4 PQ4 3. KTQB3 KTKB3 4. BKT5 BK2 5. PK5 KTK5. KKTQ2 is better, because it would support the advance of PQB4 and also be of use eventually in an attack on white's center by PKB3. The text move allows the exchange of 2 minor pieces, which can only be to white's advantage, as black cannot get his QB into play, and is for a long time practically a piece down. 6. KTX KT BXB. After PX KT the pawn would be very weak, and could hardly be held for long. 7. KTX BQX KT8. PKT3. To be able to play PKB4 before developing the KT, see page 49. 8. PQB4 9. PQB3 KTB3 10. PKB4 QK2 11. QQ2 BQ2 12. KTB3 castles 13 krona. BQ3 PB5 14. BB2 PQKT4 15. Castles KR PKT2 16. QRK1 PQR4. So far the game is easy to understand in the light of the remarks made on page 44, when treating of the openings. The continuation shows in an instructive fashion that white's attack is the more effective, being directed against the king's side. 17. PB5. KPXB. This sacrifice of a pawn in conjunction with a second sacrifice on the next move produces a combination of rare beauty. 18. PKT4. PXB. If black did not capture white would. In either case, the storming of the position by pawns achieves its object, and the lines of attack are free for the pieces. 19. KTKT5 PKT3. Now that white has made an opening for himself at KB6, the rest is easy. 19. PR3 is of no avail. The sequel might have been 20 KTR7 KRQ1, 21 KTB6CH, after which white wins after either PXKT, 22 QXB, or KR1 KTXB. 20. RB6 KKT2. Black gets no breathing space. If PR3, then 21 BXB. 21. QRKB1 BK122. QB4 KTQ123. PK6 R324. QK5 KR325. QRB5. Help. 25. BPXB26. KTB7CHQXKT27. RR5CHKKT228. RXKT mate. Game number 23. White Yates. Black Esser. French defense. 1. PK4 PK32. PQ4 PQ43. KTQB3 KTKB34. BKT5 PXB5. BXKT PXB. If the queen recaptures, white obtains too great an advantage in development, and therefore black submits to the doubling of his pawns. It is doubtful if this means a handicap, although the king's side gets broken up. For black keeps his two bishops, a powerful weapon, unless white succeeds in developing swiftly an attack on the king's side. The present game is instructive and shows the chances afforded to both sides by the position brought about by the exchange at KB6. 6. KTXB PKB4. As the KB obtains a long diagonal at KT2, this advance is justified. Otherwise there would be strong objections to it, as the pawn is likely to be subjected to attack, and apart from that, it gives up command of black's K4. 7. KTQB3. KTKT3 would seem more natural, firstly, because black has weaknesses on the K side, and white will need his pieces for attack in that quarter, and secondly, because the QP ought to be supported by PB3, as black will attack it by BKT2. 7. BKT28. KTB3 castles 9. BB4. If now the knight were at KT3, white could play PB3 and BQ3. This is the proper place for the B, which might obtain an open diagonal after PKKT4. 9. KDB310. KTK2 KTR411. BQ3 PB412. PB3 PQB5. PKT3 seems preferable, as the text move releases the hold on white's Q4. The isolated pawn resulting after 13. PXB is not to be feared, as the B at KT2 would have greater efficiency, QRKT1, and white would not be so firmly established in the center. 13. BB2 PKT414. QQ2. Then now ensues an interesting struggle. White builds up an attack with Q and both knights and eventually the B, PKKT4. If black can manage to play his king into safety at A1 in time, and then occupies the KT file with his rooks, he would have the better of it, his pieces having by far the greater range of action. 14. BKT215. QB4 QB3. KR1 and KRKT1 might be considered. 16. KTKT3 BKR317. QB7 QQ118. QK5. White gains a move by attacking the knight's pawn. It may seem far-fetched if I now point out that this could not have happened if from the first black had given preference to the pawn formation at QKT3 and B4 instead of KT4 and B5, though the whole game would almost certainly have taken a different course. Still, when advancing a pawn into an unprotected position there always is the risk of its becoming the object of an attack at an opportune moment, and whenever the plan of development does not necessitate such moves, they are best avoided. 18. BQ4 19. KTR5 KTB3? 20. QKT3CH? The last moves have decided the game. Both players have overlooked that 20. QB6 would have won a pawn at least. QXQ 21. KTXQCH with KTXB and BXB 20. BXKT leads to an immediate loss by 21. QXB BXKT 22. QXB followed by PKKT4 with an overwhelming attack. Instead of 19. KTB3, Black should have played PB3, followed by KR1 and the occupation of the KT file by the rooks. White's last move allows him to do this with even greater effect. 20. KR1 21. QR3 RKKT1. Black has now a preponderance of material on the field of battle, and it can be concluded offhand that White, not being able to bring his rooks into play, must lose. 22. KDKT3 QB3 23. KB1. KK2 is a shade better. But there is no longer any adequate defense. 23. RKT5 24. RK1QR KKT1 25. KTK5. Black was threatening BXKT, followed by RR5 and PB5. 25. KTXKT 26. PXKTQKT4 27. QR5 BXBCH 28. KKT1RXKT? QXQ and BK5CH was simple and effective. 29. RPXR BXR 30. QXQ BXQ 31. KXBRQ1 32. PB4. RQ1 is much more promising, although it means the loss of a pawn, RXR and BB8, etc. With bishops of different color, the game is not easy to win even now. 32. RQ7 33. PXBRXB 34. RQ1 RXGate P35. RQ7 KKT2 36. RXRP RQB7. He could have played PKT5 at once. 37. RR5 RQKT7 38. PR4. RR3 would only have drawn out the agony a little longer. 38. PKT5 resigns. Game number 24. White Atkins. Black Berry. French defense. 1. PK4 PK3 2. PQ4 PQ4 3. KDQB3 KTKB3 4. BKT5 BK2 5. PK5 KKTQ2 6. BXBQXB 7. KTKT5. The intention is to strengthen the center by PQB3. Though it takes a number of moves to bring the knight into play again, yet most of the tournament games in this variation have been won by White, mostly through a king's side attack on the lines set out in the notes to game number 22. Investigations by Alapin tend to show that this is due to the fact that Black in all cases devoted his attention to queen's side operations, just as in game number 22, when he could have utilized White's backward development, by himself starting a counter-attack on the king's side. He can then either aim at the white center at once with PKB3, or else play PKB4 and prepare the advance of the KKTP by KTB3Q1B2. These various lines of play are still under discussion. Simple development is probably preferable to the move in the text, e.g. 7. BQ3 castles, 8. PB4, PQB4, 9. KTB3. 7. KQ1. There can be no advantage in forfeiting the option of castling unless there be no other way of getting the king into safety and of bringing the rooks into concerted action. It is obvious that otherwise the free development of pieces is hindered, and the king is in appreciable danger, for it is easier to open files in the center than on the wings where the pawns have not advanced yet. Therefore KT-KT3 is the only move worth considering. 8. PQB3 PKB3 9. PXB. With the black king remaining in the center, White has no further interest in the maintenance of his pawn at K5. On the contrary, he will try to clear the center. 9. PXB 10. QQ2 PB3 11. KTQR3 KTB1. At this early stage, it is clear that Black will have to contend with difficulties in trying to complete his development. The usual way, PQB4 is barred on account of the dangers to black's king with which a clearance in the center is fraught. 12. KTB3 BQ2 13. PKT3. As black can force this advance at any time by playing RKKT1, white decides to develop his KB at KT2, thereby covering his KB3 and 3 krona. The weakness of the latter squares would not be of any great moment if white were to castle on the queen's wing. But as PQB4 is necessary in order to break up the center, castling KR is the right course. 13. BK1 14. BKD2 QKTQ2 15. PB4 PXB 16. KTXB KTQ KT3 17. KTX KT PX KD 18. Castles KR KT KT3 19. KRK1 BQ2 20. QB3 RK1 21. KDQ2 QB1 22. PQR4. White wishes to get rid of the pawn at black's KT3, in order to break in with his knight at B5. Black has no means of preventing this, and soon succumbs to the overwhelming array of white forces. 22. KDK2 23. PR5 PQKT4 24. KDKT3 KTQ4 25. BXKT KPXB 26. RXR CHBXR 27. KTB5 QB2 28. RK1 KB2 29. QK3 BQ2 30. QB4 CH resigns. If KQ1 31. KTXB CH followed by KTQ6 CH. If KB1 white wins by 31. QQ6 and RK7. Game number 25. White, Emmanuel Lasker. Black, Teresh. French defense. 1. PK4 PK3 2. PQ4 PQ4 3. KTQB3 KTKB3 4. BKT5 BKT5. This line of defense, called the McCutcheon variation, was recommended for many years by Teresh as being the strongest. The most obvious continuation 5. PK5 leads to complications, and the final verdict has not yet been reached. After 5. PKR3, the best continuation is thought to be 6. PXKT, PXB, 7. PXB, RKT1, 8. PKR4, PXB, 9. QR5, QB3, 10. QXRP, QXB. White has an easy development, whilst black, as in most variations in the French defense, finds it difficult to bring his QB into play. After PKR3, it is not advisable to retire the bishop. 6. BR4, PKKT4, 7. BKT3, for here the bishop is out of play, and black's king's knight being free can play to K5 for concerted action with black's KB. Lasker's continuation in the present instance is at once simple and effective. It leads to an entirely different system of development. 5. PXB QXB. If black recaptures with the pawn, he must lose a move with the bishop in order to avoid getting an isolated doubled pawn after 6. QB3. The doubled pawn which black may get after the move in the text would not be isolated, and therefore not necessarily weak. It could become a weakness if black were to castle on the king's side. But otherwise it might even become a source of strength, supporting, as it would, an advance of black's KP against the white center. 6. KTB3 PB4? Black should retain the option of castling QR, in case white exchanges at his KB6. PQKT3 and BKT2 would have been better. 7. BXKT PXB8. QQ2 BXKT9. QXB KDQ2 10. RQ1 RKKT1 11. PXB QXB 12. QQ2 QKT3. Guarding against the mate at Q1 before moving the KT, but this would have been better effected by QK2. After QKT3 the knight cannot move yet because of BKT5CH. 13. PB3 PQR3 14. QB2 PB4 15. PKT3 KTB4 16. BKD2 QB2. Black wishes to push on the KP. White, however, prevents this at once. 17. QK2 PKT4 18. Castles BKT2. The black position has any number of weaknesses. The king cannot castle into safety. The pawn position is full of holes, and open to attack. White takes full advantage of this and wins in masterly fashion with a few strokes. 19. PB4 PKT 520. QQ2 RKT1. Now White cannot capture the KTP because of BXKT. But he does not want the pawn, he wants the king. 21. QR6 BXKT 22. BXB QK4 23. KRK1 QXB 24. QB4 QRB 125. QQ6 PB3. Mate in 2 was threatened, BB6 CH, etc. 26. BR5 CH RKT 327. BXR CH PXB 28. RXB CH resigns. Game number 26. White Capablanca. Black Blanco. French defense. 1. PK4 PK32. PQ4 PQ43. KTQB3 PXB4. KTXB KTQ25. KTKB3 KKTB36. KTXKTCH KTXKT7. KTK5. This crosses Black's plan of developing the QB at KT2. 7. BQ38. QB3 PB3. 9. BKT5CH, PB3, 10. KTXB was threatened. 9. PB3 castles 10. BKT5 BK2 11. BQ3. Whatever Black plays now, he must create some weakness in order to provide against White's QR3, BXKT, QXRP, and White's attack must succeed. The whole of Black's plan is thus frustrated, as the only reason for abandoning the center by PXB was the occupation of the long diagonal by the QB. Now the queen's side pieces cannot get into play without much difficulty, and by the time they have succeeded it is too late. 11. KTK1. Intending to intercept the diagonal of the white KB by PKB4. If Black plays PKKT3 with the same intention, White plays PKR4-5 and PXB, and brings the rook into play. 12. QR3 PKB4. PKR3 would lead to an immediate disaster. 13. BXB PXB 14. QXRP PKB4 15. PKT4. The move in the text avoids the immediate attack on the king, but the king's pawn is now backward, and White immediately fastens on this weakness. 13. BXB QXB 14. Castles KRRB3 15. KRK1 KTQ3 16. RK2 BQ2 17. QRK1 RK1 18. PQB4 KTB2 19. PQ5 KTX KT 20. RX KT PKKT 3. 21. BXB was threatened. 21. QR4 KKD2 22. QQ4 PB4 23. QB3 PKT3 24. PXB BB1 25. BK2. The bishop now settles at Q5, and whether Black takes the pawn or not, he is paralyzed either by the pawn itself, or the pin of the bishop if the pawn is taken. 25. BXB 26. BB3 KB2 27. BQ5 QQ3 28. QK3 RK2 29. QR6 KKT 130. PKR4. The deciding maneuver, tearing up the chain of pawns in front of the K. 30. PQR3 31. PR5 PB5 32. PXB 33. RXB resigns. After RXR 34. RXR 35. QXBCH wins a piece. A beautifully concise game. Game number 27. White Niemzowicz. Black Teresh. French defense. 1. PK4 PQB4. This opening is called the Sicilian defense. White, however, adopts a continuation which leads into a variation of the French defense. 2. PQB3 PK33. PQ4 PQ44. PK5 KTQB35. KTB3Q KT36. BQ3 PXB. Black seeks to demonstrate that White's QP is weak. The present game, however, seems to prove that White is able to guard it adequately, thus permanently supporting the KP2. It would therefore appear to be better to attack the KP itself, and to play PB3 on the fifth move. Now bq2 would be better than the text move. As white cannot give further support to his q4, he would have to play pxb, and the protection of the k5 would have to be undertaken by pieces, which is not desirable. 7. Pxb bq2. Not ktxb 8. Ktx kt, qx kt, because of bkt5 ch. 8. Bk2. The b cannot go to b2 on account of kt kt5 and bkt4. 8. Kkt k2 9. Pq kt3 kt b4 10. Bkt2. Now white's center is safe from further attacks. True, white has forfeited castling, but as he dominates the king's side, where black cannot undertake anything, there is no harm in pkt3, preparatory to artificial castling. 10. Bkt5 ch11. kb1 bk2. Directed against 12. Pkt4, driving off the kt. Now ktr5 would follow. 12. Pkt3 pqr4. This maneuver is unwise. White counters with 13. Pqr4, a move which was necessary in any case, in order to develop the qkt via r3, this being the knight's only chance of getting into play, because, as long as the qp is attacked 3 times, the lines of b and q must not be interrupted. That is a weakness in white's game, and it was necessary for black to prevent his kt being driven off by pkkt4. Pkr4 was the correct move. Then white also had to play pkr4 to prevent pkkt4-5, in which case black could have played l3, pkkt3, and have brought his rooks into concerted action. Pkkt3 would have been necessary before castling, because white's bq3 would have attacked the kkt. The latter could not then capture the queen's pawn on account of a discovered check, e.g. l2. Castles: 13 bq3, ktxb, 14 ktx kt, ktx kt, 15 bx kt, qxb, 16 br7 ch, and qxq. In diagram 139, black's pqr4 is not only a lost move, but moreover allows a white piece to settle permanently at qkt5. It also prevents the knight from playing to qr4, from where white's pqr4 could be answered by kt-kt6 eventually. 13. Pqr4 rqb1 14. bkt5 kt-kt5. All these skirmishes only result in the exchange of pieces, and as long as black's cris out of play, this can only be of advantage to white. 15. ktb3 ktqr3. This is in order to drive off the b. Black should have exchanged his own inactive qb, as the white b might become effective on the diagonal qkt1 kr7, whilst black's qb has no future. 16. kkt2 ktb2 17. bk2 bkt5. Black cannot yet castle, because of 18. bq3 ktkr3 19. bqb1. 18. ktr2 ktqr3 19. bq3 ktk2 20. rqb1 ktb3 21. ktx bq ktx kt 22. bkt1. White's last 8 moves completed his development, and his bishops lie in wait for the attack on the black king. Meanwhile, black has effected nothing. On the contrary, he has exchanged his valuable kb, and also allowed his kkt to be driven off. His king's side is bare, and castling would be fraught with danger. If black castles now, white plays kt-kt5, and black must weaken his position by pr3 or pkt3, and white would advance his ktp or rp in force in exchange, opening a file for his rook. In consequence, black decides to forfeit castling and to bring his kr to bear on the kb file. For this also black must first play pr3, and white obtains an open file by pkt4 kt5. The sequel is shown here. 22. pr3 23. pkt4 ktk2 24. rxr bxr 25. ktk1. White waits first, to see whether black is going to castle, and meanwhile tries to exchange black's qkt, which commands his qb2 and q3. 25. rb1 26. ktq3 pb3 27. ktx ktqx kt 28. pxb rxb 29. bb1 ktb3 30. pkt5 pxb 31. BXBRB1 32. BK3 QK2 33. QKT4. This provides against Black attempting to free his bishop by PK4. Black's BQ2 is countered by BKT6CH. White new wins surprisingly quickly, through the greater mobility of his pieces. 33. QB3 34. RKT1 RR1 35. KR1 RR5. Here Black could have held out a little longer by defending his KTP, 35. KB1, 36. RKT3, RR5, 37. QQ1, KKT1, 38. BKT5, QXB, RXB, 39, QR5, 39. RQ3, QXB, 40. BXR, QXB, 36, QKT3, RXB. Compulsory. BKT5 was threatened, and after RR1, QXB, QXQ, RXQ, the RP wins easily. 37. BXR KTXB 38. QXB QB6CH 39. QKT2 QXQCH 40. RXQ KTXB 41. PR4 resigns. Game number 28. White Alapin. Black, Rubinstein. Sicilian defense. 1. PK4 PQB4. At first glance, this move would seem to lose time, as it does nothing towards the main object of opening strategy, namely, the development of pieces. But we shall find that it does contribute to that aim, although indirectly. For one thing, it could, by a transposition of moves, lead into an opening in which PQB4 is played in any case. In other openings it is of use, in that it acts from the first against the formation of a strong white center. Concurrently it prepares the opening of a file for the rooks. 2. KTKB3 KTKB3? Black should not play KTKB3 as long as White's PK5 means the clear gain of a move. There are plenty of developing moves to choose from. Two systems of development can be followed by Black according to whether the KB is to develop at K2 or KT2. In the first case, compare game number 29, PK3 is played. In the second case, the opening might take this course: 2, KTQB3, 3, PQ4, PXB, 4, KTXB, KTB3, 5, KTQB3, PQ3, not PKKT3 at once, because White would exchange knights and drive off the KKT by PK5, 6, BK3, PKKT3, and BKT2. White's position is superior, as he has a pawn in the center in conjunction with greater mobility. Black will find it difficult to bring his QB into play. Nevertheless, his position is compact and difficult to get at. 3. PK5. Undoubtedly Rubinstein had taken this move into account when playing 2. KTKB3. His idea was to provoke the advance of the KP. The pawn at K5 is weaker than at K4, particularly as Black's QBP prevents its natural support by PQ4. Moreover, Black's Q4 is free from interference by White. White refutes this ultra-subtlety by simple and straightforward play, and he gets such an advantage in development that his attack succeeds before Black is able to demonstrate any weakness in White's game. 3. KTQ44. KTB3 KTX KT5. QPX KT KTB3 6. BQB4 PQ3. After 6, PK3 7. BB4 would restrain the QP. 7. BB4 PXB. At this early stage, Black has no satisfactory means of development. The QP is attacked 3 times, and therefore the KP cannot move, nor can the KB be developed at KT2. BKT5, in order to play BXKT and PXB, is refuted by BXBCH. The move in the text which brings about the exchange of queens, but develops another white piece at the same time, is more or less forced. It is instructive to watch how White's advantage in development soon materializes. 8. KTXB QXQCH9. RXQ KTX KT10. BXKT PQR3. White's threat of BKT5CH could not be parried by BQ2 because of 11. BXBCH. 11. BB7 BKT5 12. PB3 QRB1 13. BKT6 BB4 14. BKT3 PK4 15. BR4 CH KK2 16. PQB4. Here white could have won a pawn at once by rq5. If then kk3, 17. pqb4. 16. pb3, 17. kb2, kb2, 18. bq7. bxb, 19. rxbch, bk2, 20. krq1. The pawns can wait. 20. Rxb would not have been profitable because of rqkt1. 20. kk3, 21. Rxb, bq3. Black might have resigned here. It is only a question of time. 22. br7, rb3. Otherwise there follows rkt6. 23. rxb, pqr4, 24. rkt7, rr1, 25. rq5, pr4, 26. pqr4, pr5, 27. pqkt3, r1, qb1, 28. rkt5 resigns. Game number 29. White, Teichmann. Black, Spielmann. Sicilian defense, see page 215. 1. pk4, pqb4, 2. ktqb3, pk3, 3. kkTk2. This comes to the same as ktb3, as after pq4, pxb the knight recaptures. If, however, black plays pq4, there is a certain advantage for white to have the kt at k2, e.g. 3. pq4, 4. pxb, 5. pq4. If now black does not exchange pawns, white is able to bring his kb to bear on the center after pk-kt3 and bkt2. 3. ktqb3. White can exchange this knight later on, and thus make pk5 possible as soon as he should deem it advisable to drive the black knight from his kb3, where the same is bound to develop sooner or later. It is perhaps wise to prevent pk5 by qb2 instead of the move in the text. This is an old defense, introduced by Paulsen. Though it retards the development of black's minor pieces, it produces a strong defensive position, and the opening of the QB file gives attacking chances on the queen's side. The defense might run like this: 3, pqr3, 4, pq4, pxb, 5, ktxb qb2, 6, bk3, ktkb3, 7, bk2, bk2, 8, castles, pqkt4 followed by bkt2, pq3, qktq2, etc. 4, pq4, pxb5, ktxb pqr3, 6, ktx kt ktpx kt7, bq3 pq4, 8, castles ktb3, 9, bkb4 bkt5. As white can force black to play pkt3, a weakening move, by pk5 and qkt4, black should have played pkt3 at once, so as to have ktr4 in answer to pk5, thus keeping one piece for the defense of the king's side. The latter is in jeopardy after the move in the text, and white's attack succeeds. 10. pk5 ktq2, 11. qkt4 pkt3, 12. krk1 pqb4. Of course, black must not accept the sacrifice of the exchange by playing pq5. After 13 ktk4, bxr, 14 ktq6ch, kb1, 15 rxb, black is in a mating net, from which there is no escape, as he has no time to collect sufficient forces for the defense. The move in the text does not stem the tide either, and white quickly forces the win by a beautiful combination. 13. pqr3 br4, 14. bkkt5 qkt3. qb2 leads to the same conclusion. 15. pkt4. pxb 16. ktxb pxkt 17. pk6. The object of white's 15th move is revealed. Without it, the r at k1 would now be attacked. 17. pb4. ktb4 fails on account of 18. pxbch, kxb, 19. rk7ch, followed by qkb4. 18. pxkt+ch, kxb, 19. bxbch resigns. Game number 30. White, Teresh. Black, Spielmann. Sicilian defense. 1. pk4 pqb4, 2. ktqb3 ktqb3, 3. pkt3. Speedy development by ktb3 and pq4 is more desirable, as otherwise black may have time to get a firm footing at his q5. 3. pkkt3, 4. bkt2 bkt2. The black bishop is the more effective, as the line of the white bishop is masked by the kp. Small as this advantage would seem, it becomes serious later on. It is another confirmation of the doctrine that the value of each maneuver in the opening depends on the measure of mobility it affords for the pieces. 5. Kkt2 ktb36. pq3. Here white could still obtain a freer game with pq4. Perhaps he was afraid of losing a pawn after 6. pxb7. ktxb. But there is nothing in it, e.g. 8. ktxkt 9. ktxq 10. ktxbp. ktxktp? bxkt 11. bxb rqkt1 kxkt ktxbp 11. ktxr 12. ktxb 13. ktxb kxkt. There was nothing else to be feared after pq4. 6. pq3 7. Castles bq2. In order to play qb1 and br6 and to exchange bishops, after which there would be weak points at white's 3 krona and kb3. 8. pkr3 castles 9. bk3 pkr3. Black also prevents an exchange of bishops. 10. qq2 kr2 11. pb4 ktk1. The position has now become exceedingly difficult. In order to make the most of the favorable development of his kb, Black must advance on the queen's side. But in moving his king's side pieces over to the queen's side, Black must proceed warily, as white might get chances of an attack with overwhelming forces on the king's side. 12. pkkt4 ktb2 13. kdkt3. Here it was necessary to play rb2 in order to play the qr to kb1 before Black could manage to drive the kt to q1 by pqkt4-5. 13. pqkt4 14. kdq1? It would still have been better to play qrk1 and to leave the queen's side to itself as long as possible after pkt5 15. ktq1, in order to start an assault on the king's side with pb5, p4 krona and pkt5. After the text move, the queen's rook remains shut in. 14. qrkt1 15. kdk2. In order to play pb3 and pq4. The whole plan, however, is inconsequent, as he has started an attack on the king's side. Now he suddenly opens up files on the queen's side where Black has assembled superior forces. The result is that white gets into trouble on both wings, for as soon as he gives up his king's side attack, the advanced pawns there, as one knows, are only a source of weakness. 15. pkt5 16. pb3 pxb 17. pxbqb1 18. pq4 pxb 19. pxbqr3 20. rb1 kt4 21. pq5. This shuts in the white kb altogether, and at the same time opens the diagonal of Black's kb. Therefore, on principle alone the move is questionable. In effect it gives Black an opportunity for a beautiful winning combination. Only pk5 was worth considering, as then the opposing bishop would have been shut in, and white's own diagonal opened. 21. ktkt5. 22. qxkt-ktq5 23. qxkt-bxq 24. ktxb. Although 3 minor pieces are generally an equivalent for the queen, in this case the white game collapses quickly. The advanced pawns have produced too many weak points which afford an entry for the black forces. 24. krb 125. rxr 26. rb2 qr6 27. rk2. br5 was threatened. But the text move is of no avail either. Black wins up the game with another fine combination. 27. rb8. 28. bxr qxb. If rk1 qb4. 29. ktb3 qx ktch30. kb2 bkt4 resigns. Game number 31. White John. Black Yanovsky. Sicilian defense. 1. pk4 pqb4 2. ktkb3 ktqb3 3. pq4 pxb4. ktxb ktb3. The aim of this move is to provoke ktb3, and incidentally to prevent pqb4. The latter move would give white command of his q5 and not only prevent black's pq4 but also immobilize black's kp unless his qp is to remain backward. 5. qktb3 pkkt3. As shown on page 216, pq3 must be played first. In any case, black must be wary of playing pkkt3. If, for instance, after pq3 white plays 6 bqb4, and black replies with pkkt3, there follows 7 ktxkt, pxkt, 8 pk5, ktkt5, pxb, 9 bxbch, 9 pk6, pkb4, with advantage to white. See game in the match Schlechter Lasker. 6 ktxkt, ktpxkt, 7 pk5, ktkt1, 8 bqb4, pq4, 9 pxb, eppxb, 10 qb3. White has now 3 pieces in action and black none. Black's game is hopeless already. His b2 cannot be covered by qq2 because of 11 bxbch, qxb, 12 qxbch, and after qk2ch there follows 11 bk3, bkt2, 12 castles qr, and 13 krk1, with an overwhelming attack. 10 qq2, 11 ktq5. In view of the fact that his game is so much more developed, and that the opposing king will hardly be able to escape from the center of the board, white decides to sacrifice a knight in order to open the files in the center for his rooks, instead of following the simple line indicated in the previous note. 11 pxkt 12 bxbqk2 ch 13 bk3 rkt1 14 castles kr. Castles qr is stronger still, as the qr gets into action at once. 14 bkkt2 15 bkb4 rkt3 16 bb6 chrxb. If bq2, the continuation might have been 17 bxb qxb 18 qrq1 qkd2 19 krk1ch ktk2 20 rxkdch kxr 21 bxbch, etc., or 18 qb1 19 bxb, etc. After 17, rk1 black could have held out a little longer with bb3. After the text move, however, black's game collapses quickly before the concentrated onslaught of the white forces. 17 qxrch qq2 18 qrk1ch kdk2 19 rxk2ch kxr 20 rk1ch kb1 21 bxbch kkt1 22 rk8ch bb1 23 rxbch kkt2 24 qb3ch resigns. Game number 32. White, edition Lasker. Black, Mises. Center counter defense. 1. pk4 pq4 2. pxb ktkb3. This is to tempt white to play pqb4, a weak move, see page 35. By playing pqb3, black would obtain by far the better game in exchange for the pawn. 3. pq4 qxb. ktxb can also be played. In either case, white wins a move by driving off the black piece by ktqb3 or pqb4. Furthermore, white has a pawn in the center. Black's plan in retaking with the queen might be to castle early on the queen's side and attack white's center pawn by pk4, and white must be on the alert against this plan, though it will not be easy for black to put the same into execution, because of the exposed position of his queen. After 4. ktqb3, qqr4 is the only move which brings the queen into momentary security, and even then black must provide for a retreat, as after white's bq2 there would be a threat of an advantageous discovery by the ktpqb3 provides such a retreat, but it bars the qkt from its natural development at b3, where the kt could exert further pressure on white's q4. The qb2 is difficult to get into play and easily becomes an object of attack, as in the present game. 4. ktqb3 qqr4 5. ktb3 bb4. bkt5 would only help white's intentions to attack on the king's side in the absence of black's queen, e.g. 6. pkr3 br4 7. PKKT4, BKT3, 8. KTK5, threatening KTB4, PB3, 9. PKR4, QKDQ2, 10. KTB4, QB2, 11. PR5, BK5, 12. KTXB, KTXKT, 13. QB3 and BB4 with the superior game. 6. KTK5. KTK5. PB3 was urgent here, to provide against KTB4 and QB3. Now the game is as good as lost. White obtains a violent attack with superior forces, and brings it home before Black has time to complete his development. 7. QB3 KTQ3. If KTXKT BQ2. 8. BQ2 PK3 9. PKKT4 BKT3. Black had to guard his KB2 because of KTKT5, KTXKT, QXBCH. 10. PKR4 QKT3 11. Castles PKB3. Compulsory. KTB3 is refuted by 12. KTXKT, QXKT 13. QXQ PXQ 14. BKT2 and PR5. On the other hand, the answer to 11. QXB would be 12. BKB4 QB4 13. PR5 PB3 14. PXB PXKT 15. BKKT5 followed by RXKT and RQ8 or QB7 mate. 12. KTXB PXKT 13. BQ3 QXB. KB2 or PKB4 were also unavailing in consequence of Black's poor development. 14. BXBCH KQ2 15. BK3 QKT5 16. PR3 QB5 17. QXKT PQB3 18. BK4 resigns. Game number 33. White Barash. Black Mises. Center counter defense. 1. PK4 PQ4 2. PXB QXB 3. KTQB3 QQR4 4. KTB3. It is better to advance the QP at once and so threaten BQ2, after which Black is almost under compulsion to provide a retreat for his Q by PQB3, thus blocking his QKT. 4. KTQB3 5. BK2 BB4 6. PQ3. Already now the mistake of having allowed Black to develop his queen's side unmolested is apparent. PQ4 is now impossible, for Black would castle on the queen's side and keep the initiative by exerting a permanent pressure on White's QP by PK4. White must yield up the center to Black. 6. PK4 7. BQ2 castles 8. PQR3 QB4. The queen must escape from White's threat of PQKT4. 9. Castles KTB3 10. PQKT4 QK2 11. PKT5. This advance is somewhat purposeless, as the white pieces are not ready for an attack on Black's king. It is difficult, though, to find a sensible plan, as the white pieces have so little mobility. It would perhaps be best to play RK1, BB1, and KTK4. 11. KTQ5 12. RK1 QB4 13. BKB1 BQ3 14. QKT1? The purpose of this move is not clear. The advance of the KTP could only be condoned by a desire to obtain an open file, and it seems illogical to protect it now. If White wanted to escape the pinning of his KKT, he need not have moved the queen. KTXKT would have effected this and prevented the king's side from being laid bare. White's game would still have been bad, particularly as the exchange at Q4 opens the diagonal for the Black KB, but the move in the text has even a worse effect. Mises concludes the game with an elegant sacrifice. 14. KTX KTCH 15. PXKT PK 5. 16. QPXB BXBCH 17. KXB QXBCH 18. BKT2 RXB 19. RK2 RXR 20. KTXR QXKD 21. PXBQK4 CH 22. KR1 RK1. Black has wrought fearful havoc in the white ranks, and the defenseless king cannot withstand the onslaught of the three white pieces for long. 23. PQB4 KTR4 24. KKT1 QQ5 CH 25. KR2 RK7. threatening qr5ch, qb7ch, and mate at kt7 or r7. 26. qr1 qk4ch27. pb4 qxbch28. kkt1 qq5ch resigns. Game number 34. White M. Lasker. Black Niemzowicz. Karokin defense, compare page 50. 1. pk4 pqb3 2. pq4 pq4 3. ktqb3 pxb4. ktxb ktb3 5. ktx kt ktpx kt6. bk2 bb4 7. bb3 qr4 ch8. pb3 pkr4. A deep conception. If white accepts the proffered sacrifice of a pawn, he loses time, as he must retire his b before bringing out his kt, and moreover, the kr file being open, he can only castle on the q side. But there the black queen is ready for the attack. If he refuses the sacrifice, the text move is still of value, as even then it is hardly advisable for white to castle on the k side, whilst black can play br3 as soon as it might be desirable to exchange white's qb. 9. bxb ktq2 10. bkt4 bxb 11. qxb castles 12. ktk2 pk3 13. bb4 qq kt4. Black is the first to complete his development, and he assumes the offensive. 14. Castles qr. This is much stronger than the alternative pq kt3, which would fatally disturb the pawn skeleton, particularly as castling is only possible on the q side. Although black can now gain 2 pawns, white obtains an attack and black only just manages to escape with a draw. 14. kt kt3 15. kt kt3. Intending qk2 in answer to ktb5. Again pq kt3 is not to be thought of, and our q2 also fails because of ktb5. 16. rb2 ktxb. 15. qq4 16. kkt1 qxktp 17. qrkt1 qxbp 18. ktk4 qr5 19. qb3 ktb5. Whilst black was busy capturing 2 pawns by moving the queen 4 times, white was concentrating the whole of his forces, and now threatens to win back the pawn with our kt4. The move in the text anticipates the threat, for now the answer to 20. Our kt4 would be qr4, 21. ktxb, qb4ch, 22. ktk4? ktq7ch, winning the q. 20. kr1 pkb4 21. ktkt5 bq3 22. bb1 rq2 23. rkt2 bb2. Intending to get rid of the awkward white knight by ktq3 k5. 24. krkt ktq3 25. qk2 ktk5 26. ktb3 qr6 27. pr3. White appears to be in time difficulties, or else he remains passive, in order to give black an opportunity for making the risky attempt to hold the extra pawn by pb3 and pk4. 27. pr3 28. bk3 krq1 29. kr2 rr1. If black wants to play for a win, he must play pb3. In view of the favorable position of the white pieces, he prefers to risk nothing and to avoid the weakening of position which follows upon practically every pawn move. 30. kr1 krq1 31. kr2 rk1 32. rkt8 rxr 33. rxr ch rq1 34. rkt7 rq2 35. rkt8 ch. As long as black plays steadily, white cannot hope for more than a draw. 35. rq1 36. rkt7 rb1 37. pb4 ktb3. In order to drive off the rook, white now enforces the draw by a fine combination. 38. bkt5. ktr4 39. rxb. rxr 40. qxbch rq2. Not kkt1 on account of 41. qk8ch kr2, 42. qxr qxkt, 43. qxb, threatening bk7. 41. ktk5. Draw. For after bxkt there follows 42. QK8CH, KB2, 43. QXBCH, with perpetual check. Both players have shown a deep positional insight, and the game shows in an interesting manner how a preponderance of material can be counterbalanced by the greater mobility of the pieces. Game number 35. White ready. Black, Tartakower. Karoken defense. 1. PK4 PQB3 2. PQ4 PQ4 3. KTQB3 PXB4. KTXB KTKB3 5. QQ3. White wishes to castle as soon as possible on the queen's side, in order to operate on the queen's file with the help of the rook. 5. PK4. Here black loses 2 moves in bringing white's center pawn away. The maneuver therefore is not sound. QKTQ2, KTXKT, and KTB3, or any other developing moves would be preferable. 6. PXBQR4CH7. BQ2QXB8. Castles. White prepares a magnificent mating combination, which can only be made possible at such an early stage, when the opponent has utterly neglected his development. 8. KTXKT9. QQ8CH. KXQ10. BKT5CCH KB211. BQ8 mate. A beautiful mate. If 11. KK111. RQ8 mate. Game number 36. White 4 Gax. Black E cone. Queen's Gambit. 1. PQ4 PQ4 2. KTKB3 PK3 3. PB4 PXB4. KTB3 KTKB3 5. BKT5 BK2 6. PK4 PKR3. Through 3. PXB Black's development is 1 move behind, and such pawn moves should at any cost be avoided as do not contribute to the mobilization of the pieces. Castles, PQKT3, BKT2, and QKTQ2 was the proper course. 7. BXKT. This is better than to withdraw the bishop. Black's last move was clearly loss of time. 7. BXB8. BXBKTQ2 9. Castles. There seems to be nothing alarming about the position, yet on closer investigation a number of vital failings can be discerned in Black's camp. The absence of a pawn in the center and the unsatisfactory development have a far-reaching influence. White will be able to bring his forces to the king's side by way of K4, which is made accessible by the disappearance of Black's QP, before Black has time to bring his QB to bear on White's K4 by PQKT3 and BKT2. White's immediate threat, after PK5, is QK2K4 and BQ3. If Black does not wish to risk PKKT3, he must defend himself with RK1, KTB1. In the meantime, White can play RQ1 and threaten PQ5, opening the queen's file. This again necessitates PB3, which postpones the efficiency of the QB at KT2 until White's QKT and QR have been brought up for the attack. The game develops on these lines, and provides an excellent example of the advantage of the command of the center. 10. PK5 BK211. QK2 RK112. QRQ1 PQB3 13. QK4 QB2. Preparing PQKT3. 14. KRK1 KTB1 15. QKT4 PQKT3 16. QR5 BKT2 17. RK4 BKT5. Black cannot yet play PQB4, as our B4 is threatened with an attack on KB7. The bishop which obstructs the Q would have no move, save the sorry retreat to Q1, and White would win speedily. 17. PQB4, 18. RB4 BQ1, 19. PQ5, PXB, 20. KTXB, BXKD, 21. BXB, attacking RNP. 18. RKT4 BXKT 19. PXBKR1. QXB was threatened. 20. KTKT5 RK2 21. KTK4. Even the knight is brought in via K4. 21. RQ1 22. RQ3 PQB4 23. KTB6. Threatening QXBCH and RKT8 mate. Black cannot capture the KT because of QXBCH and mate at KT7. But the mate cannot be delayed much longer in view of the concentration of superior forces for the attack. 23. KT 324. RR3 resigns. There is no answer to QKT5 and RXB. Game number 37. White Marshal. Black Capablanca. Queen's Gambit declined, see page 52. 1. PQ4 PQ42. PQB4 PK33. KTQB3 KTKB34. BKT5 BK25. PK3 KTK5. Lasker has played this move successfully in his match against Marshall, but it has not come into general use. White should get the better game by 6. BXB QXB 7. QB2 KTXKT 8. QXKT or 7. PXB KTXKT 8. PXKT PXB 9. QKT3, in the first case because the black QB is out of play, in the second case because of the open KT file. 7. KTXKT is bad, because PXKT prevents the natural development of the KKT at B3, and black can obtain an attack after castling by PKB4-5. 6. BXBQXB7. BQ3. This also is a good move, as it furthers development. 7. KTXKT8. PXKT PXB. Giving up the center pawn in this case is not against the spirit of the opening, as it opens the only diagonal on which the black QB can operate. 9. BXB PQKT3 10. QB3 PQB3 11. KDK2 BKT2 12. Castles KR Castles 13. PQR4. This move can only be good if white intends to operate on the queen's side, possibly by KRKT1 and PR5. But the position of the white queen makes the adoption of a different plan compulsory. For one thing, it is rational to concentrate forces where the queen can take her share, therefore, in this case, on the king's side. On the other hand, the maneuver referred to could not be put into execution here because black can prevent PR5 by PQB4 and KTB3. A fairly obvious course was to play PK4, taking possession of the center. PQB4 would then be answered by PQ5, after which the white rooks would be very effective at Q1 and K1. In this game white does initiate a king's side attack subsequently, and thus 13. PQR4 is clearly a lost move. 13. PQB4 14. QKT3 KTB3 15. KTB4 QRB1. The tempting move of PK4 cannot be played because of 16. KTQ5 QQ1 17. PXBP KTR4 18. KRQ1. The move in the text threatens PXB, KTXB, and RXB. 16. BR2 KRQ1 17. KRK1 KTR4. This threatens BB3 attacking the RP. White decides to yield the same at once, thinking quite rightly that a direct attack must have good chances, as black gets two pieces out of play in capturing the pawn. 18. QRQ1 BB3 19. QKT4. Black cannot take the pawn yet, because of KTXB and BXBCH. 19. PB5 20. PQ5? There is no need to play for violent complications. The logical course was to open the way to the king's side for the rooks by PK4. The continuation could have been 20. PK4 BXRP 21. KTR5 PKT3 22. PK5 BXR 23. RXB followed by KTB6 with a strong attack, also after 21. PB3 22. RQ2, white's attacking chances are good. After the move in the text, black could get an advantage by simply exchanging 20. PXB 21. KTXB BXKT 22. RXB RXR 23. QXRCH RQ1 24. QKB5 PKT3 25. QB2 QR6. In taking the RP, however, black incurs grave risks. 20. BXRP 21. RQ2 PK4 22. KTR5 PKT3 23. PQ6 QK3 24. QKT5 KR1. Black finds the weaknesses at his KB3 and 3 krona very troublesome. RXB would lose at once, because of 25. RXR, QXR, 26. QR6, 25. KTB6 RXB 26. RXR QXR 27. BKT1. QR4 would have been answered by KKT2. 27. KTB3. Black must try to bring back his minor pieces for the defense. If he succeeds in doing that in time, the endgame is easily won on the queen's side. 28. BB5 RQ1. Not PXB because of QR6. 29. PKR4. White's attacking resources seem inexhaustible. By exchanging queens he could have got his pawn back in this way. 29. BQ7 QB1 RXB, 30, QR6, 30. BXKT, BXB, 31. QXQP QQ3, 32. KTQ7 QXQ, 33. KTXQ BK1, 34. KTXQ BP. But even then Black would maintain a superiority in the endgame owing to the freedom of his passed pawn, and because he can post his rook at the 7th after PQKT4. This explains why Marshall prefers not to win back his pawn, but to enter upon a violent attack with a doubtful issue. However, Capablanca finds the right move in all the ensuing complications, and finally wins the game. 29. KDK 230. KDK 4 QB 231. QB6 CHK KT 132. BK6. This is now compulsory. If White loses time in withdrawing the B, Black consolidates his position by KTQ4 and QK2. 32. PXB. RB1 is refuted by 33. KTKT5, PXB, 34. QXR, etc. 33. QXKPCH. Better than KTKT5, for after KTQ4, 34. QXPCH, the Black King finds a safe retreat at KT2. 33. KB134. KTKT5 KTKT135. PB4. In order to open the file for the rook. 35. RK136. PXB RK237. RB1CH KKT238. PR5 BK139. PR6CH KR1. KTXB fails on account of QB6CH. 40. QQ6. White takes all possible advantage from the position, but cannot bring home his attack, as Black has concentrated his forces for the defense. Black must still be careful to avoid a mate, e.g. QXQ, 41. PXQ RXB, 42. RB7 or 4L. RQ2, 42. RB8. 40. QB4 41. QQ4. Here White could have tried QXQ and RB8. There was then a permanent threat of RXB, e.g. 41. QXQ, PXQ, 42. RB8, RXB, 43. KTB3, RK2, 44. KTKT5, etc. It seems as if Black would have to give up the piece again by 43. RR4 in order to win. White, however, would then have drawing chances, which would have been a fitting conclusion to this wonderful game. 41. RXB 42. QQ7 RK2 resigns. Game number 38. White, Radawai. Black, Teichmann. Queen's Gambit declined. 1. PQ4 PQ4 2. KTKB3 KTKB3 3. PB4 PK3 4. KTB3 QKTQ2 5. BKT5 BK2. Capablanca tried 5. BKT5, against Edition Lasker in New York, 1915. The continuation was 6. PK3 PB4, 7. BQ3 QR4, 8. QKT3. The correct move is here 8. Castles. If Black wins the pawn by BXKT, 9. PXB QPXB, 10. BXB QXBP, White obtains a strong attack, example, 11. RB1 QR4, 12. BXKT PXB KTXB, 13. PXB, 13. PQ5, with this possible continuation L3. KTKT3, 14. pxb 15. qq6, with a strong attack. 6. pk3 castles 7. qb2 pb4. White intends to castle on the queen's side, and to follow this up with a storm by the king's side pawns. Although Rubinstein has on many occasions been successful with this form of attack, it is open to criticism. For, where kings have castled on different wings, the attack on the king which has castled on the q side should be more successful. This is much stronger than pqkt3 and bkt2, as then the black queen cannot participate in the attack quickly enough. As pointed out before, speed is the first consideration for the attack, whenever the kings have castled on different wings. An interesting counterpart to the present game is found in a game won by Rubinstein from Teichmann, match, Vienna, 1908-7. pqkt3, 8. pxb 9. bq3 bkd2, 10. Castles qr, pb4, 11. p4 krona, pb5? The only hope lay in the opening of the QB file. 12. bb5, rk1, 13. bxkkt, ktxb, 14. pkkt4, bq3, 15. pkt5, ktk5, 16. pr5, qk2, 17. qrkt1, pqr3, 18. bxbch, kxb, 19. pkt6ch, kkt1, 20. ktxkt, pxkd, 21. pr6, pb31, 22. pxb, pxkd, 23. rr8ch, kxb, 24. rr7ch, and black resigned a few moves later. 8. Castles qr4 9. pxqp. White loses time in the center. It was imperative to proceed at once with pkkt4 followed by bxkt, pkt5 and pkr4. 9. kpxb 10. pxb ktxb 11. ktq4 bk3 12. kkt1. It would be too risky to leave both king and queen on the qb file. 12. qrb1 13. bq3 pkr3. The threat was bxkt and bxbch. Had white played pkkt4 and pkr4 instead of effecting exchanges in the center, black would not have been able to afford this weakening move. But now black wins the game on the other wing, before white is able to make use of the weakness thus created. 14. bxkt bxb 15. bb5 krq1 16. bxb pxb 17. qkt 6. The queen must leave the QB file without delay, as ktk5 is threatened. Black's game is already superior. With the exception of the queen, white has no piece available for the attack on the opposing king. 17. rq3 18. rqb1 r3. Now white must again provide against black's ktk5, as white's qkt is needed for the defense of qr2. 19. pb3 rq1. Black intends to move his b and then to advance his kp with an attack on the queen. The object of the text move is to prevent white from saving himself by an attack on the rook qb5. 20. rb2 bxkt. By this exchange black achieves his object of driving off the knight by pq5, but white has time to give his rp further protection by pqkt3. This, black would have prevented by playing bkt4 instead of the text move, e.g. 21. pb4, pk4, 22. qb5, pxkt, 23. pxb bb3, 24. pxkt, pq5, etc. 21. pxb pk4 22. qkt4 pxb 23. qxb ktk3 24. qk5. This delays the fatal advance of the qp for one move. 24. pqkt4 25. pqkt3 pq5 26. ktk4 pq6 27. rq2 ktq5 28. rqb1 ktb7 29. qkt2 ktr6 ch 30. kr1 ktb7 ch 31. kkt1 ktr6 ch 32. kr1 ktb7 ch 33. kkt1. Black does not play for a draw, but only wishes to gain time. 33. rqb3. The intention is to double rooks and to force an entry at b7. Pkt5 would not be good. The white rook would no longer be attacked, and the knight could attack the qp. 34. rb1 q1 kr qb1. Now that the white rook has left the qb file, one rook would be sufficient to force an entry at b7, and ktr6ch followed by pkt5 could have been played at once, e.g. 34. ktr6ch, 35. kr1, pkt5, preventing pqkt4, 36. ktb2, rb7, 37. rxr, pxr, 38. rqb1, qkt3, 39. ktk4, rq8 followed by rxrch, qq5ch and pb8 mate. 35. rxb ktr6ch 36. kr1 pkt5 37. rq7 qk4. If qxu, black mates in 3. 38. rq8 ch rxr 39. rxrch kr2 40. rq1 qxqch. Curiously enough, there is nothing better. qb2 only leads to the exchange of queens and the same endgame, which, however, is an easy win for black, as the permanent mating threat keeps the white rook tied to the first rank, whilst the black king threatens to capture all the white pawns. If qb2 white forces the exchange of queens with the following combination, 41. qq2, rb7, 42. qq3, rb8 ch, 43. kkt2, with a threat of ktb6ch and qr7 mate. Black therefore would have to play qb7ch, etc., as in the game. 41. kxqrb7ch 42. kr1rxb 43. rr1 pkt4 44. ktb6ch kkt2 45. ktk4 kkt3 46. ktq6 pqr4. We have now a position with a forced move. If the white knight moves, there follows kb4 b5, etc. Therefore white gives up his rp voluntarily. 47. rqb1 rxb 48. ktb4 ktkt4. Now ktb6 and rxb mate are threatened. 49. ktk5 ch kkt2 50. ktkt4 rk7 51. rb5 rk8 ch 52. kkt2 ktr6 53. rb7 ch kb1 54. rb1 rk7 ch 55. kr1 ktb7 ch 56. kkt1 ktr6 ch. Black again appears to be short of time. 57. kr1 kt4 58. rb5 rk8 ch 59. kkt2 ktr6 60. rb1 rk7 ch. Now, after the 60th move, black has again plenty of time, and can prepare the final combination at leisure. 61. kr1 rk3 62. rr1 kkt2 63. rqb1 kkt3 64. rb6 rxr 65. ktk5 ch kb4 66. ktxr pr4 67. ktq4 ch kk4 68. ktk2 ktb7 ch 69. kkt2 ktq5 resigns. Game number 39. White, Radawai. Black, Rubinstein. Queen's Gambit declined. 1. pq4 pq4 2. ktkb3 pk3 3. pk3 pqb4 4. pb4 ktqb3 5. ktb3 ktb3 6. qpxb bxb 7. pqr3 pqr3 8. pqkt4 bq3 9. bkt2 castles. 10 qq2. White cannot win the qp by 10. pxb pxb 11. ktxb ktxkt 12. qxkt, because bxbch wins the queen. The text move is played with the intention of bringing up the qr for the attack on the qp. However, it would have been more correct to fix the object of attack first by pxb, as black could now cross white's intentions by playing pxb, after which he would sooner or later gain a move by occupying the q file with a rook, and forcing the white queen to retreat. 10. qk2. Black offers to give up his queen's pawn. If White accepts the sacrifice, Black's attack on the queen's file will become deadly, as White must lose a move in bringing his queen out of the line of action of the hostile rook. The White king has then no time to get into safety, e.g. 11. Pxb, 12. Ktxb, ktxkt, 13. Qxkt, rq1, 14. Qkt3, bk3 followed by ktxb, etc. 11. bq3. Here again pxb, followed by bk2, rq1, castles, would have avoided the loss of a move, as indicated in my note to move 10. Now White loses yet another move, as Black exchanges pawns and the bishop has taken 2 moves to reach b4, as against one only in the case of the Black kb. The loss of 2 moves in the opening stages should be fatal, and of this Rubinstein gives a striking example in the present game. 11. Pxb 12. Bxb pqkt4 13. Bq3 rq1 14. Qk2 bkd2 15. Castles krktk4. The advantage which Black obtains by his last move is generally gained by White in this opening, compare diagram 36. But in the game White has lost 2 moves and Black has assumed the offensive, having moreover a rook acting on the q file. 16. Ktxkt bxkt 17. pb4. Black's threat was bxbch followed by qq3ch and qxb. If White replies 17. krq1, the answer is qb2 attacking both the rp and the kt. The text move is unsatisfactory, as it will be necessary to advance the kp to k4 or k5, where it will block the diagonal of one of the bishops. 17. bb2 18. pk4 qrb1 19. pk5 bkt3 ch 20. kr1 kt kt5. The beginning of magnificent sacrifices. 21. Qxkt cannot be played because of rxb and rq7, etc. 21. bk4 qr5 22. pkt3. After pr3 Black wins also in fine style, rxkt, 23. Qxkt, qxq, 24. pxq, bxb, 25. bxr, rq6 threatening r6 mate, or 23. bxr, bxb, 24. qxb, qkt6, 25. pxkt, qr5 mate. 22. rxkt, 23. pxq rq7, 24. qxr bxbch 25. qkt2 rr6. And mate at r7. Game number 40. White, Rubinstein. Black, Capablanca. Queen's Gambit declined. 1. pq4 pq4 2. ktkb3 pqb4 3. pb4 pk3 4. pxq pkpxb 5. ktb3 ktqb3 6. pkkt3 bk3 7. bkd2 bk2 8. Castles rb1. This move is not satisfactory at this juncture. It rather helps a combination which is frequently resorted to in similar positions, namely, the exchange of the Black qb and subsequent pressure on the kp by the White kb on the diagonal kr3 qb8. 8. ktb3 should have been played, after which White could hardly be said to possess any advantage, e.g. 9. bkt5, ktk5, or 9. bk3, ktkkt5, or 9. pqr3 or 9. pxb bxb, 10. bkt5, bk2. After 9. pxb, however, it would be weak to recapture with the queen. In a game E. Coned, Lasker, match 1909, there followed 9, qr4, 10. ktkkt5, qxb, 11. bk3, qr4, 12. qkt3, after which Black had to give up a pawn already, castles qr, 13. ktxb, pxkt, 14. br3, etc. 9. pxb bxb 10. ktkkt5 ktb3 11. ktxb pxkt 12. br3 qk2 13. bkt5. pk4 is stronger here, in order to play bkt5 after pxb. L3. PQ5 would then be refuted by KTQ5. 13. Castles 14. BXKTQXB. After this, white gains a pawn by a complicated and well-timed combination. Capablanca did not consider the subtle reply on Rubinstein's 17th move. Otherwise, he would have recaptured with the pawn. However, in that case too, white's chances are good in the endgame which ensues after 15. KTXB, PXKT, 16. QXBCH, KR1, 17. BXR. The rooks would soon become effective in view of the open K side. 15. KTXBQR3. BXBCH fails because of 16. KKT2 QB2, 17. KTB4. 16. KKT2 QRQ1 17. QB1. 17. PXKT. If RXKT, white exchanges queens and plays BXBCH. 18. QXBQQ7 19. QKT5 KTQ5 20. QQ3. With an extra pawn, white forces the exchange of queens. Black cannot prevent it, as 20. QXKTP loses the knight on account of 21. KRKT1 and 20. QKT5 loses the QP by 21. KRQ1 and BK6CH. 20. QXQ21. PXQKRK1 22. BKT4. KRK1 would not prevent the entry of the black rook, KTB7, 23. RXRCH, RXR, 24. RQB1, RK7, 25. BKT4, RQ7. Black would win the pawn back and might even succeed in the endgame with a knight against a bishop. 22. RQ3 23. KRK1 RXR 24. RXR RQKT3. Black should first play his king to KB3, and keep the rook away from his K5. Not that the QP is of paramount importance, the QKTP fully makes up for its loss. But as played, the knight is driven from his dominating position, and the badly placed bishop gets into play. No doubt even after the text move the ending is most difficult, and it requires Rubinstein's full powers to bring it to a successful issue. 25. RK5 RXB 26. RXB KTB 3 27. BK6CH KB 128. RB5CH KK 129. BB7CH KQ 230. BB4 PQR3. Black's only chance is his extra pawn on the Q side. To exchange the KT for the B by 30. KQ3, 31. RB7 KTK4, 32. RXKKP, KTXB would take too much time where time is all important. White would clear the K side in the meantime, push on his KRP, and ultimately give up his R for black's remaining P, as soon as the latter runs into queen, after which the three passed pawns win easily against the rook. Generally speaking, it is wise, in our endings like the present one, to advance pawns on the side where there is an extra pawn, in order to get a passed pawn as soon as possible. Then the hostile rook has to look after that pawn lest it should queen, and the greater mobility of one's own rook often saves the game even when opposed by a preponderance of pawns. 31. RB7CH KQ3 32. RXKKTP PKT4 33. BKT8 PQR4 34. RXBPR5 35. PR4 PKT5 36. RR6CH KB4 37. RR5CH KKT3 38. BQ5 PKT6. RXB is tempting but unavailing, as white plays BB4 followed by RKT5CH and PR5-6, etc. After the text move, white has a problem like continuation, which he has worked out with great accuracy. 39. PXB PR640. BXKT. If now PR7, white simply plays 41. RKT5CH KR3, 42. RKT8 R8. 40. RXKTP 41. BQ5 PR7 42. RR6CH resigns. As the R holds the RP, e.g. KR4, 43. BB4 followed by RR6CH or 42. KR2, 43. RR8, etc. Game number 41. White, Niemzowicz. Black, Teresh. Queen's Gambit declined. 1. PQ4 PQ4 2. KTKB3 PQB4 3. PB4 PK3 4. PK3 KTKB3 5. BQ3 KTB3 6. Castles BQ3 7. PQKT3 Castles 8. BKD2 PQKT3 9. QKTQ2 BKD2 10. RB1 QK2 11. PXQP. The most natural move to which the development of the QKT at Q2 instead of B3 would seem to lead is KTK5 followed by PB4. After 11. KTK5 Black could not yet attempt 11. PXQP 12. KPXB BR6 weakening the QP because of 13. BXB QXB 14. PXB KTXKT 15. PXKT KTXB 16. KTB4 and KTQ6. 11. KPXB 12. KTR4. In order to provoke Black's weakening move, PKT3, which might give White chances of attack on the long diagonal QR1 KR8, White gives up two clear moves. Black is able to get considerably ahead in his development, much to White's disadvantage. 12. PKT3 13. KKTB3 QRQ SQ. Not KTK5 yet, on account of 14. PXB 15. BXKT PXB 16. KTXB 14. PXB. White's position is uncomfortable, and a satisfactory continuation is hard to find. Possibly passive resistance might have been the best plan, thus, QK2, KRQ1, KTB1, KT3. The text move is a preliminary to operations on the queen's side, but allows Black too much scope in the center. 14. PXB 15. BKT5. White wishes to get rid of the Black Knight which supports the advance of PQ5. 15. KTK5 16. BXKT BXB 17. QB2. White has no idea of the threatened disaster, or he would have played PKKT3. Even then, however, Black has the better game with two bishops, and the Q and KT better placed. 17. KTXKT. The beginning of a brilliant mating combination. 18. KTXKT PQ5. Black would have played the same move if White had retaken with the queen. 19. PXB. PK4 was comparatively the best move, although Black's attack would have become overwhelming after PB4, e.g. 20. PB3, BB5, etc. 19. BXBCH. 20. KXBQR5CH 21. KKT1 BXB. Emmanuel Lasker won a celebrated game from Bauer, Amsterdam, 1889, with a similar sacrifice of two bishops, and very likely this is the reason why Teresh's beautiful game only earned him the second brilliancy prize at Petrograd, 1914. 22. PB3. If KXB, then QKT5CH, 23. KR1 RQ4, 24. QXB, RR4CH, 25. QXR, QXQCH, 26. KKD2, QKT4CH and QXKT. 22. KRK1. Not QKD6, because of KTK4. 23. KDK4QR8CH 24. KB2BXR 25. PQ5PB4 26. QB3QKT7CH 27. KK3RXKTCH 28. PXRPB5CH. With QKT6CH Black mates two moves earlier. 29. KXBRB1CH 30. KK5QR7CH 31. KK6RK1CH resigns. If KQ7, BKT4 mate, if KB6, QR5 mate. Footnote: Emmanuel Lasker Bauer 1, PKB4, PQ4 2, PK3, KTKB3 3, PQKT3, PK3 4, BKT2, BK2 5, BQ3, PQKT3 6, KTQB3, BKT2 7, KTB3, QKTQ2 8, Castles 9, KTK2 PB4 10, KTKT3 QB2 11, KTK5 KTXKT 12, bxkt, qb3, 13, qk2, pqr3, 14, ktr5, ktxkt, 15, bxbch, kxb, 16, qxkch, kkt1, 17, bxb, kxb, 18, qkt4ch, kr2, 19, rb3, pk4, 20, rr3ch, qr3, 21, rxq, kxr, 22, qq7, and white 1. Game number 42. White Capablanca. Black Aljican. Queen's Gambit declined. See pages 57 and 58. 1. pq4 pq4 pqb4 pqb3 3. pk3 ktb3 4. ktkb3 pk3 5. qktq2 qktq2 6. bq3 bk2 7. Castles 8. qb2. Black's difficulty is the development of his QB, particularly after White's last move, which prevents pk4. If now qb2 White plays 9. pk4 and either the queen or the knight bear on k5, e.g. 9. pxkp, 10. ktxb, pk4, 11. qkt-kt5, bq3, 12. pb5, etc. Black therefore must develop his QB at kt2 with pq-kt3, bkt2 and pb4. Having moved the qbp twice, Black is a move behind the development usual in this opening. However, it would have been the lesser evil. In the present game the bishop does not get into play in time. 8. pxb9. ktxb pb4 10. qktk5 pxb 11. pxb kt 12. kt 5. If Black captures the pawn, White gains time by threatening the queen, and brings all his forces into play, whilst the Black queen's side remains undeveloped, e.g. 12. qxb 13. rq1 qb4, 14. kt 4, pkt 3, 15. bk3 qr4, 16. rb1, with a strong attack. Black of course need not take the pawn, but the move in the text is a valuable one nevertheless, as the threat qb3r3 provokes a weakening pawn move. 12. pkt3 13. kktb3 kkt2. Preventing the entry of the b at r6. 14. bkt5 qktq4 15. qrb1 bq2 16. qq2 kt1. It should be noted how the weakness at 3 krona acts to the detriment of Black's game. The text move covers the weak square, but at the same time brings the kt out of play. White in consequence gets the upper hand on the queen's side, and the knight cannot return in time. 17. bxb qxb. It would be no use taking with the kkt, as the threat kt-kt4 and qr6 must be guarded against. If the other kt captures, there follows 18. bk4, rkt1, 19. rb3 and krb1. 18. bk4 bkt4. This drives the rook to a better square, but already now there is no satisfactory move. It would perhaps have been best to parry the threat of bxkt and rb7 by playing qq3, although the pawn would have to recapture after 19. bxkt, because of 20. rb5 and krb1. The chance of bearing on the qp through the open file, which was probably Black's intention all along, would then be lost. After the text move, however, White takes possession of the 7th rank, and Black's game collapses quickly. 19. krk1 qq3 20. bxkt pxb 21. qr5 pqr3 22. qb7 qxq 23. rxq pr3. kt-kt5 and ktk6 ch was threatened. 24. rxb qrb1 25. pqkt3 rb7 26. pqr4 bk7 27. ktr4. pkr4. The ktp cannot be saved. 28. kktxb rk1 29. rxbch resigns. Game number 43. White Capablanca. Black Bernstein. Queen's Gambit declined. 1. pq4 pq4 2. ktkb3 ktkb3 3. pb4 pk3 4. kt b3 q kt q25, bkt5 bk26, pk3 pb3 7, bq3 pxb. Before initiating this maneuver, which aims at the development of the queen's wing, black should castle, as otherwise the king is exposed to dangerous and immediate attacks in the center. 8. bxbp pkt49, bq3 pqr3. The system of opening chosen by black has been tried frequently of late. It seems to be somewhat artificial, as the QB pawn takes 2 moves to get to his fourth. On the other hand, the pawn formation at qr3, qkt4, and qb4 is attained, whilst it can be prevented in other variations, e.g. 6. Castles, 7. bq3 pxb, 8. bxb, pqr3, 9 pqr4. 10. pk4 pk4. Black's only plausible move here seems to be pb4, and many critics have remarked that after 11. pk5, pxb, 12. kdk4, if pxkt, pxkt, ktxkt, 13. bxkt, rqkt1, 14. bxb, qxb, 15. qxb, qb4. The game would have been even. However, this is not the case, for on the 15th move white does not capture the pawn with the q but with the kt, and black has no satisfactory continuation. If he had castled, he could play l5. bkt2, which now is not available because of 16. ktb6, bxkt, 17. bxb, with an overwhelming advantage in position for white. White's refutation of the text move is above criticism. 11. pxb kt kt5 12. bkb4 bb4. If qb2, white would play rb1, after which black could not recapture the kp yet, as the qbp is end prize. 13. ktxb, 14. ktxkt, ktxkt, 15. ktq5 qq3, 16. bxkt, qxb, 19. rxb, etc. 13. Castles qb2 14. rb1 pb3. Again, ktxb is not feasible on account of the loss of the qbp, as can be easily seen. 15. bkt3 pxb. Black's game cannot be saved. If l5. kt5, xkp, there follows 16. ktxkt, ktxkt, 17. ktq5 qq3, 18. bxkt, pxb, 19. rxb or 16. pxkt, 17. qr5ch, pkt3, 18. qr6. 16. pkt4. Now white initiates a brilliant attack, driving it home without giving black a moment's rest. If black takes the pawn, white plays ktq4, with many threats, e.g. pb4, 18. ktq5, qq3, 19. ktk6 or l7. kd, kt5, b3, 18. ktk6, etc. 16. br2 17. bxktp. The sacrifice is fairly obvious, as white obtains 3 pawns for the piece, and moreover drives the king into the field of battle. However, this does not detract from the beauty of the game, which is full of brilliant phases. 17. rpxb 18. ktxktpqq1. Or qkt3, 19. ktq6ch kk2, 20. ktb5ch, followed by qq6. 19. ktq6ch kb1 20. rxb ktkt3. The threat was 21. qq5 ktr3, 22. ktxb, rxkd, 23. rq6, etc. 20. ktq2, b3 is of no avail because of 21. qkt3, ktr3, 22. ktxb or 21. qq2, 22. krb1, etc. 21. br4 qq2 22. ktxb. qxr. Not rxkt because of 23. qxq. Now black is a whole rook ahead. But it is as much out of play as his queen's side pieces. The king is driven into a mating net by the concentration of superior white forces, and only escapes by giving up the extra piece. 23. QQ8CHQK124. BK7CHKB225. KTQ6CHKKT326. KTR4CHKR4. If KR3 there follows mate in 3 by 27. KTQ6 B5CH 28. KTKT3CH 29. BKT5 mate 27. KTXQRXQ 28. KTXBCHKR3 29. KT7 B5CHKR4 30. PKR3. This threatens 31. PXKTCH KXB 32. PB3CH, followed by PKT3 or KT4 mate. If black plays 30. QRKKT1, white wins as follows 31. PXKTCH RXB 32. PB3 KTB1CH 33. KR2 KTXB 34. PXRCH KXB 35. KTXKT KXKT 36. RB7. If 30. KTR3 31. KTKT7 mate 30. KTB1 31. PXKTCH KXB 32. BXRRXB 33. PKT3RQ7 34. KKT2RK7 35. PR4 KTKT3 36. KTK3CHKR4 37. PR5 KTQ2 38. KTR4 B5 KTB3 39. PKT5 BQ5 40. KB3R7 41. PR6 BR2 42. RB1 RKT7 43. PKT4 CHKKT4 44. RB7 RXBCH 45. KXR KTXKTPCH 46. KB3 resigns. Game number 44. White, Dus Kodomersky. Black, Vidmer. Queen's Pawn Game. 1. PQ4 PQ4 2. KTKB3 PQB4 3. PB3 PK3 4. BB4. We have seen on page 55 that black can hardly develop his QB without disadvantage. White, however, has no difficulty in doing so, as his QP is protected, and after black's QKT3 he has only to look after his KTP. He could play QB1, which might bring the Q into effective action on the diagonal to R6. The aim of the text move is the early occupation of K5. But as the present game shows, this cannot be effected. Black must not waste time with QKD3, but play BQ3 at once. 4. KTQB3 5. PK3 KTB3 6. QKTQ2 BQ3 7. BKT3 castles 8. KTK5 BXKT 9. PXBKTQ2. Now white has no means of maintaining his center whether he supports the pawn with KTB3 or PKB4, black forces matters with PB3. Now that the idea underlying white's opening strategy has proved impracticable, he has difficulty in formulating a plan. Making the best of a bad job, he abandons his KP in exchange for black's KRP. But black obtains a powerful pawn center, a telling advantage. 10. BQ3 KKTXB 11. BXKT KTXB 12. BXBCH KXB 13. QR5 CH KKT1 14. QXKT PB3 15. QR5 QKT3. Black wishes to provoke the advance of the QKTP and QBP in order to obtain a passed pawn, 16. PQKT3, PK4, 17. Castles KR, QR4, 18. PQB4, PQ5. In order to avoid this continuation, white takes his chance of castling on the queen's side. This turns out to black's advantage. Indeed, it is a foregone conclusion. In the ensuing double assault by pawns, black is several moves ahead, as the white pawns concerned in the attack are still on their original squares. 16. Castles QR PK4 17. PKT4 PQ5 18. PQB4 BQ2 19. PKT5 PXKT B20. QXB RXB 21. PXB BPXB. Finely played. Black gives up his KP in order to get his QR into play with the gain of a move. 22. QXBRK 123. QKT3 QRK 724. KRK1. KRKT1 would also be of no avail because of QKR3, 25. QQ3, QKB3 threatening BB4. The move in the text puts an end to the agony. 24. RXKT. Resigns. 4 after 25. RXR, 26. KXR, QXBCH, 27. KQ3, BB4CH, 28. RK4, QB6CH, 29. KK2, QXQ. Black remains with an extra piece. Game number 45. White, Rubinstein. Black, Spielman. Irregular opening. 1. PQ4 PQB4. With this move, Black tries to avoid well-trodden paths of tournament practice. White can, at will, lead into a peaceful queen's gambit by 2. PK3 or into a Sicilian defense by PK4. It is more usual, however, to play PQ5, which blocks up the black center to some extent. If 2. PXB, Black regains his pawn after PK3 without any disadvantage. 2. PQ5 PQ3 3. PQB4. Coupled with 4. PK4, this move is of doubtful value, as Black gains command of White's Q4. It is advisable to keep the QBP back, thus retaining the option of driving off a hostile piece from Q4 by PQB3. Moreover, the White KB is hemmed in by the pawn at QB4. 3. PKKT3 4. PK4 BKT2 5. BQ3 PK3. The development of the KKT is not desirable at B3, where it would block the long diagonal. From K2, however, it commands KB4, where it can take up a strong position after the exchange of pawns in the center, or else it can support the advance of the KBP. 6. KTQB3 KTK2 7. KKTK2. KTB3 would have been slightly better, because the black QKT might play to his K4. 7. PXB8. KPXB KTQ2 9. PB4. This move weakens the king's position, and would be justified only if there was a possibility of opening the file for the rook by PB5. But black has too strong a hold on his KB4. The text move aims at preventing the exchange of white's KB through black's KTK4. It would have been better to withdraw the B to B2. 9. KTKB3 10. KTKT3 PKR4. Now white cannot enforce PB5, as black can attack the knight by PR5. White cannot prevent this with PKR4, as the black knight would take up a commanding position at KT5. Black's game is superior. He can concentrate all his minor pieces on the king's wing, while white's QB is ineffective on account of the ill-considered advance of the KBP. 11. Castles PR5 12. KKTK4 KTXKT 13. BXKT. White has to capture with the B, in order to exchange the black knight if it should play to B4. After 13. KTXKT, BQ5CH, 14. KR1, KTB4. White's knight would not be able to move from K4 on account of the threat, KTKT6CH. Sooner or later black would get a deciding advantage by enforcing the exchange of white's knight, e.g. 15. QK1, QK2, 16. RQKT1, BQ2, 17. PQKT3, Castles QR, 18. BKT2, QXKT, 19. BXQ, KTKT6CH, 20. QXKT, PXQ, 21. PKR3 BXB, 22. PXB, RXBCH, 23. KKT2, RS7CH, 24. KXB, RXB, or 21. BXB, RXBCH, followed by PXB and QRR1. 13. BQ5CH 14. KR1 KTB4 15. BXKT BXB. White is helpless against the two powerful bishops. 16. RK1CH KB1. Black forfeits his chance of castling, not a great loss under the circumstances. In any case his KR is needed on the rook's file, and black would only have castled on the queen's side if at all. 17. QB3. Here PKR3 was essential in order to prevent the further advance of the KRP. The weakness at KT3 would not have been so serious in the absence of a black knight. Now black forces the advance of white's KKTP, and the bishops become immediately effective. 17. PR6-18. PKT3. Not PKKT4 on account of QR5. 18. QQ2-19. BQ2 BKT5-20. QB1. If QQ3, black plays QB4 and white cannot exchange queens because of BB6 mate. 20. QB4. Threatening QB7. 21. QRB1 KKT2-22. BK3 BB3. Black must not exchange his valuable bishop. 23. PKT3 KRK124. BB2. There is no answer to black's threat of doubling the rooks on the K file. If white plays QB2, black's queen effects an entry at Q6, after which he would double his rooks, and white's bishop cannot be defended. After the text move, black forces the exchange of his two rooks for the queen. Generally speaking, this is no disadvantage, but in consequence of the exposed position of the white king, it means a speedy loss for white. 24. BB6CH25. KKT1 BKT726. RXR BXQ27. RXR QQ6. If now RXB black plays QB6. 28. RK8. In order to play RK3 if black plays BXKT. 28. QB6. 29. KXBQR8 CH30. BKT1 QKT7 CH31. KK1 QXBCH32. KQ2 QXBCH resigns. For the pawn queens. Game number 46. White G. A. Thomas. Black, edition Lasker. Irregular opening, compare game number 45. 1. PQ4 PQB4 2. PQ5 PQ3 3. PQB4 PKKT3 4. KTQB3 BKT2 5. BQ2. This is not necessary. Black could hardly exchange his B for the KT. The weakness at his KB3 and 3 krona would become too serious a disadvantage. 5. PK3 6. PK4 PXB 7. KTXB. In view of the fact that black's position after BP or KPXB would be very promising, as all his pieces would be easy to bring into play, white decides upon the sacrifice of a pawn in order to further his own development. 7. BXB8. RKT1 BKT2 9. QR4 CH KD B3 10. KKTB3. KTKT6, RKTSQ 11. BR5 leads to nothing, as black plays 12. QK2. 10. PKR3. If black plays KKTK2 at once, his position becomes somewhat cramped after 11. BKT5 castles 12. KTB6CH KR1 13. QQ1. 11. BQ3 KTK2 12. Castles 13. QB2 PKT3. This allows the development of the QB. 14. BB3 KTX KT 15. KPX KT KTK4. KTK2 should have been played here in order to play BXB. 17. QXB, BKT5 with KTB4, in answer to 16. QKD2. Black is still open to attack in consequence of his broken king's side, but there is no demonstrable advantage for white. The text move is a mistake, and gives white chances of a decisive attack. 16. KTX KT BX KT 17. BXB PXB 18. BXB. QKT4. Of course not PXB, on account of 19. QXBCH KR1, 20. QXBCH KKT1, 21. RKT3, etc. 18. PB4 fails because of 19. RKT3. 19. BK4 PB4 20. PB4. This elegant continuation decides the game. If PXB, white simply plays 21. BQ3, and black can hardly hope to save the endgame, as his pawns are broken up. If the queen retreats, however, there follows 21. Pxp, and white obtains 2 passed pawns for the b and has the superior position. 20. Qkt2 21. Pxb 22. Rxr chqxr 23. Rkb1 qkt2 24. Qxb qkt5 25. Rb4 qq8 ch 26. Kb2 qq5 ch 27. Qxq pxq 28. Pk6 br3 29. Rx brb1 ch. If kb1 30. Pq6 30. Kk3 rb3 31. Kk4 rb7 32. Pq6 rk7 ch. He might play kq5, after which bkt2 ch has points. 33. Kq3 resigns. Game number 47. White, Tartakower. Black, Astalos. Dutch opening. 1. Pkb4 Pq4. It has been tried to refute White's non-developing first move by a pawn sacrifice. 1. Pk4, which leads to a rapid mobilization of the black forces after 2. Pxb Pq3 3. Pxb Bxb. But this attack, called the from gambit, does not seem to prevail against the best defense. In a match game, Tartakower Spielman, Vienna, 1913, White won as follows. 4. KTKB3, PKKT4, 5. PQ4, PKT5, 6. KTK5, KTQB3, 7. KTXKT, PXKT, 8. PKKT3, PKR4, 9. BKT2, PR5, 10. QQ3, BQ2, 11. KTB3, RKT1, 12. Castles PXB, 13. PXB, PQB4, 14. BB4, BXB, 15. RXB, QKT4, 16. KTK4, QR3, 17. KTXB, KTB3, 18. KTXB, KTXKT, 19. QK4CH, KQ1, 20. RXBP, RK1, 21. QXB, QK6CH, 22. KB1 resigns. When black plays PKB4 in answer to 1. PQ4 we have the Dutch defense. After 1. PQ4, PKB4, white can also sacrifice a pawn by 2. PK4, and thereby obtain a far more favorable position than black does in From's gambit, as he is a move to the good, having already advanced his QP, e.g. 2. PK4 PXB, 3. KTQB3, KTKB3, 4. PB3 or 4. BKT5 and then PB3. If black captures the KBP, white obtains a powerful attack. A drastic example is found in the following little game, played by 2 students in an academic tournament at Petrograd. 4. PB3 PXB, 5. KTXB PK3, 6. BKKT5 BK2, 7. BQ3 Castles, 8. Castles PQKT3, 9. KTK5 BKT2, 10. BXKT BXB, 11. BXBCH KXB, 12. QR5CH KKT1, 13. KTKT6 RK1, 14. QR8CH KB2, 15. KTK5CH KK2, 16. QXBCH BXQ, 17. RB7CH KQ3, 18. KTKT5CH KQ4, 19. PB4CH KK5, 20. RK1 mate. Black's best answer is to play PQ4 after white's 4. PKB3 5. BKT5 BB4. If 4. BKT5, it is not yet possible to play PQ4 because of the threat BXKT, QR5CH, and QXQP. In that case, black must first play PQB3, after which white again obtains a strong attack by PKB3. Black can avoid the attacks which follow after 1. PQ4, PKB4, 2. PK4 by playing PK3 on his first move, and then lead into the Dutch defense with PKB4 on his second move. He must, however, reckon with having to play the French defense which white can bring about with 2. Pk4. 2. Pk3 Pk3 KTKB3 PQB4 4. PQKT3 KTQB3 5. BKT5 KTB3. Black should have played BQ2 here, as white can exchange at B6, leaving black with a doubled pawn. This in itself is not a drawback, but in the present position it is serious, as black will have difficulty in finding a place for his QB. For there is no prospect of enforcing PK4, as white commands that square in sufficient force. 6. BKD2 BK2 7. Castles 8. BXQKT PXB 9. KDK5 QB2 10. PQ3 PQR4. Black's attempt of capturing his K4 by playing KTQ2 and PB3, white would cross at once with QKT4. With the text move, black begins operations on the Q side, which is quite correct, as white has the upper hand on the other wing. 11. QK2. White should have prevented the further advance of the black RP by 11. PQR4. This would have been sound policy in any case, as the R file could not have been forced open for the black rooks. 11. PR5 12. KDQ2 PXB. Premature. The capture is only of value if the file can be held. To that end, it is first necessary to play BKT2 and to occupy the R file with rooks and queen. After the exchange of rooks, black is at a disadvantage for the endgame because of the inefficiency of the QB. If instead of the text move black had driven off the bishop to B1 with PR6 13, BB3, PQ5 14, PXB, KTQ4, he could have enforced his PK4, but in the long run white would have captured the QRP, and remained with a passed pawn on the R file, a powerful weapon for the endgame, e.g. L2. PR6 13. BB1, KTQ2 14. KTXKT, BXKT 15. PK4, PKB3 16. PB4, followed by KTKT1 13. RPXB RXR 14. RXR BKT2 15. PKT4. The black pieces being cut off from the K side, white is free to attack. 15. RR1 16. RXR CHBXR 17. PKT5 KTQ2 18. QKTB3 KTXKT 19. BXKTQR4 20. PB4. In order to prevent the release of the B by the pawn, sacrifice PB5 and PB4. 20. BKT2 21. KB2 KB1 22. PR4 BR3 23. PR5 BKT2 24. PR6 PKT3. By advancing his RP, white has weakened black's KB3, with the constant threat of establishing his KT there and of capturing the RP. 25. KB1. This move is superfluous and probably dictated by time pressure. The proper plan is QQKT2 with the threat of BB7 or KT8 and QR8CH. 25. QR6 26. QQKT2. The endgame is a clear win for white. He plays his KT to KKT4, threatening to reach B6 or K5. The effect is twofold. Black must keep his B at K2 and his K must remain near the KBP. White's king marches to QKT6 and captures the QB pawns, queening his QKP. Black cannot prevent the white king from doing this by BQ1, as white, by attacking black's QB4 with his B, could at any time force the B back to his K2. The remainder of the game needs no comment. 26. QXQ 27. BXQ BQ3 28. KTR2 KK1 29. KTKT4 BK2 30. BK5 KQ2 31. KK2 KK1 32. KQ2 KQ2 33. KB2 KK1 34. KKD2 KQ2 35. KR3 KK1 36. KR4 KQ2 37. BKT8 KB1 38. BR7 KQ2 39. BKT6 PQ5 40. PK4 KK1 41. PK5 KQ2 42. KTB2 resigns. Because there follows KTK4 and BXB. Game number 48. White Blackburn. Black Niemzowicz. Irregular opening. 1. PK3 PQ3. It is due to this reply of Black's that the opening is irregular. For had he played PQ for a peaceful QP game would have resulted, or after White's 2. PKB for a Dutch opening. 2. PKB for PK4 3. PXB PXB. Black has the superior position, he has a pawn in the center, and his pieces are more free. 4. KTQB3 BQ3. As was seen on a former occasion, it is a shade better to develop the knights before the bishops, as the choice of moves for the latter is less limited. The alternative might have been 5. KTB3, BKKT5, 6. BK2, KTB3. 5. PK4. Now White has also a pawn in the center, but he is a move behind in his development. 5. BK3 6. KTB3 PKB3 7. PQ3 KDK2 8. BK3 PQB4 9. QQ2 QKTB3 10. BK2 KTQ5 11. Castles KR Castles 12. KDQ1 KKTB3 13. PB3. Now Black has gained an advantage from the command of his Q5. The advance of White's QBP, which was necessitated by the dominating position of the Black Knight, has left White with a backward pawn at Q3. 13. KTXBCH 14. QXKTRK1. If now a general exchange takes place after PQ4, the KP is lost through BQ4. 15. KTR4. White's counterattack on the king's side becomes threatening, and Black must continue his operations on the queen's wing with the greatest care, as he may be called upon at any time to concentrate his pieces for the defense of the king's wing. 15. BKB 116. KTB5 KR 117. PKKT4 QQ 218. KTB2 PQR4. Black wishes to open up files on the queen's side. 19. PQR3. Freeing the QR. 19. PQKT420. QRQ1 QRKT121. RQ2 PKT522. RPXB RPXB23. PB4 RR124. QB3 RR7. Before trying to push home his advantage on the queen's side, which is made possible by the weakness of White's QP, Black should look after his king's side, where White has collected an alarming array of forces. After the text move, the rook is quite out of play. 25. PKT5 PKT3? Black should simply play PXB with the following continuation. 26. BXB KTQ5, 27. KTXKT, QXKT, 28. BK3 QQ3. After the move in the text, White's attack is overwhelming. 26. KTKT4. White obtains a rook and 2 pawns for his 2 knights. This is in itself an equivalent of material. In the present instance, the exchange is of decisive advantage for White, as Black must lose several moves to bring up his rook for the defense of his unguarded king. 26. PXKT 27. KTXBP KTQ5. If PXB, White wins by 28. QR5, QB2, 29. PKT6, QXBCH, 30. QXQ and KTXR. 28. QB2 QB3 29. KTXR QXKT 30. BXKT KPXB 31. PXB BQ2 32. RK1 QB2 33. QR4. RR1. Not BXB because of 34. RKB2, followed by KRKBSQ. 34. RKB2 BB3 35. QKT4. The threat is to open the rook's file by PKT6 with an attack on the king by the rooks. 35. RK1 36. RXR QXR. BXR in order to play QR4 might be better. With the queens off the board, Black has winning chances on account of his 2 bishops. But then White might evade the exchange and proceed to seize the king's file with the rook after 37. QB4. 37. RK2 QQ2 38. RK6 BR1. In order to play QQKT2 or R2. 39. PKT6. PXB. if QQKT2 40. RK8, if QR2 40. QR4. White wins in either case. 40. RXBQKR2 41. QKT3. Threatens QK5CH. 41. QR4 42. RKT4. Resigns. Table of openings. A. King's Pawn Games. A1. PK4 PK42. PKB4 PXB2. BB42. PQ42. PQ4 PXB3. QXB3. KTKB3 PQB43. KTQB33. BQB43. PQB3 PXB3. PQ42. KTKB3 KTQB33. PQ4 PXB4. KTXB4. BQB44. PB33. BB4 BB44. PQ34. PB33. KTB33. KTB3 KTB33. BKT53. BKT5 PQ34. PQ43. KTB34. Castle PQ34. KTXB3. PQR34. BR4 KTB35. Castle BK25. KTXB. 4. BXKTQPXB5. KTXB5. PQ42. PQ33. PQ4Q KTQ22. KTQB3 KTKB33. PB4 PQ4. B1. PK4 PK32. PQ4 PQ43. PK53. KTQB3 KTKB34. PK54. BKT5 BK24. BKT53. PXB1. PK4 PQ42. PXBQXB1. PK4 PQB32. PQ4 PQ41. PK4 PQB4. B. Queen's Pawn Games. A1. PQ4 PQ42. PQB4 PXB2. PK33. KTQB3 KTQB33. PQB44. PK34. KTKB3 KTQB35. PXQB2. PK42. BB42. PQB32. KTKB3 PK33. PB4 PXB3. PQB43. KTKB32. PQB43. PB4 PK34. PK34. KTB3 KTQB33. PK3 PK34. BQ3 KTKB35. PQKT33. PB32. KTKB3. B1. PQ4 PQB41. PQ4 KTKB32. KTKB3 PQ31. PQ4 PKB4. C. Irregular openings. 1. PQB41. PKB4 PQ41. PK41. PK3 PQ3.